Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Arrows of the Queen by Mercedes Lackey. Narrated by Christa Lewis. Chapter 1. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the tree, but the young girl seated beneath it did not seem to notice. An adolescent of 13 or thereabouts, she was, by her plain costume, a member of one of the solemn and straight-laced Holt families that lived in this borderland of Valdemar, come there to settle a bare 2 generations ago. She was dressed, as any young Holt girl would be, in plain brown breeches and a long-sleeved tunic. Her unruly brown curls had been cut short in an unsuccessful attempt to tame them to conform to Holt standards. She would have presented a strange sight to anyone familiar with Holder folk, for while she sat and carded the undyed wool she had earlier cleaned, she was reading. Few Holt girls could read, and none did so for pleasure. That was a privilege normally reserved, by long-standing tradition, for the men and boys of the Holdings. A female's place was not to be learned. A girl reading, even if she was doing a womanly task at the same time, was as out of place as a scarlet jay among crows. If anyone could have seen her thoughts at that moment, they would have known her to be even more of a misfit than her reading implied. Vaniel was a dim shape in the darkness beside her. There was no moon, and only the dim light of the stars penetrated the boughs of the hemlock bushes they hid beneath. She only knew he was there by the faint sound of his breathing, though they lay so closely together that, had she moved her hand a fraction of an inch, she'd have touched him. Training and discipline held her quiet, though under other circumstances she'd have been shivering so hard her teeth would have rattled. The starlight reflected on the snow beneath them was enough to see by, enough to see the deadly danger to Valdemar that moved below them. Beneath their ledge, in the narrow pass between Del Crag and Mount Thurles, the army of the dark servants was passing. They were nearly as silent as the 2 who watched them. Only a creak of snow, the occasional crack of a broken branch, or the faint jingling of armor or harness betrayed them. She marveled at the discipline their silent passage revealed, marveled and feared. How could the tiny outpost of the border guard that lay to the south of them ever hope to make a stand against these warriors who were also magicians? Bad enough that they were outnumbered 100 to 1. These were no simple barbarians coming against the forces of Valdemar this time, who could be defeated by their own refusal to acknowledge any one of their own as overall leader. No, these fighters bowed to an iron-willed leader, the equal of any in Valdemar, and their ranks held only the trained and seasoned. She started, as Vaniel's hand lightly touched the back of her neck, and came out of her half-trance. He tugged slightly at her sleeve. She backed carefully out of the thicket, obedient to his signal. "Now what?" she whispered, when they were safely around the ledge, with the bulk of a stone outcropping between them and the dark servants. "One of us has to alert the king, while the other holds them off at the other end of the pass." "With what army?" she asked, fear making her voice sharp with sarcasm. "You forget, little sister. I need no army." The sudden flare of light from Vaniel's outstretched hand illuminated his ironic smile and bathed his white uniform in an eerie blue wash for one moment. She shuddered. His saturnine features had always looked faintly sinister to her, and in the blue light his face had looked demonic. Vaniel held a morbid fascination for her. Dangerous the man was, not like his gentle life-mate, Bard Stefan, possibly the last, and some said the best, of the Herald mages. The servants of darkness had destroyed the others, one by one. Only Vaniel had been strong enough to withstand their united powers. She, who had little magic in her soul, could almost feel the strength of his, even when he wasn't exerting it. Between us, my companion and I are a match for any 1,000 of their witch masters," he continued arrogantly. "Besides, at the far end of the pass there isn't room for more than 3 to walk side by side. We can hold them there easily, and I want Stefan well out of this. Ifandis couldn't carry us double, but you're light enough that Evali could easily manage both of you." She bowed her head, yielding to his reasoning. "I can't like it. I know, little sister, but you have precious little magic, while Evali does have speed. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll have help here for me." "Vanyl," she touched his gloved hand with one fur mitten, Be safe." She suddenly feared more for him than for herself. He had looked so fey when the king had placed this mission in their hands, like a man who has seen his own death. "As safe as may be, little sister. I swear to you. I will risk nothing I am not forced to." A heartbeat later, she was firmly in the saddle, Evali galloping beneath her like a blizzard wind in horse shape. Behind her, she could feel Bard Stefan clinging to her waist, and was conscious of a moment of pity for him. To him, Evali was strange. He could not move with her, only cling awkwardly, while she felt almost as one with the companion, touched with a magic only another herald could share. Their speed was reckless, breakneck. Skeletal tree limbs reached hungrily for them, trying to seize them as they passed and pull them from Evali's back. Always the companion avoided them, writhing away from the claw-like branches like a ferret. "The Dark Servants!" Stefan shouted in her ear. "They must know someone's gone for help! They're animating the trees against us!" She realized, as Evali escaped yet another trap set for them, that Stefan was right. The trees were indeed moving with a will of their own, and not just randomly waving in the wind. They reached out, hungrily, angrily. She felt the hot breath of dark magic on the back of her neck, like the noisome breath of a carrion eater. Evali's eyes were wide with more than fear. She knew the companion felt the dark power too. She urged Evali on. The companion responded with new speed, sweat breaking out on her neck and flanks to freeze almost immediately. The trees seemed to thrash with anger and frustration as they eluded the last of them and broke out on the bank above the road. The road to the capital lay straight and open before them now, and Evali leaped over a fallen forest giant to gain the surface of it with a neigh of triumph. Talia blinked, emerging abruptly from the spell her book had laid on her. She had been lost in the daydream her tale had conjured for her, but the dream was now lost beyond recall. Someone was calling her name in the distance. She looked up quickly, with a toss of her head that threw her unmanageable hair out of her eyes. Near the door of the family house, she could make out the angular figure of Keldar first wife, dark-clad and rigid, like a stiff fire iron propped against the building. Keldar's fists were on her hips. Her stern carriage suggested that she was waiting Talia's response with very little patience. Talia sighed regretfully, put up her wool and the wire brushes, and closed the worn little cloth-bound volume, laying aside the rocks she'd used to hold down the pages as she'd worked. Though she'd carefully marked the place, she knew that, even without the precious scrap of ribbon she used to mark it, she'd have no trouble finding it again. Keldar couldn't have picked a worse time. Herald Vanyl was alone, surrounded by the servants of darkness, and no one knew his peril but his companion and Bard Stefan. Knowing Keldar, it would be hours before she could return to the tale, perhaps not even until tomorrow. Keldar was adept at finding ways to keep Talia from even the little reading she was grudgingly allowed. Nevertheless, Keldar was first wife. Her voice ruled the steading, to be obeyed in all things, or suffer punishment for disobedience. Talia responded to the summons as dutifully as she could. She put the little book carefully away in the covered basket that held carded and uncarded wool and her spindle. The peddler who had given it to her last week had assured her many times that it was worthless to him, but it was still precious to her, as one of the 3 books she owned, and, more importantly, the only one she'd never read before. For an hour this afternoon, she'd been transported to the outside world of heralds and companions, of high adventure and magic. Returning to the ordinary world of chores and Keldar's sour face was a distinct letdown. She schooled her expression with care, hoping none of her discontent showed, and trudged dully up the path that led to the steading, carrying her basket in one hand. But she had the sinking feeling as she watched the first wife's hardening expression that her best efforts were not enough to mislead Keldar. Keldar noted the signs of rebellion Talia displayed despite her obvious effort to hide them. The signs were plain enough for anyone with the first wife's experience in dealing with littles. The slightly dragging feet, the sullen eyes. Her mouth tightened imperceptibly. 13 years old, and still fighting the yoke the gods had decreed for her shoulders. Well, that would change, and soon. Soon enough, there would be no more time for foolish tales and wasted time. "Stop scowling, child," Keldar snapped, her thin lips taut with scorn. "You're not being summoned for a beating." Not that she hadn't warranted a beating to correct her attitude in the past. Those beatings had done precious little good, and had drawn the feeble protests of her husband's mother. But it was the will of the gods that children obey, and if it took beating to drive them into obedience, then one would beat them with as heavy a hand as required, and pray that this time the lesson was learned. It was possible that she, Keldar, had not possessed a hand heavy enough. Well, if that were indeed the case, that situation would be corrected soon as well. She watched the child trudge unwillingly up the path, her feet kicking up little puffs of dust. Keldar was well aware that her attitude where Talia was concerned was of a harshness that bordered on the unfair. Still, the child drove her out of all patience. Who would ever have imagined that so placid and bovine a creature as Bessa could have produced a little scrap of mischief like this? The child was like a wild thing sometimes, intractable and untamable. How could Bessa have dared to birth such a misfit? And who would have thought that she'd have had the poor taste to die of the birthing and leave the rearing of her little to the rest of the wives? Talia was so unlike her birth mother that Keldar was perforce reminded of the stories of changelings. And the child had been born on Midsummer's Eve, a time long noted for arcane connections. She as little resembled the strong, tall, blond man who was her father as her plump, fair, deceased mother. But no, that was superstition, and superstition had no place in the lives of Holderkin. It was only that she had double the usual share of stubbornness. Even the most stubborn of saplings could be bent, or broken. And if Keldar lacked the necessary tools to accomplish the breaking and bending, there were others among the Holderkin who suffered no such lack. "Get along, child," she added, when Talia didn't respond immediately. "Or do you think I need hurry your steps with a switch?" "Yes, Mom. No, Mom," Talia replied in as neutral a voice as she could manage. She tried to smooth her expression into one more pleasing to her elder, even as she smoothed the front of her tunic with a sweaty, nervous palm. "What am I being summoned for?" she wondered apprehensively. In her experience, summonings had rarely meant anything good. "Well, go in! Go in! Don't keep me standing here in the doorway all afternoon!" Keldar's cold face gave no clue as to what was in store. Everything about Keldar, from her tightly wrapped and braided hair to the exact set of her apron, gave an impression of one in total control. She was everything a first wife should be, and frequently pointed this out. Talia was always intimidated by her presence, and always felt she looked hoydenish and disheveled, no matter how carefully she'd prepared herself for confrontations. In her haste to edge past the authoritative figure of the first wife in the doorway, Talia stumbled a little on the lintel. Keldar made a derogatory noise in the back of her throat, and Talia felt herself flush. Somehow there was that about Keldar that never failed to put her at her faultiest and clumsiest. She regathered what little composure she had and slipped inside and into the hall. The windowless entryway was very dark. She would have paused to let her eyes adjust except for the forbidding presence of Keldar hard on her heels. She felt her way down the worn, wooden floor, hoping not to trip again. Then, as she entered the common room and could see again in the light that came from its 3 windows, her mouth suddenly dried with fear, for all of her father's wives were waiting there, assembled around the rough-hewn wooden table that served them all at meals, and all of them were staring at her. 8 pairs of blue and brown eyes held her transfixed like a bird surrounded by hungry cats. 8 flat, expressionless faces had turned to point in her direction. She thought at once of all her failings of the last month or so, from her failure to remember her kitchen duties yesterday to the disaster with the little she was supposed to have been watching who'd gotten into the goat pen. There were 100 things they might call her to account for, but none of them were bad enough to call for an assemblage of all the wives. At least, she didn't think they were. Unless... She started guiltily at the thought. Unless they'd somehow found out she'd been sneaking into Father's library to read when there was a full moon, light enough to read without a betraying candle. Father's books were mostly religious, but she'd found an old history or 2 that proved to be almost as good as her tales, and the temptation had been too much to resist. If they'd found that out, it might mean a beating every day for a week and a month of exile, being locked in a closet at night and isolated by day with no one allowed to speak to her or acknowledge her presence in any way except Keldar, who would assign her chores. That had happened twice already this year. Talia began to tremble. She wasn't sure she could bear a 3rd time. Keldar took her place at the head of the table, and her next words drove all thought of that out of Talia's head. "Well, child," she said, scowling, "you're 13 today." Talia almost felt giddy with relief. Just her birthing day? Was that all it was? She took an easier breath and stood before the assemblage of 9 wives, much calmer now. She kept her hands clasped properly before her, eyes cast down. She studied the basket at her sturdily shod feet, prepared to listen with all due respect to the lecture about her growing responsibilities that they delivered to her every birthing day she could remember. After they were sure that she'd absorbed all their collective wisdom on the subject, they'd let her get back to her wool and, not so incidentally, her tail. But what Keldar had to say next scattered every speck of calm she'd regained to the 4 winds. "Yes, 13, Keldar repeated significantly, "and that is time to think of marriage." Talia blanched, feeling as if her heart had stopped. Marriage? Oh, sweet goddess, no! Keldar seemingly paid no heed to Talia's reaction. A flicker of her eyes betrayed that she'd seen it, but she went callously on with her planned speech. "You're not ready for it, of course, but no girl is. Your courses have been regular for more than a year now. You're healthy and strong. There's no reason why you couldn't be a mother before the year's out. It's more than time you were in a household as a wife. Your honoured father is dowering you with 3 whole fields, so your portion is quite respectable." Keldar's faintly sour expression seemed to indicate that she felt Talia's dower to be excessive. The hands, clasping the edge of the table before her, tightened, as the other wives murmured appreciation of their husband's generosity. "Several elders have already bespoken your father about you, either as first wife for one of their sons or as an underwife for themselves. In spite of your unwomanly habits of reading and writing, we've trained you well. You can cook and clean, sew, weave and spin, and you're trustworthy with the littlest littles. You're not up to managing a household yet, but you won't be called to do that for several years. Even if you go to a young man as his first wife, you'll be living in your husband's father's household, so you're prepared enough to do your duty." Keldar seemed to feel that she'd said all she needed to and sat down, hands folded beneath her apron, back ramrod straight. Underwife Israel waited for her nod of delegation, then took up the thread of the lecture on a daughter's options. Israel was easily dominated by Keldar, and Talia had always considered her to be more than a little silly. The underwife looked to Keldar with calf-like brown eyes for approval of everything she said, nor did she fail to do so now. She glanced at Keldar after every other word she spoke. "There's advantages to both, you know, being a first wife and being an underwife. I mean, if you're first wife, eventually your husband will start his own steading and household, and you'll be first in it. But if you're an underwife, you won't have to ever make any decisions, and you'll be in an established household and steading. You won't have to scrimp and scant. There won't be any hardships. You won't have to worry about anything except the tasks you're set and bearing your littles. We don't want you to be unhappy, Talia. We want to give you the choice of the life you think you're best suited for. Not the man, of course." She giggled nervously. "That would be unseemly, and besides, you probably don't know any of them anyway." "Israel!" Keldar snapped, and Israel shrank into herself a little. "That last remark was unseemly and not suited to a girl's ears. Now, child, which shall it be?" Goddess, Talia wanted to die, to turn into a bird, to sink into the floor, anything but this. Trapped. She was trapped. They'd marry her off and she'd end up like Nada, beaten every night so that she had to wear high-necked tunics to hide the bruises, or she'd die like her own mother, worn out with too many babies too quickly. Or even if the impossible happened, and her husband was kind or too stupid to be a danger, her real life, the tales that were all that made living worthwhile, would all but disappear. For there would be no time for them in the never-ending round of pregnancy and a wife's duties. Before she could stop herself, Talia blurted out, "I don't want to be married at all!" The little rustlings and stirrings of a group of bored women suddenly ceased, and they became as still as a row of fence posts, all with disbelief on their faces. 9 identical expressions of shock and dismay stared at Talia from the sides of the table. The silence closed down around her, like the hand of doom. "Talia, there," a soft voice spoke behind her, breaking the terrible silence, and Talia turned with relief to face Father's mother, who had been sitting unnoticed in the corner. She was one of the few people in Talia's life who never seemed to think that everything she did was wrong. Her kind, faded blue eyes were the only ones in the room not full of accusation. The old woman smoothed one braid of cloud-white hair with age-spotted hands in unconscious habit as she continued. "May the Mother forgive us, but we never thought to ask you. Have you a vocation? Has the goddess called you to her service?" Talia had been hoping for a reprieve, but that, if anything, was worse. Talia thought with horror of the one glimpse she'd had of the temple cloisters, of the women there who spent their lives in prayer for the souls of the Holderkin, the utterly silent women who went muffled from head to toe, forbidden to leave, forbidden to speak, forbidden life, had horrified her. It was a worse trap than marriage. The very memory of the cloisters made her feel as if she was being smothered. She shook her head frantically, unable to talk around the lump in her throat. Keldar rose from her place with the scrape of a stool on the rough wooden floor and advanced on the terrified child, who was as unable to move as a mouse between the paws of a cat. Keldar took her shoulders with a grip that bruised as it made escape impossible and shook her till her teeth rattled. "What's wrong with you, girl?" she said angrily. "You don't want an honorable marriage? You don't want the peace of the goddess? What do you want?" "All I want is to be left alone," Talia thought with quiet desperation. "I don't want anything to change." But her traitorous mouth opened again and let the dream spill. "I want to be a herald," she heard herself say. Keldar released her shoulders quickly. with a look of near horror, as if she'd discovered she'd been holding something vile, something that had crawled out of the midden. You! For once, the controlled Keldar was at a loss for words. Then,
"Now you see what comes of cuddling a brat,"
she said, turning on Father's mother in default of anyone else to use as a scapegoat.
"This is what happens when you let a girl rise above her place. Reading, figuring. No girl needs to know more than she requires to label her preserves and count her stores or keep the peddlers from cheating her. I told you this would happen, you and your precious Andrian, letting her fill her head with foolish tales."
She turned back to face Talia.
"Now, girl, when I finish with you—"
But Talia was gone. She had taken advantage of the distraction of Keldar's momentary tirade to escape, scampering quickly out the door before any of the wives realized she was missing. She fled the steading as fast as she could run. Sobbing hysterically, she had no thought except to get away. With the wind in her face and sweating with fear, she ran past the barns and the stockade, pure terror giving her feet extra speed. She fled through the fields as the waist-high hay and grain beat against her, and up into the woodlot and through it, following a tangled path through the uncut underbrush. She was seeking the shelter of the hiding place she'd found, a place that no one else knew of. There was a steep bluff where the woodlot ended high above the road. 2 years ago, Talia had found a place where something had carved out a kind of shallow cave beneath the protruding roots of a tree that grew at the very edge of the bluff. She'd lined it with filched straw and old rugs meant for the rag bag. She kept her other 2 books hidden there. She had spent many hours stolen from her chores there, daydreaming, invisible from above or below, so long as she stayed quiet and still. She sought this sanctuary now, and scrambling over the edge of the bluff, crept into it. She buried herself in the rugs, crying hysterically, limp with exhaustion, nerves practically afire, ears stretched for the tiniest sound above her. For no matter how deep her misery, she knew she must keep alert for the sounds of searchers. Before very long, she heard the sound of some of the servants calling her name. When they drew too near, she stifled her sobs in the rugs while her tears fell silently, listening in fear for some sign telling her she'd been discovered. She thought a dozen times that they'd found some sign of her passage, but they seemed to have lost her track. Eventually they went away, and she was free to cry as she would. Wrapped in pure misery, she hugged her knees to her chest and rocked back and forth, weeping until her eyes were too dry and sore to shed another tear. She felt numb all over, too numb to think properly. Any choice she made seemed worse than the one before it. Should she return and apologize, any punishment she'd ever had before would seem a pleasure to the penance Keldar was likely to devise for her unseemly and insubordinate behavior. It would be Keldar's choice, and her father's, what would befall her then. Any husband Keldar would choose now would be horrid. She'd either be shackled to some drooling old dotard, to be pawed over by night and to be a nursemaid by day, or she'd be given to some brutal younger man, a cruel one, with instructions to break her to seemly behavior. Keldar would likely pick one as sadistic as Eustace, her older brother. She shuddered as the unbidden memory came to her, of him standing over her with the hot poker in his hand and the look on his face of fierce pleasure. She forced the memory away, quickly. But even that fate would be a pleasurable experience compared to what would happen if they decided to offer her as a temple servant. The goddess's servants had even less freedom and more duties than her handmaidens. They lived and died, never going beyond the cloister corridor to which they were assigned. And in any case, no matter what future they picked for her, her reading, her escape, would be over. Keldar would see to it that she never saw another book again. For one moment, she contemplated running away, truly fleeing the steading and the Holderkin. Then she recalled the faces of the wandering laborers she'd seen at hiring fairs, pinched, hungry, desperate for anyone to take them into a holding. And she'd never seen a woman among them. The foolish tales she'd read made one thing very clear. The life of a wanderer was dangerous and sometimes fatal for the unprepared, the defenseless. What preparation had she? She had the clothing she stood up in, the ragged rugs, and nothing else. How could she defend herself? She'd never even been taught how to use a knife. She'd be ready prey. If only this were a tale. An unfamiliar voice called her name, a voice full of calm authority, and she found herself answering it, climbing out of her hiding place almost against her will, and there before her, waiting at the top of the bluff, a herald, resplendent and proud in her whites, her companion a snowy apparition beside her, mane and tail lifting in the gentle breeze like the finest silk. Sunlight haloed and hallowed both of them, making them seem more than mortal. She looked to Talia like the statue of the lady come to life, only proud, strong and proud, not meek and submissive. Behind the herald, looking cowed and ashamed, were Keldar and her father. "You are Talia?" the herald asked, and she nodded affirmatively. She broke out in a smile that dazzled her. It was like a sudden appearance of the sun after rain. "Blessed is the lady who led us here," she exclaimed. "Many the weary months we have searched for you, and always in vain. We had nothing to go on except your name." "Led you to me?" she asked, exalted. "But why?" "To make you one of us, little sister," she replied, as Keldar shrank into herself and her father seemed bent on studying the tops of his shoes. "You are to be a herald, Talia. The gods themselves have decreed it. Look, yonder comes your companion." She looked where the herald pointed, and saw a graceful white mare with a high arched neck and a knowing eye pacing deliberately toward her. The companion was caparisoned all in blue and silver, tiny bells hanging from her reins and bridle. Behind the companion, at a respectful distance, came all her sibs, the rest of the wives, and all the servants of the holding. With a glad cry she ran to meet the mare, and the herald helped her to mount up on the companion's back. While the hold servants cheered, her sibs stared in sullen respect, and Keldar and her father stared at her in plain fear, obviously thinking of all the punishments they'd meted out to her, and expecting the same now that she was the one in power. The sound of hoofbeats on the road broke into her desperate daydream. For one panicked moment, she thought it was another searcher. But then she realized that her father's horses sounded nothing like this. These hoofbeats had a chime like bells on the hard surface. As the sound drew nearer, it was joined by another, the sound of real bells, of bridle bells. Only one kind of horse wore bridle bells every day, and not just on festival days. The magical steed of legend, a herald's companion. Talia had never seen a real herald, though she'd daydreamed about them constantly. The realization that she was finally going to see one of her dreams in actual fact startled her out of her fantasy and her tears completely. The distraction was too tempting to resist. For just this one moment, she would forget her troubles, her hopeless position, and snatch a tiny bit of magic for herself to treasure all her days. She leaned out of her cave, stretching as far out as she could, thinking of nothing except to catch a glimpse, and leaned out too far. She lost her balance, and her flailing hands caught nothing but air. She tumbled end over end down the bluff, banging painfully into roots and rocks. The wind was knocked out of her before she was halfway down, and nothing she collided with seemed to slow her descent any. She was totally unable to stop her headlong tumble until she landed on the hard surface of the road itself, with a force that set sparks to dancing in front of her eyes and left her, half-stunned. When the grayness cleared away from her vision, and she could get a breath again, she found herself sprawled face downward on the road. Her hands were scraped, her sides bruised, her knees full of gravel, and her eyes full of dirt. When she turned her head to the side, blinking tears away, she found she was gazing at 4 silver hooves. She gave a strangled gasp and scrambled painfully to her feet. Regarding her with a gentle curiosity was, a herald's companion was hardly what one would call a horse. They transcended horses in the way that panthers transcend alley cats or angels transcend men. Talia had read and heard plenty of descriptions of the companions before, but she was still totally unprepared for the close-hand reality. The riderless companion was in full formal array, his trappings silver and sky blue, his reins hung with silver bridle bells. No horse in Talia's experience had that slender yet muscular grace, or could match the way he seemed to fly without taking a single step. He was white. Companions were always white, but nothing on earth could possibly match that glowing, living, radiant white. And his eyes. When Talia finally had the courage to look into those sapphire eyes, she lost track of the world. She was lost in blue, more vast than a sea, and darker than sky, and full of welcome so heart-filling it left no room for doubt.
Yes, at last, you. I choose you. Out of all the world, out of all the seeking, I have found you, young sister of my heart. You are mine, and I am yours, and never again will there be loneliness.
It was a feeling more than words, a shock and a delight, a breathless joy so deep it was almost pain, a joining, a losing and a finding, a loosing and a binding, flight and freedom, and love and acceptance past all words to tell the wonder of it. And she answered that love with all her soul.
Now forget, little one, forget, until you are ready to remember again.
Blinking, she came back to herself, with a feeling that something tremendous had happened, though she didn't know quite what. She shook her head. There had been, it was, but whatever had happened had receded just out of memory, though she had the odd feeling it might come back when she least expected it to. But for now, there was a soft nose nudging her chest, and the companion was whickering gently at her. It was as though someone were putting loving arms about her and urging her to cry all her unhappiness out. She flung both her arms around his neck and wept unrestrainedly into his silky mane. The feeling of being held and comforted intensified as soon as she touched him, and she lost herself in the unfamiliar but welcome sensation. Unlike her lone crying in her cave, this session of tears brought peace in its wake, and before too long she was able to dry her eyes on a corner of her tunic and take heed of her surroundings again. She let go of his neck with reluctance and took another long look at him. For one wild moment she was tempted to leap into his empty saddle. She had a vision of herself riding away, far away, anywhere, so long as it was away from here and she was with him. The temptation was so great it left her shaking. Then practicality reasserted itself. Where could she go? And besides,
"You've run away from someone, haven't you?"
she said quietly to the companion, who only blew into her jerkin in answer.
"I can't have you. You could only belong to a herald. She gulped.
There was a huge lump in her throat, and tears threatened again at the idea of parting with him. Never, ever in her short life had she wanted anything as much as the way she wanted to be his, and he hers. "I'll have to take you back to whoever you belong to." A new thought occurred to her, and for the first time that afternoon, hope brightened her for a moment as she saw a way out of her dilemma. Maybe they'll be grateful. Maybe they'll let me work for them. They must need someone to do their cooking and sewing and things. I'd do anything for Heralds. The soft blue eyes seemed to agree that this was a good idea. "They're bound to be nicer than Kildare. They're so kind and wise in all the tales. I bet they'd let me read when I wasn't working. I'd get to see Heralds all the time." Tears lumped her throat again. "Maybe they'd let me see you once in a while." The companion only whickered again, and, stretching his neck out, nudged her with his velvet nose toward his saddle, maneuvering for her to mount. "Me!" she squeaked. "I couldn't!" Suddenly, the reality of what he was and what she was came home to her. All very well to dream of leaping on his back, but in cold, sober reflection, the very idea that she, grubby and ordinary, should sit in the saddle of a companion shocked her. The enormous, vivid blue eyes looked back at her with a trace of impatience. One hoof stamped with a certain imperiousness, and he shook his mane at her. His whole manner said as clearly as speech that he thought her scruples were ridiculous. After all, who was going to see her? And now that she thought about it, it was quite possible that he had come from a goodly distance away. If she insisted on walking, it was likely to take forever to return him. "Are you sure you don't mind? That it's all right?" She spoke in a timid voice, unmindful of the incongruity of asking a horse for advice. He tossed his head impatiently, and the bridle bells rang. There was little doubt that he felt she was being excessively silly. "You're right," she said in sudden decision, and mounted. Talia was no stranger to riding. She'd done so every chance she could, often sneaking rides when no one was looking. She'd ridden every horse of an age to bear her weight, broken or not, saddled or bareback. She was the oldest of the littles on the holding, and hence the only one considered responsible enough to be sent to other elders with messages, or to the village on errands. She was usually a horseback at least once a week legitimately. She was generally found sneaking rides at least 3 or 4 times that often. But riding a companion was nothing like any riding she'd ever done. His pace was so smooth, a true little could have stayed in his saddle without falling, and if she'd closed her eyes, she'd never have guessed he was more than ambling along. Her father's beasts had to be goaded constantly to maintain more than a walk. Of his own volition, the companion had moved into a canter, and it was faster than the fastest gallop she'd ever coaxed out of any of them. The sweet air flowed past her like the water of the river, and it blew her hair back out of her face. The intoxication of it drove all thought of anything else clean out of her mind. It was as if the wind rushing past them had swept all her unhappiness right out of her and left it behind in an untidy heap in the center of the road. If this was a daydream, she hoped she'd die in the middle of it and never have to wake to the dreary world again. Chapter 2. Within a single candle mark, they were farther from her father's holding than Talia had ever been before. The road here ran parallel to the river. On one side of it was the steep bluff, crowned with trees and brush. On the other was a gentler drop-off down to the river. The river here was wide and very slow. Talia could see glimpses of the farther bank through the trees that grew at her edge of it. These trees were huge willows that made a living screen with their drooping branches. There was no sign of any human habitation. All she could hear was birdsong and the sounds of insects in the branches overhead and to either side. All she could see were the trees, and the occasional glimpse of the river, and the road stretching on ahead. Although she couldn't be entirely sure, Talia had a notion that the lands of the Holderkin were now all behind her. The sun was still relatively high, and its warmth was very pleasant, not harsh as it would be later in the summer. The road's surface was of some material she had never seen before, since she had never actually dared to venture down to the road itself even once in her life, and there was little or no dust. The scent of green growing things on the breeze was like wine to her, and she drank in every bit of her experience greedily. At any moment now, she might come upon the Herald this companion rightfully belonged to. Her adventure would be over, and it wasn't likely she'd ever get to ride a companion again. Every moment was precious, and must be stored away in her memory against the future. As candle marks passed and no herald, in fact, nothing more than a squirrel or two came into view, Talia began to fall into a kind of trance. The steady pace of the companion and the road stretching ahead of her was hypnotic. Something comforting, just at the edge of her awareness, lulled her into tranquility. She was lost in this trance for some time and only came back to herself when the setting sun struck her full in the eyes. Her anxieties and fears had somehow disappeared while she'd ridden unmindful of her surroundings. Now there was only a calm and a feeling of rightness about this journey, and a tentative feeling of excitement. But night was coming on fast, and she and the companion were still alone together on the road. The shape of the landscape had changed while she rode unaware. The double drop-off had leveled off, very gradually, so gradually that she hadn't noticed it. Now the woods and fields to her right were level with the surface of the road, and the road itself was only a foot or two above the lapping surface of the water. The river was a scant 2 horse lengths away from the verge of the road. The land had flattened out so much that Talia knew for certain she was no longer even close to the lands belonging to the Holder folk that lay on the border of the kingdom. "Are we going to travel all night?" she asked the companion, who cocked his ears back to catch her words. He woofed, shook his head, and slowed to a walk. Now she could hear the sounds that birds make only when they're preparing to roost. Quiet, sleepy little chirrups and half-calls. The companion seemed to be looking for something on the woodward side of the road. At least that was the impression Talia got. Just as the setting sun began to dye his white coat a bright scarlet, he seemed to spot what he was looking for. With no warning, he sped up and trotted right off the road and down a path into the woods. "Where are you going?" she cried. He just shook his head and kept to the path. The trees were far too thick on either side for her to even think of trying to jump off. The underbrush was thick and full of shadows that made her fears reawaken. She had no idea what might be lurking in the growth beneath the trees. There could be thorns there, or stench beetles, or worse. Biting her lip in vexation and worry, she could only cling to the saddle and wait. The path abruptly widened into a clearing, and in the center of the clearing was a small building, only a single room and windowless, but with a chimney. It was very clearly well-maintained, and just as clearly vacant. With a surge of relief, Talia recognized it from her reading as a Herald's way station. "I'm sorry," she said contritely to the ears that were swiveled back to catch her words. "You did know what you were doing, didn't you?" The companion only slowed to a stop, pivoted neatly before the door of the way station, shook his forelock out of his eyes, and waited for her to dismount. The tales she'd read were a great help here. Talia knew exactly what she'd find and approximately where to find it. She swung her leg carefully over the companion's back and slid slowly to the ground. Moving quickly, she discovered with a touch of dismay, wasn't possible. She'd never spent this much time in a saddle before, and her legs were feeling very stiff and a little sore and shaky. She knew that her first duty was to see to the needs of the companion, She unsaddled him quickly, and noticed with a start of surprise as she removed the bridle that it had no bit, being little more than an elaborate hackamore. There was no way that it could control him, not unless his herald had the strength of arm to wrench his head around by main force. It was a most peculiar piece of tack, and what it implied was even more peculiar. She stacked the tack carefully by the door of the way station, then lifted the latch and peered around inside. There was just enough daylight left for her to locate what she was looking for, a tinder box on a shelf just inside the door. She laid tinder and cautiously lit a very small fire in the fireplace, just enough to give light to see. With the interior of the way station illuminated, Talia was able to locate her second requirement, rags to clean the tack and a currycomb to groom the companion. He stood far more placidly than any of her father's horses while she groomed every last speck of sweat and dust from his coat. When she'd clearly finished with him, he cantered to the center of the clearing for a brisk roll in the grass. She giggled to see him drop his dignity and act so very horse-like, particularly after the way he'd been acting up until this point, almost as if it was he that was taking her to someone. She cleaned the tack just as carefully as she'd cleaned him, with a sensuous enjoyment of the leathery scent. She put it just inside the door where the dew wouldn't reach it. There had been 2 buckets next to the pile of rags. In the blue dusk, she hurried down to the river with them while she could still see. The companion came with her, weeds whisking his legs and hers, following her like a puppy, and drank his fill while she filled the buckets. The delightful feel of the cool water around her feet reminded her how grubby and sticky she was. There had been first her run through the woods, followed by the fall down the bank, then the long ride to ensure that she needed a bath. And part of the regime of any Hold child was an almost painful devotion to cleanliness. Talia was more used to feeling scoured than dirty, and fastidiously preferred the former sensation.
"You may be a companion," she told the watching stallion, "but you still smell like a horse, and now so do I. Do you think it would be safe to bathe here?"
The companion whickered, then took a few steps away from her and pawed with his hoof at the edge of the water, nodding his head as if to be certain she caught his meaning. She went to where he was standing and peered through the gathering darkness down into the water weeds.
"Oh!"
she cried delightedly.
"Soap-root! It must be all right then. Heralds wouldn't plant soap-root where it wasn't safe to bathe."
Without another thought, she stripped down to the bare skin. She started to pile her clothing on the bank, but changed her mind and took it into the water with her. It would probably dry wrinkled, but wrinkles were better than dirt. The water was sun-warmed, like silk against her bare skin, and the bottom here was sandy rather than muddy. She splashed and swam like a young otter, enjoying the sensation of being able to skin swim like a little, without wondering what Keldar would do if she caught her. It occurred to Talia that her bridges were all burned now, for certain sure. No female of marriageable age gone overnight without leave would ever be accepted back into the holding as anything but a drudge, and that only if the husband and first wife were feeling magnanimous. For one moment, Talia felt frightened by the idea, for after her performance of this afternoon, no one at the holding was likely to feel generosity on her behalf, but then her eyes fell on the luminous white form of the companion, waiting for her on the bank, and she decided that she should make up her mind not to care, not even a little bit. When she'd scrubbed herself and her clothing with clean sand and soap-root, and the air was beginning to feel chilly, she decided she'd had enough. The companion continued to follow her all the way back to the shelter, and once they'd reached their goal, he nudged her toward the door with his nose and whickered in entreaty. There was no doubt in Talia's mind as to what he wanted, and it no longer seemed odd to be taking her direction from him.
"Greedy," she chuckled. "Want your supper, do you? That should teach you not to run away, Rolan."
She paused then, and frowned a little in concentration. "Now where did I get that name?" she wondered aloud. She gazed at the moonlight-dappled companion, who stood easily, ears cocked forward, watching her. "From you? Is that your name? Rolan?" For a moment, she felt disoriented, as if seeing through someone else's eyes. It almost seemed as if she and something else were briefly joined as one. It was uncanny and yet not at all frightening. Then the moment passed. "Well, I suppose I have to call you something, no matter where the name came from. Just let me put my things up to dry and go back for the buckets, Rolan. Then I'll get supper for both of us." She poured a generous measure of grain for him, then took a fire-blackened pot she'd seen earlier to make a grain and fruit porridge for herself. Rolan finished his own portion before her porridge was done and moved closer to lie in the grass an arm's length off from her with every sign of content. Insects sang in the woods all around them, and leaves rustled slightly. The firelight shone on Roland's coat as she leaned up against the way-station wall, feeling oddly happy. "What I don't understand," she said to him, "is why you ran away. Companions aren't supposed to do that sort of thing, are they?" Roland simply opened his eyes wide at her and looked wise. "I hope you know where we're going, because I certainly don't. Still, we're bound to meet a herald sometime, and I'm sure he'll know what to do with you." The porridge looked and smelled done. She pulled the pot out of the fire with a branch and began to eat it with her fingers as soon as it had cooled enough. "It really is strange, you coming along when you did," she told him. "I expect I'd have been found before dark or gotten resigned to the situation and gone back to the holding myself." She regarded him with speculative eyes. "I don't suppose... You didn't come to rescue me, did you? No, that's ridiculous. I'm not a herald. I'm just Holder Ken, just strange Talia. Why would you want to rescue me? Besides, if you'd meant to rescue me, you would have brought your herald along, wouldn't you?" She sighed, a little sadly. "I wish I was your herald. I'd like to live like this always." Roland's eyes were closed, and his head nodded. Now that her stomach was comfortably full, Talia found her own head beginning to nod. The woods were very dark. The ground beneath her was very hard, and the interior of the way station looked very inviting to a girl who'd seldom spent a night out under the sky and never alone. "Well, if you're going to sleep, I'd better do the same." She banked the fire, covering the pot of porridge with the coals and ashes to keep the rest of it warm for breakfast, then pulled up armfuls of the long grass to use to fill the bedbox. It didn't take very long. Once she'd settled, Roland moved to lie across the door, almost like a guard dog. It seemed to her that she'd no sooner tumbled into it than she was fast asleep. She woke to the sound of birdsong with Roland standing in the way station beside the bedbox, nudging her shoulder. For one moment, she couldn't remember exactly where she was, confused with sleep. Then, with full awareness, it all came back with a rush. She jumped out of her nest of sweet-smelling grasses to hug Roland's neck, overwhelmed with thankfulness that it hadn't all been a dream. She ate her breakfast quickly, then cleaned herself and the shelter to the best of her ability. She buried the ashes of the dead fire with a little twinge of guilt. She knew that etiquette demanded that she replace the wood she'd used, but without an axe, that simply wasn't possible. She'd have felt a lot guiltier had it been midwinter instead of midsummer, and she'd really used very little of what seemed to be a plentiful supply. Once all was in as good order as she'd found it, she saddled Roland, and they trotted back to the road. The morning passed swiftly. Not only was every moment with Roland a delight and a treasure, but now there was more to see as well. The dense woods began to give way to cultivated fields. In the distance, she saw stock grazing, and once or twice a cottage, shaded by trees and cooled by ivy. Then, just after the sun crossed overhead, the road curved and dove down into a village set in a small valley. Talia couldn't help but stare about her with amazed eyes. This village was very different from the one she'd lived near all her life. The Holder folk wore nothing but somber colors, nothing gayer than a dull saffron. But here it seemed that everyone had a touch of bird-bright color about them. Even the shabbiest had at least a scarf or hair ribbon of scarlet or blue. Some, the look of them showing they were prosperous folk who needn't worry about soiling their clothing with work, were dressed entirely in colors. Even the houses were festive with bright designs on their whitewashed walls, and the shutters were painted to match. Those houses looked extremely odd to Talia. Why, they couldn't have held more than one man, his first wife, and a few littles. There was obviously no room at all for underwives and their littles. Talia wondered if each wife had her own house, then giggled at the unseemly but amusing notion of the husband running from house to house in the night, intent on doing his duty with each of his wives. The village itself, besides looking prosperous and well cared for, was also unenclosed, a startling sight to one who was used to seeing walls and stockades around inhabited places. She reined in Rolan at the sight of a man standing beside a small hut, positioned just at the verge of the road where it first entered the village proper. He looked as if he must be some sort of guard or official. He was dressed in garments of a bright blue that matched from boots to hat. He had a quiver of short arrows on his back, and Talia saw a crossbow leaning beside him against the wall of the hut. The sight of him alarmed her no small amount. In her experience, men, especially men in obvious positions of authority, were creatures to be feared. They held the power of life and death over the members of their families. They decreed the rewards of the obedient and the punishments of the rebellious. How many times had the elders or her father deemed it necessary that she be beaten or sent into isolation for far, far less than she'd done in the past 2 days? Too many times to count easily, for certain sure. There was no indication that this stranger might not order the same punishments for her now, or worse, send her back to the holding. Yet she was going to have to speak to someone. She'd been searching for nearly a day now and hadn't found any clue to where this companion belonged. He seemed to have a friendly, open face, and she took her courage in hand to address him. "Pray, excuse me, sir," she said politely, stuttering a little, "but have you seen a herald who's lost his companion?" Her question seemed to startle him, and he approached the two of them slowly, as if trying not to frighten her, leaving his crossbow behind, Talia noted with relief. "No, indeed, young miss," he replied. "Why ask you?" "I found this companion alone on the road yesterday," she answered hesitantly, still not sure she hadn't done wrong despite the fact that it didn't seem he was going to take her into custody or hale her before a council of elders just yet. "And it seemed to me I should take him back to whoever he belongs with." He measured her with his eyes. She found his scrutiny unnerving. "Where are you from, child?" he asked at last. "Since Holden, near Corridor, back that way." She waved vaguely back down the road in the direction she'd come. "Ah, older folk," he said, as if that explained something to him. "Well, young miss, there's only one thing you can do if you find a lone companion. You have to return him to the Herald Collegium yourself."
"Me?"
Her voice broke with alarm.
"The Collegium? By myself?"
He nodded, and she gulped.
"Is it very far?"
she asked in a near whisper.
"By ordinary horse. 3 weeks or more, depending on the weather. You're riding a companion, though, and a little thing like you would be hardly more than a feather to him. You should get there in 8 or 9 days, perhaps a bit more."
8 or 9 days?
She faltered. looking self-consciously down at her wrinkled, travel-stained clothing. In 8 or 9 days, she'd look like a tramp. They'd probably shoot her on sight for thieving Rolan away. His eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled, seeming to read her thoughts. "Now don't you worry, young miss. The Queen makes provisions for circumstances like these. Just wait right here." She didn't have much choice. Rolan seemed to be rooted to the ground. The man returned in short order with a pair of saddlebags, a brown wool cloak draped over one arm, and a small piece of metal in his hand. "Goodwife Hardax has a girl a bit older than you. There's a couple of changes of clothing she's outgrown in the left-hand bag." She attempted to voice a protest, but he interrupted her. "No arguments, young miss. I told you the Queen herself makes provisions for this sort of thing. We help you and we get half taxes next year, the whole village. The right-hand bag's got some odds and ends in it. Fire starter, comb and brush, things you'll need if your companion can't find a way station. Don't be afraid to use what's in the way stations either. That's what they're there for." He tossed the bags over Rolan's back, fastening them securely to the back of the saddle. "This cloak's good oiled wool. It should keep the rain off you, and this time of year it ought to be enough to keep you warm if the weather turns nasty. It's more'n a bit big, but that's all to the good. Means less of you will hang outside it. Ah, here comes the inn-master." A pleasant-faced, plump man came puffing up. He had a waterskin, a small pouch, and a dun-colored frieze bag with him. The wonderful meaty odors rising from the bag made Talia's mouth water, and her stomach reminded her forcibly that it had been a long time since breakfast. "I saw you didn't have a belt pouch, so I left word with Darrow that you might be needing one," the first man said. "People are always leaving things behind at the inn." "I just filled this bag with good spring water," the plump inn-master said, slinging it on one of the many snaffles adorning the saddle before she could say anything. "And there's an eating knife and a spoon in the pouch. Put it on now, there's a good girl. I've got more left behind eating tools than you could ever imagine. And these pasties ought to stay sound for longer than it'll take you to eat 'em, if I know the appetite of a growing child." He handed her the bag and wiped his hands on his apron, smiling. "Now, you make sure you tell people how good our bacon is. I have to get back to my custom." And he puffed off before she could thank him. "See this?" the first man said, holding up a little scrap of engraved brass. "When you get to the collegium, give this chit to the person who asks you for it. This tells them that we helped you along the way." He handed it to her, and she placed it carefully in her new belt pouch. "If you need anything, just ask people dressed the way I am, and they'll be sure to help you. We're part of the army, the road guards." Talia was all but incoherent with surprise at her good fortune. Not only had she not been punished or even scolded for her actions, not only had she not been sent back home, but it seemed that she was actually being rewarded with the opportunity to go where she'd never dared to dream she'd be allowed. "Thank you, right, lady. It just doesn't seem like enough just to say thank you." The guard chuckled, his eyes disappearing in the smile crinkles. "Young miss, it's us who'll remember you with thanks come tax time. Anything else you need?" Rolan seemed to think it was time they were on their way again and began moving impatiently off. "No, nothing," she called over her shoulder as he waved a casual farewell. Rolan quickly resumed his normal pace, and the village fell rapidly behind them, so quickly that Talia had only just realized that she didn't even know the name of the place or her benefactor when it was gone from view. "Oh, well," she said to Rolan, as she bit hungrily into a lightly spiced meat pie, "I'm not likely to forget the bacon of Darrow wife. Even Israel never made anything that tasted like this, not even for feast days." She looked with curiosity at the brass chit. It bore a number and the word Sweet Springs. "Sweet Springs," she mused.
That must be the town. I wish I knew what was going on. I've never read or heard anything about companions running away before, but he acted like it happens all the time. She passed through another village near to supper time. This one was much smaller than Sweet Springs had been, mostly a collection of houses and huts around a blacksmith's forge. It was apparently too small to warrant one of the blue-clad guards, but the people seemed just as friendly. They waved at her as she cantered past, bridle bells ringing, and didn't seem to find anything at all disturbing in the sight of a slightly grubby girl atop a herald's companion. Talia could not help contrasting their friendliness with the reaction she'd have gotten from older folk. At best, her own people would have stared, then coldly turned their backs on such unseemly behavior from a girl child. At worst, they'd have tried to stop her, tried to pull her from Roland's back to incarcerate as a thief. Once again, as night was about to fall, Roland found a way station. The road and the river had parted company not long since, but this shelter boasted a well, so they didn't lack water. Talia discovered among the odds and ends the guard had assembled for her a little box of soft homemade soap and a washcloth, as well as a currycomb and brush for Roland. When the moon rose, both of them were much cleaner. She decided, somewhat reluctantly, to save the pies for her midday meals and manage with porridge for the rest. Once again she fed the two of them, and fell soundly asleep in spite of the relative discomfort of the primitive way station. On the third day of the journey, Talia was sufficiently used to the novelty of riding companion back that she found her mind drifting to other things. The position of the sun would remind her that at home she'd have been at some particular task, and she found herself wondering what the holding was making of her disappearance. There wasn't anyone in her extended family she was really close to anymore, not since Andrian had been killed in a raid and they'd sent Vrissa as underwife to Old Man Fletcher. Of all her kin, only those two had ever seemed to really love her. Even Father's mother hadn't cared enough for her to stand up for her when she'd done something that truly enraged Keldar. Only those two had dared to brave the first wife's anger. Vriss acted covertly, smuggling forbidden meals when punishment included doing without dinner. Andrian had been more open, demanding she be allowed to do something or coaxing Father to forgive her sooner. It had been at Andrian's insistence that she was allowed to continue her reading, for as second son, his words had carried weight. And she and Vrissa had been closer than sibs, almost like twins in spite of the difference in their ages. Tears stung her eyes at the thought of Andrian, so gentle with her, protective, always with a smile and a joke to share. He had been with her such a short time. He'd been killed when she was only 9. She could still remember him clearly, looming over her like a sheltering giant. He'd been so kind and patient, so ready to teach her anything she wanted to learn. He was everyone's favorite, except for Keldar. Truly the goddess must have wanted him with her, to take him so young, but Talia had needed him too. They'd scolded her for crying at his wake, but it had been herself she had been crying for. And poor Vriss. She'd been terrified at the prospect of marriage to old Fletcher, and it seemed she had been right to be so fearful. The few times Talia had seen her at gatherings, she'd been pale and taut-looking, and as silent as one of the ladies' handmaidens. All the sparkle had been snuffed out of her, and nothing was left but the ashes. Talia shuddered. Vriss's fate could so easily have been her own. The companion's timely arrival seemed little less than miraculous in that light. As she rode, she found her hands itching for something to do. Never since she could remember had there ever been a time when her hands hadn't been filled with some task. Even her reading was only allowed so long as she was occupied with some necessary job at the same time. To have empty hands seemed unnatural. She filled her time with trying to take in as much of the changing landscape around her as she could, attempting to make some kind of mental map. Small villages appeared with greater frequency the farther she went toward the capital.
The apparent lack of concern people showed over her appearance had her baffled. One could almost suppose that the sight of a strange adolescent riding a herald's companion was relatively commonplace. The only answer seemed to be, as the guard had hinted, that this sort of thing happened all the time. But why hadn't her tales made any mention of this? Companions were clearly of a high order of intelligence. Look at the way he'd been caring for both of them all along this journey. Her first thought, that he'd run away like a common farm beast, was obviously incorrect. At this point there wasn't much doubt in her mind as to which of the two of them was truly in charge. The tales were all true then. Companions were creatures of an intellect at the least equaling that of their heralds. She weighed the little she knew of companions against her experiences of the past 3 days. It wasn't enough to help her. The Holderkin held themselves aloof from the heralds, forbidding the littles to speak of them, and dealing with them only when they must. Only the elders had any contact with them, and the little illicit gossip she'd heard had concerned only the heralds and their rumored licentiousness, not the companions. But if you had to draw conclusions, Rolan must have chosen to have her accompany him, for there was no question that he could have returned to the Collegium perfectly well on his own, and if that was the case, could he have purposefully selected her for some reason? Perhaps even arrived at the holding with the express intention of acquiring her and escorting her off to the capital? That was almost too like a fable. Talia simply couldn't believe that something like that was possible. Not for her. For some mage-gifted youth like Vanyl, perhaps, but for a plain little girl of Holderkin? No one in his right mind would even consider such a possibility. Yet, the questions remained. Why had he appeared when he had? Why had he inveigled her into his saddle, and why of all whys was he carrying her off to the one place she wanted to go more than anywhere else on the earth or all 5 heavens? The puzzle was almost enough to make her forget her idle hands. When the 6th day of her journey arrived, she'd finished the last of the meat pies and had decided to make a test of the instructions the guard had given her. Perhaps she would learn more from the next guard, now that she knew that there was far more going on than she had any hope of puzzling out for herself. The next village, perhaps, would hold the answers. Chapter 3. Toward nooning, she found they were approaching the outskirts of a very good-sized village. It lay in a little valley, well-watered and green with trees. Like the others Talia had seen, the shops and houses were colorfully painted with bold trim and shutters in blues, reds, and yellows. The bright colors contrasted cheerfully with the white plaster of the walls and the gold of fresh thatching. The scene was so unlike a faded gray holding that it might well be in another land altogether. In the distance, Talia could clearly see another guard shelter. It appeared diminutive, in contrast to the 2- and 3-storied buildings that stood near it. This was the first such shelter she had seen since early morning. It appeared that as she drew closer to the center of Valdemar, the overt presence of the road guard decreased. It seemed that this was the logical place for her to attempt to learn what this mystery was about and to reprovision herself at the same time. The guard shelter was placed in the deep shade of an enormous tree that completely overshadowed the road. Of all the buildings around, it alone was not brightly painted. Rather, it was of plain wood, stained a dark brown. As they neared, Talia saw movement in the shadows, but the bright sun prevented her from seeing the guard clearly at first. Her mouth fell open in amazement when she saw that the guard who emerged from the shade was a woman, and one who wore a uniform identical in every respect to the first guard's. For one bewildered moment she thought that she must surely be mistaken. Certainly the idea was preposterous. She shook her head to clear her eyes of sun-dazzle and looked again. The guard was a woman. Impossible as it seemed, there was no mistaking the fact that women seemed to be part of the army as well as men. Before she could collect herself, the guard had walked briskly to where they had halted and was standing at Roland's head. "Well a day!" she exclaimed before Talia could think what to say. "This is Roland, isn't it?" She patted his neck as he nuzzled her graying black hair. She laughed and slapped his nose lightly, then bent to examine some marks that Talia had noticed earlier on the saddle. "It certainly is. You've been a long time out, my lord," she continued, clearly speaking to the horse. "I certainly hope it's been worth it." Roland lipped her sleeve playfully, and she laughed again. "Now," the guard turned her attention to Talia, squinting a little in the noon sun. "What can I do for you, young miss?" Talia's confusion was doubled. However could she have guessed this companion's name? And Roland was hardly common. To have thought of it purely by accident, all on her own, it seemed to hint at a great deal more than coincidence. "His name really is Roland," she blurted, then hung her head, blushing furiously at her own rudeness. "I'm sorry," she said to the pommel of the saddle. "I don't understand what's been happening to me. The guard in Sweet Springs said other guards could help me." "Sweet Springs?" The woman was plainly surprised. "You're a long way from home, childing." "I guess I am," Talia replied faintly, watching the guard out of the corner of her eye. The guard studied Talia as well, and the girl thought she must be appraising what she saw. Talia was wearing her original clothing, after doing her best to wash the worst of the travel stains from it and keep it from drying with too many wrinkles in it. The loaned outfits had been of a heavier weight than was comfortable, riding all day in the sun, and at any rate she hadn't felt quite at ease in them. Once everything had been worn once, it had seemed better to try and clean her own gear and return to it. Now she was glad she had. The guard seemed to recognize exactly what she was just by the cut of it. "Older folk, aren't you?" There was ready sympathy in her voice. "Huh. I've heard a bit about them. I'll bet you are confused, you poor thing. You must feel all adrift. Well, you'll find out what this is all about soon enough, trust me. They'll set you right at the collegium. I'd try and explain, but it's against the rules for me to tell you if you don't already know, which is probably just as well. You'd probably end up more confused than ever. As to how I knew this was Roland, well, everybody on road guard duty knew he'd gone out. All his tacks marked with his sigil, just like every companion. See?" She pointed to the marks she'd looked at, carved into the leather of the saddle skirting. Now that Talia knew what those marks meant, she could see they were a contracted version of Roland's name. "Now, how can I serve you?" "I'm afraid I need some provisioning," Talia said apologetically, half expecting a reproof. "They gave me some lovely mate pies. I did try to make them last, but—" "How long ago was that?" the woman interrupted. "4 days," Talia replied, shrinking away a little. 4 days? Hellfire! You mean you've been stretching your food for that long? What have you been eating? That dried horse crap they keep in the way stations?" Talia's expression must have said plainly that that was exactly what she'd been doing, as the guard's mouth twisted a little and she tightened her lips in annoyance. "Roland," she said sternly, a no-nonsense tone in her voice, "you are letting this poor childing off your back for an hour, you hear me? You know damn well you can make up the time, and she needs a decent meal inside her before she comes down with flux or something worse. Then where would you be?" Roland snorted and laid his ears back, but he didn't move off when the woman reached up to hand Talia out of the saddle. Talia slid down, feeling awkward under the eyes of the guard, gawky and untidy, and once off Roland, uneasy. Rolan followed close on their heels as the guard led Talia by the hand to the inn at the center of the village.
"I suppose the guard back at Sweet Springs was a male,
she asked wryly, and the woman nodded a bit at Talia's shy assent.
"Just like a man. Never once thinks you might be more frightened by all this than excited. Never once thinks you might not know the rules. Totally forgets that you may be chosen, but you're also just a child. And you're no better, Rolan," she added over her shoulder. "Men."
The companion only tossed his head and made a sound that sounded suspiciously like a chuckle. The inn was a prosperous place, with tables placed outside in the shade of a huge golden oak that grew in the very center of its courtyard. There were a fair number of folk eating and drinking at those tables already. The guard sat Talia down at one of these tables that was still unoccupied and bullied the serving maid into bringing an enormous meal. She ordered Talia in tones that brooked no disagreement to tuck into that food. Talia did so, suddenly realizing how hungry she'd been the past few days, while the guard vanished somewhere. She returned just as Talia finished the last crumb, carrying the saddlebags that had been fastened to Rolan's saddle and which now fairly bulged at the seams. She sat down beside Talia, straddling the bench, and laid the bags between them. "I've replaced your clothing. It's older folks' style and colors. Some of the younglings around here wear that sort of thing for heavy work. I know you'll feel more comfortable in that kind of outfit, and this way people will know when they look at you that you're not used to being out in the big world. Hopefully they'll realize that you're going to be confused." Talia started to protest that this wasn't necessary, but the stern look the guard gave her made her fall silent again.
"There are enough changes there to get you to the collegium without you having to wash it yourself. Innkeeper's bringing you some way food. I told him no wine. That right?"
At Talia's affirmative nod, she continued,
"Don't stint yourself. You're still a-growing, and you don't want to be falling ill. Don't eat that crap they keep at the way stations. That's supposed to be for the companions and dire emergencies, no matter what that lazy lout at Sweet Springs told you. I'll tell you, the emergency would have to be pretty damn dire before I'd stomach that stuff. You stop every day for a hot nooning, unless there are no towns. That's an order. Here's your town chit," she said, handing another scrap of brass to Talia, who put it safely in her pouch. "Frankly, if it weren't for the damn rules, I'd keep you here overnight, so's I'd know you'd gotten a hot bath and a proper bed, but never mind. You'll have to stop once more for way food. Try Kettlesmith. The day guard there's an old friend of mine. She knows about older folk, and she knows children. She'll make sure you're all right. Ready to go?"
Talia nodded dumbly. This woman had all the brisk efficiency of Keldar, with none of Keldar's coldness. She had taken charge of everything so quickly that Talia's head spun, and it seemed, at least, that she was concerned that Talia was all alone on the road. Having someone concerned for her well-being was a strange sensation. Talia might almost have suspected an ulterior motive, except that the guard was so open and honest. If there was anything to be wary of in her manner, Talia couldn't read it.
"Good enough. Off you get."
She gave Talia a gentle shove toward the edge of the court where Rolan was waiting, surrounded by children. They were all vying for the chance to pet him or feed him a choice tidbit, and he seemed to Talia's eyes to be wearing a very smug, self-satisfied expression. The guardswoman gave Talia a boost into the saddle, refastened the saddlebags to the cantle and the bags brought by the innkeeper to the snaffles at the front skirting, and gave Rolan a genial smack on the rump to send them on their way. It wasn't until they were far down the road that Talia realized that she hadn't yet had a single one of her questions answered. At least, not directly. Indirectly, though, now that she thought about it, there had been some information there. The guardswoman had mentioned rules about journeys like this. That implied that they were commonplace. And she'd spoken to Rolan as she would have to a person, That implied that Rolan was as remarkable as legends claimed, and that his actions involving Talia were planned and intentional. So that meant that there was something that the companion intended for her to be doing, but what? To have only bits of information was as maddening as having only half a book, but some of that information was beginning to make a pattern. All right, it was time to try putting more of this together. The 3 books Talia owned always, now that she thought about it, referred to companions as having some kind of magical abilities, a mystical bond with their heralds. There had been an implication, especially in Vanya's tale, that companions could communicate sensibly with their heralds and vice versa. The guard had spoken to Rolan as if he were a person, actually as if he had taken charge of Talia. That bore out the feeling that Talia had had ever since the first day, that it was Rolan who knew where they should be going and what they should be doing. Rolan had given every evidence of understanding what the guard had said to him. For that matter, he seemed to react to everything Talia said in the same way. He was the one who found the way stations every night. He was the one who plainly guarded her. He was the one who knew the way back to the Collegium. The guard had said as much. It followed that he'd really had a purpose in being where she had encountered him. The guard had said he'd been out a long time, and that purpose involved her. There was no getting around it. The question was, why? Was it, dared she think, he might have been looking for someone to be tested as a herald candidate? She had no notion of how heralds actually became heralds, except that they had to undergo strenuous training at the Collegium. Only Vanya's tale had mentioned early on that he nearly hadn't had the courage to take up the task. The tale had made no mention of how he'd been picked, and all she knew of heralds from hold gossip was that they were supposedly monsters of moral depravity, wanton and loose, indulging in sensuous, luxurious, orgiastic behavior. She had suspected most of this was spite and sheer envy, especially since heralds gave short shrift to hold ideas of a woman's inferiority and proper place in life, and they answered to no authority but that of the monarch and each other. That there were women in the guard had come as a surprise, but since her first book had been The Quest of Sun and Shadow, Talia had long been aware that there were women as heralds who held equal position with the men. That freedom was one of the reasons she'd longed to become one. Did she dare to dream that might happen now? Just when Talia thought she might be getting used to the surprises of her journey, she was taken unawares again. The guard at Kettlesmith was not only another woman, but was one bearing obvious battle scars, with a peg of wood replacing one leg from the knee down. She told Talia, quite offhandedly, that she'd lost the rest of the leg to a wound she'd taken in the last war. The idea of a woman being in battle was so foreign to Talia's experience that she was in a half-daze all through her meal, and until she reached the outskirts of town afterward. It was only meeting with the herald that shocked her out of it. The road led down into a wooded valley, still and cool. The trees were mostly pines, and Roland's hooves crushed the needles that had collected on the road's surface so that they traveled in a cloud of crisp scent. They were well inside the wood itself and out of sight of habitation within a few moments. Finally, in the heart of the wood the road they'd been on met with another. There was a crossroads there. Talia didn't even notice that there was someone approaching on the other road, under the shadows of the trees, until an exclamation of startlement jarred her out of her trance. She looked up, starting out of her daze. Facing her, she saw not more than 4 or 5 paces away, and his astonishment written plain on his face. A white-clad man on a cloud-white mare. It was a herald, a real herald, mounted on his companion. Talia bit her lip, suddenly feeling a chill of fear. Even after all she'd been told, she still wasn't entirely sure she was doing right. Now she was for it. There was no disguising that Rolan was a companion and that she wasn't any kind of a herald. If she was to find herself in trouble, this encounter would bring it. She was conscious of an odd little disappointment, though, under all her apprehension. Somehow it didn't seem quite proper for a herald to be so homely. For the young man now approaching was just that, carrying himself with all the authority of his office, poised, collected, yes, obviously sure of himself and every inch the herald, but still almost ugly. He certainly was nothing like the beautiful Vanyel or the angelic sun-singer of the tales. His voice made up for it, though. "By the hand of the lady, Rolan, as sure as I stand here." The words were melodious and unexpectedly deep. "By all the gods, you've finally chosen." They told me to take him back to the Collegium, my lord," Talia stuttered with nervousness, keeping her eyes down as was proper for a girl speaking to a man of rank and waiting for the axe to fall. "I didn't know what else to do, and they all seemed so sure."
"Whoa! You're doing the right thing, exactly right." He cut her torrent of explanation short. "You mean you don't know?" "No, of course you don't, or you wouldn't be acting like I'd caught you with your hand in my belt pouch."
Talia looked up for a second, bewildered by his words. He didn't speak anything like the heralds in her tales, either. He had almost sounded like Andrian for a moment. She looked to see if his eyes looked like Andrian's too, but glanced hastily back down to the pommel when he tried to meet her gaze. He chuckled, and out of the corner of her eye she could see that his expression was of gentle good humor.
"It's quite all right. You're doing exactly as you should. Keep straight on the road you're on, and you'll be at the capital before dinner. Anyone there can direct you to the Collegium. Hellfire Rolan knows the way better than anyone else. You won't get lost. I wish I could tell you what's going on, but it's against the rules. You have to be told the whole of it at the Collegium. Otherwise, you'd be getting all kinds of stories about what all this means, and you'd be taking days to get straightened out afterward."
But she was longing for someone, anyone, to explain this whole mess to her. It was like being caught in some kind of enormous game. Only she was the only one that didn't know the rules and was stumbling from square to square without knowing why or where she was going. If anyone knew the whole truth, it would obviously be a herald. And the kindness in his eyes made her long to throw the whole tangle in his hands. How anyone so homely could put her in mind of Andrian, she had no idea, but he did, and she found herself drawn to him as she'd not been to any male since her brother's death.
"No buts. You'll find out everything you need to know at the Collegium. Off with you."
With that, he rode close enough to reach out and smack Roland's rump heartily, surprising the companion enough that he jumped and broke into a canter, leaving the herald far behind. Talia was so busy regaining her balance that she didn't notice the herald and his own companion galloping off into the trees on a course that would eventually bring them back onto the road considerably ahead of Talia. By the time she'd gotten over her startlement, the road was becoming crowded with other wayfarers, both going in her direction and in the opposite. Other riders, walkers, carts drawn by various beasts, pack animals. But although she craned her neck in every direction, there was no sign of other heralds. The crowd on the road was not quite like any other crowd Talia had ever found herself among. For one thing, it was loud. Older folk, kept their voices restrained at all times. Even the harvest fair gatherings at the height of bidding excitement hardly generated more than a buzz. For another, all these people wore their emotions, their personalities, plain to be seen on their faces. The faces of well-schooled older folk were closed, giving nothing away, and unlikely to display anything that would reveal their true feelings to one of their fellow creatures. The other travelers took little special notice of her for the most part. Rolan threaded his way among them with delicate precision, making far better time than most of their fellow wayfarers, although keeping a good pace didn't really seem to be a prime consideration for most of them. Talia was so involved in people-watching that she forgot to watch for the city. Then they topped a rise, and there it was. It was so enormous that Talia froze in fright at the sight of it. Once again, it was just as well that it was Rolan who plainly had charge of their journeying, or Talia would have turned him back along the way they'd come, bolting back to the familiarity of the hold. It sat in a river valley below them, and the view was excellent from the hilltop they'd just mounted. From here it could be seen that it had originally been a walled city, much as the hold villages were, but on a much bigger scale. With the passage of time and increased security, however, the city had been allowed to spread beyond the walls, spilling over them like water from the basin of a fountain. And like water, the spillage had followed certain channels, in this case, the roads. Within the walls, houses crowded together so thickly that all Talia could see were roofs. Within the first wall, there seemed to be a second wall, enclosing a few large buildings and a great deal of green, open space with trees in it. Outside the walls were more buildings, from single-storied huts to massive windowless places that could have held every structure at Sen's holding within their walls. These clustered all around the first wall, then trailed out in long arms that followed the paths of the roads and the river. Talia's eyes were drawn irresistibly back to that inner space of green and trees and a stone edifice that towered over all the rest. This surely was the palace and the collegium, but before Talia could be certain that this was indeed the case, Rolan's steady pace had brought them down past the point where the view was so clear. As they came closer to the area where the city dwellings began, Talia found herself assaulted on all sides by sound and noise. Hawkers were everywhere, crying their wares. Shopkeepers had people stationed by the doors, screaming at the tops of their lungs, extolling the virtues of the goods within the shops. Children played noisily in and around the crowd, often skirting perilously close to the hooves of the horses, donkeys, and oxen that crowded the street. Neighbors screeched gossip to each other over the noise of the crowd. From the vicinity of inns came voices loud in argument or song. Talia's head reeled, her ears rang, and her fear grew. And the smells! She was assaulted by odor as she was by sound. Meat cooking, bread baking, smoke, dung, spices, sweat of man and beast, hot metal, spilled beer. Her poor country-bred nose was as overwhelmed as her ears. They came to the gate in the first wall. There were guards there, but they didn't hinder her passage, though they looked at her with expressions she couldn't quite read, curiosity and something else. The wall they passed under frightened her even more. It was as tall as the rooftop of the temple back home. She felt terribly small and insignificant, and the weight of it crushed her spirit entirely. The noise and tumult, if anything, were worse inside. Here, the houses were multi-storied and crowded so closely together that their eaves touched. Everything began to blur into a confused muddle of sound, sight, and scent. Talia huddled in Rolan's saddle, unaware that she was drawing pitying looks from the passers-by, with her eyes so wide with fear in her pinched, white face. It was just as well that Rolan knew exactly where to go, for she was so frightened that she would never have been able to ask directions even of a child. It seemed an age before Rolan paused before a gate in the second inner wall. The gate was small, only large enough to admit a single rider, and closed, and the guard here looked her over curiously. Unlike the lighter uniform of the others, this man was clad in midnight blue with silver trimmings. He opened the gate and came forward as soon as he saw them, and Rolan waited for his approach. He smiled encouragingly at Talia, then drew close enough to read the little marks on Rolan's saddle and gave an exclamation of glee. "Rolan!" he cried with delight, seeming to forget momentarily about Talia's existence.
Finally! We were beginning to think you'd never find someone. There was even a bet on that you'd jumped the border. The collegium's been in a fine pother since you left."
He finally seemed to see Talia, nerves strung bowstring taut and white-faced.
"Your ordeal is almost over, childing,"
he said with real sympathy, even as she shrank away from him.
"Come down now, and I'll see that you get to where you need to go."
He aided her down out of the saddle as if she'd been a princess. No sooner had she set her feet on the ground than another uniformed person came to lead Rolan away. Talia watched them vanish with an aching heart, wondering if she'd ever see him again. She wished with sudden violence that she'd followed her first impulse and ridden him far away. Whatever was to happen to her? How could she have dreamed that she'd be of any significance to folk who lived in a place like this? The guard led her into the gray stone multi-storied building at the end of the path they walked. It was totally unlike any structure Talia was familiar with. Her heart was in her shoes as they entered a pair of massive, brass-inlaid wooden doors. Never had she seen anything to equal the work in those doors, and that was just the beginning of the wonders. She was feeling worse by the minute as she took in the grandness of her surroundings. The furnishings alone in just one of the many rooms they passed would have exceeded the combined wealth of the entire holding. Not even the temple-high sanctuary was this impressive. She would have bolted, given a moment to herself, except that after the first few minutes, she was well and truly lost. At last, he brought her to a room much smaller than many of the ones they'd passed, about the size of a large pantry, though no less rich than the rest of the building.
"Someone will be with you in just a few moments, youngling," he said kindly, relieving her of her town chits. "You're among friends here, never doubt it. We've been waiting for you, you know. You and Rolan were a welcome sight to these eyes."
When she didn't respond, he patted her carefully on the head.
"Don't worry. No one is going to harm you. Why, I have little ones nearly your age myself. Make yourself comfortable while I let the proper people know you're here."
Make herself comfortable? How? In a room like this? She finally chose a leather-padded chair as the one she was least likely to damage and sat on it gingerly. In the silence of the unoccupied room, she began to lose her fear, but her discomfort grew as the fear faded. Surrounded by all this luxury, she was acutely aware of the fact that she was sticky, damp with nervousness, smelt faintly of horse, and was dressed in the kind of fabrics they probably made grain bags out of here. She was also painfully aware that she was only 13 years old. When she'd been with Rolan, none of that had seemed to matter, but now, now she was all too aware of her shortcomings. How had she ever dared to dream she might become a herald? Never, never. Only people born and bred to surroundings like these could aspire to such a position. The guard had probably gone for some underservant to give her a bit of silver and send her on her way. If she was lucky, it would be someone she could talk into giving her a job. A miniature whirlwind burst into the room, interrupting her thought.
"Oh,"
said the girl, a little, of about 7, with chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a rather disagreeable expression on an otherwise pretty face.
"What are you doing here?"
For the first time since she'd seen the city, Talia felt back on secure ground. Littles were one thing she could handle. "I'm waiting, like I was told," she replied.
"Aren't you going to kneel?"
the child asked imperiously. Talia hid a smile. It was amazing how so simple a thing as having to deal with an obviously spoiled child made her feel so very much more confident. "Kneel?" she asked with mock astonishment. "Why should I kneel?" The child was becoming red-faced with temper.
"You're in the presence of the heir to the throne,"
she replied haughtily, the capital letters audible, her nose in the air, and her expression disdainful. "Really? Where?" Talia looked around her with an innocent face that covered inner mischief newly aroused by the child's pretensions. This little was about to receive the treatment her bad manners deserved. If she was the heir, well, someone was obviously not doing his job in training her, and if she wasn't, she deserved it for lying. "I don't see anyone like that."
"Me! Me!"
the girl shouted, stamping her foot, frustrated and angry.
"I'm the heir!"
"Oh, I don't think so," Talia said, thoroughly enjoying herself. "You're nothing but a little, having a temper tantrum, one that fibs a lot. I've read all about the heirs. The heir is always polite and gracious, and treats the lowest scullery maid like she was the queen's own self. You act like you'd treat the queen like the lowest scullery maid. You can't possibly be the heir. Maybe I should call the guard and tell him there's an impostor in here." The child's mouth opened and closed wordlessly with frustration and rage. "Maybe you're a fish," Talia added ingenuously. "You certainly look like one." The girl shrieked in anger and drew back one balled-up fist. "I wouldn't," Talia said warningly. "I hit back." The child's eyes widened in surprise. Then her face grew even redder with rage.
Oh!
"You said that already." At that, the girl gave an ear-piercing squeal, pushed over a small table that stood nearby, and ran out of the room before it hit the ground. Talia had expected her to do something of the kind and had sprung to the table's rescue, catching it before it was damaged and righting it with a sigh of exasperation. A dry chuckle came from behind Talia, who turned to see a curtain pushed aside and a tall, handsome woman in Herald's whites step into the room. Though she wore a long skirt with the thigh-length tunic instead of breeches, and the materials were clearly fine velvet and silk, she was no different in appearance from other heralds Talia had seen or heard about. Her face was triangular and strong rather than pretty. Her hair was bound in a knot at the nape of her neck and was the same golden color as ravel leaves in the fall. She had very penetrating, intelligent blue eyes, the same intense sapphire blue as a companion's. Talia started to scramble to her feet, but the woman gestured that she should remain seated. "Stay where you are, youngling," she said, as Talia resumed her place and continued to watch her shyly. "You've had a long and tiring ride. You deserve to sit on something that isn't moving for a while." The woman studied the child seated obediently before her and liked what she saw. There had been competence in the way that she had handled the heir's rudeness and temper. There had been enough mischief there to suggest a lively sense of humor, but at the same time this child had been clever without being cruel. That boded very well indeed for her future success. "Well, so you're Talia. I hope you don't mind the fact that I was eavesdropping, but I wanted to see how you'd handle her," she said with a hint of apology. "With a hairbrush to her behind if I had charge of her," Talia replied, almost automatically. The incident and the woman's obvious approval had put some of her fears to rest, and if Keldar exuded an air that always made Talia feel nervous and incompetent, this woman had the very opposite effect on her. "She's had precious little of that," the woman sighed, "and I fear
She's overdue for a good share of it.
She examined Talia more closely, and was even more encouraged by what she read in the child's face and manner. There was intelligence and curiosity in her large brown eyes, and her expression was that of a child blessed with an unfailingly sweet and patient nature. The woman guessed that she was probably a bit older than she appeared to be, perhaps around 13 or 14. The heart-shaped face, crowned by tousled brown curls, was very appealing. The sturdily built, well-muscled body showed that this child was no stranger to hard work. With every observation, it seemed as if Rolan had supplied the collegium with the precise answer to all of their hopes and prayers. "Well, that's tomorrow's problem," she replied. "I'm told you're the one Rolan brought back. Is that correct? Has anyone told you anything yet?" Talia was encouraged by the understanding in the woman's face. The encouragement she found there, and the unfeigned interest, and most of all the reassurance, caused words to boil up out of her without her even thinking about them.
"No, everybody seems to know what's going on but me," she blurted, "and nobody wants to explain anything."
The woman seated herself with a careless grace. "Well, now someone will. Why don't you tell me about what's happened to you from the beginning? I'll try to help you understand." Talia found herself pouring out the whole tale from the time Keldar called her into the house till this very moment. Before she'd finished, she was fighting back tears. All the doubts that had occurred to her were coming back. She had nothing to count on except the dubious possibility of their gratitude, and she fully realized just what kind of a hopeless situation she was in if the Heralds chose to turn her out.
"Please, you must know someone
In charge?"
"Yes, can't you please find me something to do here?"
Talia begged shamelessly.
"I'll do anything. Mend, wash, scrub floors."
She stopped, afraid the tears would come if she went on. How had she ever dared to dream she might join these magical people? They were as much above her as the stars. Dirk was right. "You haven't a clue to what's happened to you, have you?" the woman said, half to herself. Then she looked up, and Talia averted her own eyes from the intensity of her gaze. "Did you really mean what you said to the first wife, that you wanted to be a herald?"
"Yes, oh yes."
Talia was studying the hands clenched in her lap.
"More than anything. I know it's not possible, but I didn't know any better then. No one ever told me what this place was like, and I don't think I could have pictured it anyway. Since Holden isn't anything like this, I never could have guessed what I was asking. Please forgive me. I didn't mean any disrespect."
"Forgive?" The woman was astonished. "Child, forgive what? It's no disrespect to dream of becoming a herald, though it's not like the tales you know. It's work that is both dull and dangerous. If not one, then the other. Half the heralds never live to reach old age, and it's a life where you find you have very little time for yourself. It's a wonder that anyone wants the job, much less dreams of it as her heart's desire. A herald has to always consider her duty above all else, even her own well-being."
"That doesn't matter,"
Talia cried, looking up. "Why not? What does matter?"
"I'm not sure."
She groped for the words to express what, until now, she'd only felt.
"It's that heralds do things instead of complaining about them. Things that put people's lives back together, even if it's only settling a quarrel about a cow. And
she faltered.
"There's the companion."
Tears began to flow, despite her resolution, as she remembered with bright vividness the days on the road, and how, for once in her life, she hadn't been lonely. It might have been imagination, and yet it had seemed, at least, that Rolan had cared for her. Dared she think? Loved her? There was no doubt in her mind that she had loved him, and now he was gone, no doubt taken to the Herald he truly belonged with. "Oh, my poor child!" The woman reached out instinctively and gathered Talia to her to let her sob on her shoulder. Talia tried to pull away, fighting back the tears, even though she longed to relax on that comforting shoulder.
"I'm all over dirt,"
she sobbed.
"And you're in weights. I'll get you all grubby."
"There are more important things in life than dirt," the woman replied, holding her firmly, exactly as Vriss had done more than once. There was something almost as comforting about her as there had been about Rolan, or Vriss, or Andrian. Talia's reticence evaporated, and she cried herself out. When Talia was again in control of herself, the woman gave her a handkerchief to repair the damages with and said, "It's fairly obvious that, for some reason, you were never told of how heralds are chosen."
"Aren't they just born into it? Like being eldest son? I mean, all this."
"All this means nothing if you haven't the right makings. It is true that heralds are born to the job, since no one can learn to be a herald, but blood doesn't matter. No, the companions choose them." And it all came flooding back. That bright, joyful moment when she'd first looked into Roland's eyes. "I choose you," he'd said in her mind. She remembered it all now. The woman smiled at Talia's gasp, as all the little bits of the mystery suddenly assumed their rightful pattern. It usually happens that they don't have to go very far. It's a rather odd thing, but for various reasons, anyone who is of the proper material to be a herald finds his or her way to the city, the court, or the collegium more often than not. Sometimes, though, the companions have to go seeking their heralds themselves. There's one companion that always does this. Tell me, in the tales you read, did you ever come across the title, The Monarch's Own Herald?
"Yes,"
Talia replied doubtfully, still a little dazed with the revelation and the newly awakened memories.
"But I couldn't make out what it meant."
"It's a position of very special trust. It takes a very extraordinary person to fill it. Everyone needs someone to trust utterly, someone who would never offer false counsel, someone who could be a true friend in all senses of the word. The monarch needs such a person more than anyone else because she is so surrounded by those who have nothing but their own interests at heart. This is what the Queen's Own really is. The very fact of the Queen's Own's existence is one of the reasons this kingdom has had so little internal strife over the years. When a ruler knows that there is at least one person who can be utterly trusted and yet will always tell her the truth, it tends to make her more confident, more honest with herself, less selfish, and altogether a better ruler. The position of Queen's Own is a lifetime one, and the person to fill that position is always chosen by the companion of the last herald to hold it. When that herald dies, the companion leaves the collegium to search the kingdom for a successor. In the past reigns, that hasn't taken more than a day or two, and quite often he chooses someone who is already a herald or nearly ready to be made one. This time, though, it was different. When Herald Talia died, his companion was gone for nearly 2 months, something that hasn't happened in a very long time. Talia was so wrapped up in the story the woman was telling that she forgot her apprehensions. "Why?" she asked simply. The woman pondered Talia's simple question for a long time before answering it. The child deserved the best answer she could give, and an honest one. "Well, we think it has something to do with the current situation," she replied after long thought. "The heir has been badly spoiled. That's partly the Queen's fault. She allowed too much of her time to be taken up with politics and things that seemed important at the time, but in the long run were not. The child's nursemaid is from Out Kingdom and has given the girl a very exaggerated idea of her own importance. It's not going to be an easy task to make the brat into the kind of woman that deserves to sit on the throne. Talamir's companion had to roam far to find someone equal to it." "He did find someone, didn't he?" Talia asked anxiously. "He certainly did. He brought her to us today." She watched Talia's reaction carefully, knowing it would tell her a great deal about the girl. The child was completely incredulous. "Me? But, I don't know anything. I'm just a low-born farm girl. I don't fit. I can't talk right. I don't look right. I'm not anything you'd want." "You know how to handle a spoiled child. Talia, I will admit I was hoping for someone a little older, but, well, the companions don't make mistakes. You'll be close enough to Elspeth in age that you can be her real friend once you've tamed the brat. As for not fitting in, she's been too much cosseted by courtiers as it is. She could use a good dose of farm sense. Yes, and a good dose of country spanking if it comes to that. And for the future, if I'd had someone that I'd have felt easy in confiding in, gossiping with, I expect I'd never have wedded her father." She sighed.
"You? Her father? You're the Queen?"
Talia jumped to her feet, her eyes horrified, and the Queen did her best to stifle a smile at the look of utter dismay she wore.
"I've been getting the Queen all grubby."
She would have fallen to her knees, except that the Queen prevented it, insisting that she return to her seat beside her. "Talia, dear, the Queen is only the Queen in the throne room," she replied. "Anywhere else, I'm just another herald, and I'm a mother who needs your help very badly. I've bungled somewhere, and I haven't the skill to put things right. I think from what I've seen just in the past hour that you have, despite your tender years." She hoped that the child could read the entreaty in her eyes. "No one can force you to this. If you honestly don't feel equal to the task of being Queen's own to a woman old enough to have mothered you and to a spoiled little monster, we'll find someplace else here where you can be happy. I'll admit to you that this is a job I wouldn't want under any circumstances. You can say no, and we'll send Rolan out again. But I think his judgment was right when he chose you. Will you be a herald, Talia? And Queen's own?" Talia gulped nervously, still not certain that she wasn't victim of a terrible mistake. She opened her mouth, intending to say no, but once again her heart betrayed her.
"Yes,"
she heard herself saying.
"Oh, yes."
The Queen sighed, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you, Talia. Trust me, you won't have to bear this alone for a long, long time. You have too much you need to learn, so there will be many willing and able to help you. The most important thing is that you become Elspeth's friend, so that you can start to guide her. I may set my heralds hard tasks, but I try not to make them impossible." She smiled, a smile bright with relief. "Is there anything else I can tell you?"
"Could I," she swallowed a lump in her throat, "could I see Rolan once in a while?"
"See him? Bright Havens, child. He's your companion now. If you really wanted to, you could sleep in his stall."
"I can? He is? It's really all real?"
It was too much like a tale. At any moment now, Talia expected to find herself waking in her bed back in the attic of the steading. This couldn't be real. It had to be that she was dreaming. Yet, would a dream have included the feeling of being slightly grubby and the hard edge of the chair that was digging just the tiniest bit into her leg? She was forced to conclude that this was no dream. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and half-drunk with compounded relief and elation. She was going to be a herald. She really was going to be a herald like Vanyel and Shadow Dancer and all the others of her tales and legends, and not just any herald at that, but the highest-ranking herald in the entire kingdom. Best not to think about that for a moment. It was too much to really comprehend completely. She raised her eyes to meet the Queen's, dropping her Holderkin reserve and letting her happiness show plainly. "Yes, Talia, it's quite real." The Queen's eyes softened with amusement at the naked joy on the child's face. This girl was so self-possessed that it was quite easy to forget that she was only 13, until she herself reminded you. Like now, when she was all ecstatic child. It would not be hard to care for this Talia in the least, especially not at moments like this. Then she made the switch again, back to miniature adult. "Where do I start? What do I need to do?" "You start now." The Queen pulled a bell rope behind her to call the Dean of the Collegium, who had been impatiently awaiting the results of this interview. "As soon as Dean Elkarth gets here, he'll get you settled at the Collegium. As for what you need to do, you learn, Talia, and please." Her eyes were very sober. "Learn as quickly as you can. We need you more than you can guess." Chapter 4. The Queen's summons was answered immediately. Talia hadn't the faintest notion of what to expect, but her first glimpse of the diminutive man in Herald's whites that the Queen introduced as the Dean of Herald's Collegium gave her a feeling of intense relief. Dean Elkarth was a brisk, bird-like elderly man, scarcely taller than Talia. The wary unease she usually felt around men evaporated when she saw him. He was so like a snow wren, complete with the gray cap of hair to match a wren's gray crown, that it was impossible to be afraid of him. "So," he said, surveying Talia with his head tilted slightly to one side, his round black eyes bright with intellect, "this is our new herald in training. I think you'll do well here, child, and I'll be the first to tell you that I'm never wrong." He chuckled, and Talia responded with a tentative smile. He nodded slightly to the Queen. "Well, with your permission, Selene." "I leave her in your capable hands," the Queen replied. "Excellent. Come along with me, youngling. I'll show you about. Perhaps find someone to help you get settled in among us." He led her out the door and down the wood-paneled hall. Talia obediently fell in beside him. She was glad that he was nearly as small as she was. Otherwise she'd never have been able to keep up with him. The pace he set forced her to take 2 steps for every one of his just to match him. She watched him carefully, despite her earlier judgment. She had had too many nasty surprises in her life to wish another, especially not here, alone among strangers. He saw her wary, covert gaze and made note of it. Elkarth had been Dean of Herald's Collegium for decades. He had had plenty of practice in that time in assessing the newly chosen, and he hadn't missed a single nuance of Talia's behavior. The way she'd shrunk into herself before she'd gotten a good look at him told him more than she could possibly have guessed. The way she had blindly obeyed him told him even more. He mentally shook his head. She was obviously unaccustomed to taking the initiative. Something would have to be done about that. And this wild animal shyness spoke of abuse, mental and emotional, and perhaps physical abuse as well. Fortunately, she may have had her spirit bent, but it wasn't broken. Rolan would never have chosen her otherwise. He made another internal note. to discuss the Holder folk with the Queen. That this child had been left in ignorance of Companion's choice was criminal, and young Dirk had been right. The child was so withdrawn and reticent, it was scarcely to be believed. Women did not seem to evoke the reaction nearly so strongly as men. It almost seemed as if she expected blows and abuse from a man as a matter of course. It would take a very long time indeed before a strange man could win her trust. He made swift revision of his original plans. Until she was comfortable with what life here meant, it would be best for her mentors to be mostly female. Only Herald Terran was likely to be unthreatening enough that she'd lose her apprehension in his presence. Elkarth questioned Talia closely as they walked, keeping his tone carefully light and projecting a calming aura at her as he did so. The answers he got were highly satisfactory. He'd feared the child would be at best functionally illiterate. In reading and writing, at least, she was at a comparable level with most of the youngsters chosen at her age, and she had an incredible thirst for knowledge. So far as academics went, he was confident that all that would be needed would be to give her access to information and teaching, and she would do the rest without external prodding. In only one area was she frighteningly deficient. She seemed to know little or nothing of self-defense and weaponry. This was more than simply unfortunate. She'd have to learn to protect herself, and quickly. There were many in the heraldic circle who doubted that Telomere's death had been happenstance. He shared those doubts. A child alone, knowing nothing of self-defense, against those who had been able to make the death of an experienced herald seem due to simple old age, she was no opponent at all. She was so vulnerable, so very vulnerable. Such a fragile creature to carry all their hopes. Weapons Master Alberic was the only instructor capable of teaching her at any speed, and Alberic was likely to frighten her on appearance alone. He made yet another mental note to speak with the weapons master as soon as he'd left her in good hands. Alberic was no fool. Warned how shy she was, he would know how to treat her. Meanwhile, Elkarth continued his questions, even more alert to nuances of behavior than he had been before. There was no reaction she made that escaped him. Talia, for her part, was more than a little puzzled at Dean Elkarth's questioning, for it seemed to follow no pattern that she could see. He flitted from subject to subject so rapidly that she had no time to think about her answers and certainly was unable to anticipate his questions. Yet the answers she gave him seemed to please him. Once or twice he'd seemed very satisfied by what she told him. They traversed long, wood-paneled, tapestried corridors. Only the few that had exterior windows and gave Talia a glimpse of sun and trees allowed her any clue even of what direction they were taking. They passed at length through a pair of massive double doors.
"We're in the Collegium wing now. Heralds' Collegium, that is," Elkarth said. "There are 2 other collegia here associated with the palace, Bardic Collegium and Healer's Collegium. Ours is the largest, but that is in part because most of the academic classrooms are here, and we save space that way. Healer's has its own separate building. So does Bardic. The House of Healing is part of Healer's Collegium. You may have heard of it. Now, down this corridor are the classrooms. The first floor is entirely classrooms. The door at the far end leads to the court in front of the stables and the training grounds beyond that. Behind us, on the other side of the doors we just passed through, are the private quarters of the kingdom's heralds."
"Are all of them here?" Talia asked, overwhelmed by the thought of all those heralds in one place.
"Well, no. Most of them are out on their circuits, but all of them have at least one room here, some shared, some not, and those on duty permanently at the palace or the Collegium have several, as do those who have retired from active duty if they decide to stay here with us. There's a staircase behind this door here. There's another in the middle of the building, and a third next to the door at the end. We'll go upstairs now to the students' quarters."
The wood-paneled staircase wasn't as narrow as the ones at the holding, and a little window halfway up lit the stairs clearly. There was a door on the second landing, and the dean opened it for her.
"This is the dormitory section," he said.
Like the hall below them, it was paneled in some kind of dark wood, sanded smooth but not polished. The doors here were much closer together than they had been in the hall below, and the hall itself seemed oddly foreshortened.
"As you can see, this hall is a bit less than half the size of the one downstairs, since on the other side of that wall is the common room where all meals are served, and on the other side of that is the boys' section. We're standing in the girls' side now. The third floor is one room, the library and study area. The library is entirely for the use of students and heralds. You can go there any time you don't have classes or other tasks to do."
Elkarth smiled encouragingly as Talia's eyes lit.
"Just try to see that you spend a little time in eating and sleeping."
Just then, a small boy, wearing a uniform much like the guard had worn, but in light blue instead of midnight blue, came running up to Elkarth. He was trailed at a distance by a richly dressed but harried-looking middle-aged man. This was the first person not wearing some kind of uniform that Talia had seen since she'd arrived.
"Havens, what is it now?"
Elkarth muttered under his breath as the boy pounded up to them.
"Dean Elkarth, sir, it's the Provost Marshal, sir,"
the boy said in a breathless treble.
"I can see that, Levant. What's happened this time? Fire, flood, or rioting in the streets?"
"Some of all three, my lord Herald."
The Provost Marshal had plodded within hearing distance and spoke for himself as Talia tried to make herself invisible back against the wall.
"You know the Lady Fountain in Taylor's Court, the one that used to vent down a culvert to break Needle Street?"
"Your choice of words fills me with foreboding, my lord,"
Elkarth replied with a sigh.
"Used to?"
"Someone chose to divert it, my lord Herald, into the cellar-gathering room of John Hapkin's Virgin and Stars Tavern, which is, as you know,
the third-year bardic student's favourite place of illicit recreation. Yes, I know. This rather smacks of the unaffiliates, doesn't it? The plumb line and compass set."
"Partly, my lord."
"You fill me with dread. Say on."
"The bardic students took exception to getting their feet wet, my lord Herald, and took exception very strongly."
"And went hunting the perpetrators, no doubt?"
"Aye, my lord. I'm told that drum-beaters make fine cudgels, and there's a few among 'em that lately fancy walking about with carved staffs."
"Well, that covers the flood and the rioting in the streets. What about the fire?"
"Set by the bardic students, my lord, and the alley off Fivepenny. Seems the ones they blamed for the water had holed up in the Griffin's Egg and wouldn't come out, and someone gave them the notion to smoke 'em out. They lit a trash fire and fed the smoke in through the back door."
"Lord."
Elkarth passed his hand over his eyes, looking to Talia as if he had a headache coming on.
"Why take this up with me, my lord? So far, you need to speak to the parents and patrons of the unaffiliates involved, and the Dean of Bardic."
"The which I've done, my lord Herald. That's been taken care of."
"There's more? Lady, save me."
When all the hue and cry was over, and the gentlemen and ladies separated from one another, it was discovered that they'd had their purses lifted, one and all. The purses were found, intact, hanging from the trees in the cloister gardens. The ladies' priestesses never saw anyone put them there, of course, but several of the combatants remembered someone in the thick of all the pummeling that had been wearing heraldic student greys.
"Needless to say."
"Aye, my lord Herald. Only one student you've got that's able to pull that prank."
"Lord Dark and Lady Bright,"
Elkarth muttered, rubbing one temple.
"Hold on a moment, my Lord Provost Marshal. I have another bit of business I'll have to delegate, and I'll be right with you."
Elkarth looked around and spied Talia shrunk as inconspicuously as possible in the corner. Child.
This is unbearably rude of me, but I'll have to find you another guide for the moment," he said, putting his hand gently behind her shoulders and propelling her forward a little. The door to the common room opened, and a small group of young women, all dressed identically in grey, stepped into the hall. "And there," Elkarth said with satisfaction, "is just the person I was needing. Cheryl?" One of the young women, a tall, slender brunette with a narrow face and hazel eyes, turned at the sound of her name being called, smiled, and made her way toward them. "Sir?" she said, then looked curiously at Talia. "This is the young lady Rolan brought in," Elkarth replied. "She's from one of those border settlements that might just as well be out-kingdom, and she's very confused. She'll need lots of help in adjusting. Unfortunately, the Provost Marshal has some other business I need to handle. Would you
take her off your hands? Surely. Is she as badly off as I was?" The young woman's smile was infectious, and Talia returned it tentatively.
"Seriously, yes. Worse, in some ways," the Dean replied.
"Bright Havens, that bad? Poor baby." The young woman gave Talia another encouraging smile. "Well, we'll see what we can do for her. Sir, is the business skiff again?"
"It looks that way."
"Oh, Havens, doesn't he ever learn?"
"He does. He never does the same trick twice," Elkarth replied, fighting down a chuckle. "It isn't too bad this time. He's not the main perpetrator, apparently. He's more of a loose end. I think I can get him off easily."
"Well, I hope so. I like the little monkey."
"Don't we all? Except possibly Lord Orthalin. You will take good care of young Talia, won't you? I'm counting on you, since the Provost Marshal is beginning to look impatient."
"Yes, sir," she grinned. As she turned toward Talia, the grin became sympathetic. "The Dean knows I was in the same predicament as you are now when I first came. My people are fisherfolk on Lake Avendim, and all I knew was fish. You should have seen the saddle sores I came in with, and I couldn't even read and write." "I can read, and write and figure, too," Talia said shyly. "See, you're 3 better than I was to start with. Dean," she recaptured Elkarth's attention from wherever it had been wandering, "basic orientation with Terran tomorrow, sir?"
"Naturally. We've been holding the class until Roland returned. I'll arrange a schedule for her and leave it with Terran. And tomorrow I want you to take her over to the training grounds and let Ulbrich decide what he wants to do with her."
Cheryl looked from Talia to the Dean, a little surprised that the girl was being put into Ulbrich's class so quickly, and caught Elkarth's silent signal that he wished to talk more with her later. She nodded briefly, and Elkarth bid them both farewell, hurrying off with the harried Provost Marshal. She took a good look at the latest and most important of the chosen. The poor little thing seemed exhausted, shy, and rather worried, and was most certainly bewildered by all that had been happening to her. Cheryl was surprised by a sudden surge of maternal feelings toward the child. "Well, Talia, the first thing we need to do is find you a room and get you your uniforms and supplies," she said, hoping her casual tone would put the girl at ease. "How old are you, anyway?" 13, Talia replied softly. So softly Cheryl could hardly hear her. "That old? You don't look it," she said, leading the way. "I'll tell you what, though, it's not so bad being small. There aren't that many chosen that are your size, and at least you can count on getting uniforms that aren't half patches." "Uniforms? Like my outfit. Take a good look. It's identical to a Herald's, except that it's silvery grey instead of Herald's white, and the materials are a bit different. You see, wearing uniforms puts us all on an equal footing, and it makes us easy to identify as Heralds in training. Bardic and Healer's Collegia do the same. Full bards wear scarlet, and the trainees wear red-brown. Healers have their healers green, and the healers in training wear pale green. We wear grey until we've earned our whites. There are some students that don't belong to any of the collegia. They wear uniforms too, but they're pale blue. Officially, they're called the unaffiliates.
We call 'em the blues. There's all kinds. People learning to be something more than just simple clerks, ones that have talents for building things, highborns whose parents think they ought to have something to do besides choose new horses and clothing. She frowned for a moment in sudden thought, wondering how much to tell the girl about the blues. Should she frighten the child, perhaps needlessly, or should she leave her in ignorance of the intrigues going on all around her? It was hard to judge when the girl seemed determined to show an impassive face to the world. Cheryl knew she hadn't the ability of Elkarth to read someone, and this Talia might just as well have been a rock for all that she could judge of what might be going on behind those big eyes. She decided on a middle course. "You might want to watch out for them," she warned. "Both Bardic and Healer's Collegia are pretty careful about who they accept for training, and anyone in Grey's has been chosen by a companion, but the unaffiliated students have no selection criteria applied to them. All that's required is that they keep passing the courses they choose. A good half of the ones from the court circles are no better than well-born bullies, and there's one or two of them that are really nasty-minded. In your place, I try and stick close to other Greys in public places." She stopped and opened one of the doors at the very end of the hall. "Now, this will be your room." The little room revealed had scarcely enough space for the furniture: bed, desk, chair, bookcase, and wardrobe. It was obvious that, to Talia, however, it seemed palatial. No doubt she'd shared at least a bed with other girls, and very possibly had never had even a corner of a room to call her own before this. Cheryl slipped a card with Talia's name printed on it into a holder on the door and smiled at her expression. She sympathized completely. Before she'd been carried off to the Collegium by her own companion, she'd spent most of her life packed together with the rest of her family like salt fish in a barrel. Her summers had been spent on the boat, with nowhere to go for any kind of privacy. The winters were spent in a one-room longhouse with not only her own family, but the families of both her uncles as well. She sometimes wondered now how many managed to ignore the press of people long enough to ensure that the family name was carried on. "Do you like it?" she asked, trying to elicit some response from the child. Talia was overwhelmed. She'd slept all her life in a bed shared with two of her sisters in the barracks-like attic of the housestead. This room, now all her own, seemed incredibly luxurious in comparison. Cheryl seemed to understand and let her contemplate this wealth of privacy for a long moment. "Oh, yes," she replied at last. "It's wonderful." It was more than wonderful. It was a long-wished-for haven, a place she could retreat to where no one else could go. Talia hadn't missed the fact that there was a bolt on the inside of the door. If she wanted to, she could lock the whole world out. "Good! Now we go see the housekeeper," Cheryl said, interrupting Talia's reverie before she had a chance to really get used to the idea of having her own room. "She'll get your supplies and put you down on the duty roster." "What's that?" "A question at last! I was beginning to wonder what had happened to your tongue," Cheryl teased gently, and Talia flushed a little. "It's the tradition of the 3 collegia that everyone share the work, so there are no servants anywhere around here. In fact, the only people in the collegia that aren't students and teachers are the cook and the housekeeper. We all take turns doing something every day. The chores never take that long to do, and it really drives home to the gently born that we're all equals here. If you're sick, you're excused, of course. I suspect they'd even have us doing all the cooking if they weren't sure that we'd probably poison each other by accident." Cheryl chuckled. Talia laughed hesitantly, then offered, "I can cook. Some." "Good. Make sure to tell housekeeper. She'll probably put you down as cook's helper most of the time, since most of us don't know one end of a chicken from the other." She chuckled again as she recalled something. "There's a Herald that just got his whites a month or so ago. His name is Chris, who was one of the gently born and pretty well sheltered when he first came here. First time he was cook's helper, cook gave him a chicken and told him to dress and stuff it. He hadn't been the kind that does any hunting. Scholarly, you know. So cook had to tell him how to slit the chicken for cleaning. He did it, then looked inside and said,
I don't need to stuff it, it's already full.
he still hasn't lived that one down. By this time they'd descended the stairs past the landing on the first floor and had reached the bottom of the staircase. Cheryl knocked twice at the door there, then opened it and entered. Behind the door was a narrow, whitewashed room, lit by a window up near the ceiling. Talia reckoned that the window must have been level with the ground outside. This room contained only a desk, behind which sat a matronly, middle-aged woman who smiled at them as they entered.
"Here's the new one, housekeeper,"
Cheryl said cheerfully. The woman measured Talia carefully by eye.
"Just about a 7, I'd say. We don't get many chosen as small as you. Did you bring anything with you, dear?"
Talia shook her head shyly, and Cheryl answered for her.
"Just like me, housekeeper Gaither. The clothes she stood up in.
You're going to have a word with Queen Selene about that. The companions never give the chosen any time to pack." The housekeeper smiled and shook her head, then left the room by a door in the wall behind her desk. She returned shortly with a pile of neatly folded clothing and a lumpy bag.
"Collegium rules are that you wash before every meal and have a hot bath every night," she said, handing half the pile to Talia and half to Cheryl. "Dirty clothing goes down the laundry chute in the bathroom. Cheryl will show you where that is. You change the sheets on your bed once a week. You'll get them with the rest of the girls, and the old ones go in the laundry. If you've been working with your companion or at arms practice, change your clothing before you eat. There's no shortage of soap and hot water here, and staying clean is very important. Heralds have to be trusted on sight, and who'd trust a slovenly herald? You can get clean uniforms from me whenever you need them. I know this may not be what you're used to."
"I had trouble with it," Cheryl put in. "Where I come from, you don't wash in the winter since there's no way to heat enough water, and you'd probably get pneumonia from the drafts. I never visit home in the winter anymore. My nose has gotten a lot more sensitive since I left." Talia thought of Keldar's thrice-daily inspections, and the cold water scrubbing with a floor brush that followed any discovery of a trace of dirt.
"I think I'll be all right," she answered softly.
"Good! Now, as Cheryl has told you, or should have, you all have small chores to see to every day. What can you do?"
"Anything?"
Talia replied promptly. The housekeeper looked skeptical.
"Forgive me, my dear, but that doesn't seem very likely for someone your age."
"She's older than she looks," Cheryl said.
13.
Talia nodded. "They were going to make me get married, so I ran away. That's when Rolan found me. Keldar said I was ready."
The housekeeper was plainly shocked.
"Married? At 13?
"It's pretty common to marry that young on the borders," Cheryl replied. "They don't wait much longer than that back home. Borderers treat themselves and their children just like they do their stock, breed 'em early and often to get the maximum number of useful offspring. There's no one true way, housekeeper. Life is hard on the border. If borderers were to hold by in-kingdom custom, they'd never be able to hold their lands."
"It still seems barbaric,"
the housekeeper said, with faint distaste. "It may well be, but they have to survive, and this kind of upbringing is what produced us a herald that has a chance of turning the brat back into a proper heir. You'll take notice that Rolan didn't pick any of us."
Cheryl smiled down at Talia, who was trying not to show her discomfort.
"Sorry about talking about you as if you weren't there. Don't let us bother you, little friend. Not all of us have had the benefits of what housekeeper calls a civilized upbringing. Remember what I told you about not washing in winter? Housekeeper had to hold me down in a tub of hot water and scrub me near raw when I first got here. I was a real little barbarian."
Talia couldn't imagine the immaculate and self-assured Cheryl being held down and scrubbed by anyone. Still less could she imagine Cheryl needing that kind of treatment.
"Talia, can you cook or sew? Anything of that nature?"
"I can cook, if it's plain stuff," Talia said doubtfully.
Only the wives did feasts. They were too important to be left to us. My embroidery isn't any good at all, but I can mend and sew clothing and knit and weave and spin. And I know how to clean just about anything."
The housekeeper suppressed a chuckle at the exasperated tone of the last sentence. That tone convinced her that Talia probably was capable of what she claimed.
"It's so unusual that our students have as much experience in homely tasks as you do that I think I'll alternate you as cook's helper and in the sewing room. There's never any lack of tears and worn spots to be mended, and there's generally a dearth of hands able to mend them. And Miro will be overjoyed to have me send someone capable of dealing with food for a change."
She handed Talia a sheet of paper after consulting one of the books on her desk and writing in it.
"Here's your schedule. Come to see me if it's too hard to fit in among your classes, and we'll change it."
Cheryl led the way back up the stairs to Talia's new room. Talia examined her new clothing with a great deal of interest. There were loose linen shirts, meant to be worn with thigh-length tunics of a heavier material, something like canvas in weight but much softer, and long breeches or skirts of the same fabric. There were some heavier woolen versions of the same garments, obviously meant for winter wear, a wool cloak, and plenty of knitted hose, undergarments, and nightgowns. "You'll have to make do with your own boots for a bit, until we have a chance to get you fitted properly," Cheryl said apologetically, as she helped Talia put the clothing away. "That won't be for another week at least. It's too bad, but there's nothing worse than badly fitted boots. They're worse than none at all, and Karen will have your hide if you dare try riding without boots, unless it's bareback, of course." They'd only just finished making up the bed when a bell sounded in the hall outside. "That's the warning bell for supper," Cheryl explained. "Get one of your uniforms and we'll go get cleaned up and you can change." The bathing room was terribly crowded. Cheryl showed her where everything was located: the laundry chute, the supplies for moon days, towels and soap, and despite the press of bodies, managed to find both of them basins and enough hot water to give them at least a sketchy wash. Talia felt much more like herself with the grit of riding and the last trace of tears scrubbed away. Cheryl hurried her into her new clothing, and off they went to the common room. Supper proved to be a noisy, cheerful affair. Everyone sat at long communal tables, students and adults alike, and helped themselves from the bowls and plates being brought from a kind of cupboard in the wall. It seemed much too small to have held all that Talia saw emerging from it. Cheryl saw her puzzled look and explained over the noise, "That's a hoist from the kitchen. The kitchen is down in the basement where housekeeper's office and the storerooms are, and don't feel too sorry for the servers. They get to eat before we do, and Miro always saves them a treat." Talia saw several figures in Herald's white interspersed among the student gray.
"The Heralds? Are they all teachers?" she whispered to Cheryl.
"Only about half of them. The rest, well, there's Heralds just in from the field, a few retired from duty who choose to live here and don't care to eat with the court, and a couple of ex-students that have just gotten their whites that haven't been given their internship assignment yet. There's also 3 heralds on permanent assignment to the palace. To the Queen, that's Dean Elcarth. To the Lord Marshal, that's Hedrick, and we don't see him much. And the Seneschal, that's Kirill, and he teaches, sometimes. They almost always have to eat with the court. There ordinarily would be a 4th, too, the Queen's own, but—" She stopped abruptly, glancing at Talia out of the corner of her eye.
"Oh, what happened to him?"
Talia asked in a small voice, sure that she wasn't going to like the answer, but wanting badly to know anyway. The Queen had said, as had her tales, that being a herald was dangerous, and there had been something about the way people had spoken about the former Queen's own that made her think that Talimir had probably encountered one of the dangers.
"Nobody seems to be sure. It could have been an illness, but—"
Cheryl was visibly torn between continuing and keeping quiet.
"But, Cheryl, I need to know," she said, staring entreatingly at her mentor.
Her urgency impressed Cheryl, who decided it was better that she be warned.
"Well, a lot of us suspect he was poisoned. He was old and frail, and it wouldn't have taken much to kill him."
Cheryl was grim.
"If that's true, it didn't gain the murderers anything. We think the reason he was eliminated was because he was about to convince Selene to send the brat out to fosterage with some family that wasn't likely to give in to her tantrums. I guess you don't know. The law is that the heir also has to be a herald. If the brat isn't chosen by a companion, the queen will either have to marry again in the hope that another child will prove out, or choose an heir from those in the blood who are chosen. Either way, there would be an awful lot of people maneuvering for power. Poor Selene. Any of the rest of us could just choose a partner and go ahead and have as many children as needful without bringing a possible consort and political repercussions into it, but there it is. She's the queen, and it has to be marriage or nothing. It's not a nice situation."
Cheryl regarded the tiny, frail-seeming girl at her side with sober eyes. She was beginning to have a good idea why Elkarth wanted Talia weapons-trained so early. Talia thought Cheryl had a talent for understatement. Her revelations concerning the former Queen's Own frightened Talia enough that the rest of her speech, which rather bore out the Holderkin assertion of the immorality of heralds, passed almost without notice.
"What about the people who poisoned Herald Talamir?" she stuttered a little from nervousness. Would they try to hurt me?" As she looked into Cheryl's eyes, watching for the signs that would tell her if the older girl was speaking the truth, she could feel her hands trembling a little. Cheryl was a little surprised at Talia's instant grasping of the situation, and hastened to reassure her. Those big brown eyes were widened with a fear even Cheryl could read. "They won't dare try that particular trick again, not with the suspicions that have been raised. What they probably will try and do is to make life unpleasant enough for you that you give up and leave. That's one reason why I warned you about the blues. They might get orders from their parents to harass you. You should be safe enough with us, and I'm fairly sure you'll be safe with the bardic and healer students, too."
Cheryl smiled down at Talia, who returned the smile, though a bit uncertainly.
"Talia, if anyone bothers you and you think you can't handle them, tell me. My friends and I have taken the scales off the blues a time or two before this."
Maybe. Talia wanted to trust her, desperately wanted to fit in here, but even of her kin, only 2 had ever proved willing to back her against others. Why should a stranger do so? She ate in silence for a while, then decided to change the subject.
"How many students are there?" "About 60 in healers, 40 in bardic, and with you exactly 53 in Herald's Collegium. The number of blues varies. There's never less than 20, not often more than 50. I couldn't tell you the exact number right now. You'd have to ask Terran. He's Elkarth's assistant, and you'll have him as your first instructor tomorrow."
"How long does it take to become a herald?"
"It varies. Around 5 years. Usually we arrive here when we're about your age. Most of us get our whites at 18. I'll probably earn mine next year. I've seen younger chosen, though, and Elkarth wasn't chosen until he was nearly 20. And Havens! Elkarth made up for being chosen so late by being made full herald in 3 years. After you get your whites, there's a year or year-and-a-half internship in the field, partnered by a senior herald. After that, you're usually assigned out on your own."
Talia thought about this for a while, then asked worriedly,
"Cheryl, how do I learn what I need to do?"
Talia was so earnest that Cheryl laughed sympathetically.
"You'll learn, don't worry. You'll have orientation class first. We've had 4 more chosen in the past month, and they were only waiting for Rolan to come back before starting it. For the rest, you'll be placed in your classes according to where the dean feels you fit in, which means you may be taking some classes with me and some with beginners."
Talia smiled suddenly.
In other words, you throw the baby into the river and see if she learns to swim quickly." Cheryl laughed again. "We aren't quite that extreme. Are you finished?" Talia nodded, and they carried their implements to the hoist inside the cupboard. "I've got dishwashing tonight, so I'll have to leave you on your own," Cheryl continued. "Will you be all right alone, or would you like me to find someone to keep you company?" I'll be all right. I would like awfully to see the library, if you don't think anyone would mind." "Help yourself. That's what it's there for. Just remember not to wait too long before you take your bath, or all the hot water will be gone. I'll come by for you in the morning." Cheryl clattered down the stairs, and Talia climbed cautiously upward. Cheryl was grateful that dishwashing took so little time, and equally grateful that Miro let her off early when she told him that the dean needed to speak with her. Elkarth would not have given her the signal he had. In fact, he would have said what he intended to openly, in front of the child, had he not felt that there were things he needed to discuss with Cheryl that he would rather Talia were not privy to. As she had pretty much expected, Cheryl found him waiting for her in the cluttered little room attached to his suite that served him as an office of sorts. It was hardly bigger than a closet, and piled high with everything under the sun, but he would never move to anything more spacious, claiming the clutter would breed to fill the space if he did so.
"Any problems getting away?"
he asked, removing a pile of books and papers from one of the chairs, a comfortable padded relic as old as Elkarth. "I had dishwashing. It made a convenient excuse. Right now Talia's probably having raptures over the library," Cheryl replied with a half-smile, taking her seat as Elkarth perched himself behind a desk heaped with yet more books and papers.
"Good. Can I take it as given that you don't mind being her mentor? She needs one rather badly, and you're the only student with the kind of background that's close to her own."
"Poor little thing. No, Dean, I don't mind at all. Although I don't think my background is all that close." Cheryl frowned slightly, thinking about the little that Talia had allowed her to learn. "You know, Evendim clans, we're all noise and push, and we're almost incestuously close. I got the feeling she's been sat on so much that now she's afraid of being punished for breathing. And I got the feeling nobody's ever bothered to give the poor thing a little love. She holds everything inside. It's hard to read her, and I don't recall much about Holderkin from class."
"There, you've hit it. The fact of the matter is that we just don't know that much about Holder folk. They're very secretive. They keep almost totally to themselves, and they don't encourage long visits or curiosity from strangers. Until we heard Talia's story, we didn't even know that they don't tell their children about Companion's choice."
"They what?" Cheryl was shocked.
"It's quite true. She hadn't the vaguest idea of what it meant when Rolan chose her. I'm fairly certain she still isn't entirely aware of what his true nature is. This is what I need to talk to you about. You're going to be dealing with a child who seems to have had a very alien upbringing. I can make some educated guesses. She seems to be afraid of men, so I can assume she tends to expect punishment from them. That would fit in with what I do know about Holder folk. Their familial life is patriarchal and authoritarian. She seems to be constantly repressing her emotions, and again, that would fit in with what I know of her people. They frown on any sort of demonstrative behavior. At the same time, she always seems to be almost at war with herself."
"Holding herself back, sir," Cheryl offered. "As if she wanted to make overtures but didn't quite dare. She seems to be wary all the time, that much I can tell you. I doubt that she trusts anyone at this point, except maybe Rolan."
"Exactly. The first moves are always going to have to be yours, and I think she'll continue to tend to keep her feelings very much to herself," Elkarth replied. "It's going to be up to you to discover if there's anything bothering her, because she'll never tell you on her own."
"Gods!" Cheryl shook her head. "Just the opposite of my people. I don't know, sir. I'm more used to dealing with folk who shout their minds and hearts to the world. I'm not sure I'm good enough to read the signs of trouble, assuming she'll give me anything to read."
"Do your best. That's all I ask. At least you both come from border sectors. That will be a bond."
"Why are you turning her over to Albrecht so early?" Cheryl asked curiously. "I realize why she'd best learn self-defense as soon as possible, but I should think, with the kinds of insecurities she seems to have, that he would be the last person you'd want to expose her to. I mean, Jerry would be a much less threatening figure to deal with."
"I wish there were some other way, but she knows absolutely nothing about self-defense. I know that Jerry is very good, but she isn't the kind of experienced teacher Albrecht is. He's the only one likely to be able to teach her with the speed that's necessary. If a mob of troublemakers should corner her, or Bright Lady forbid it, someone should decide that a knife in the dark solves the problem of the new Queen's Own turning up."
He let the sentence trail into silence. "And I can't be with her all the time. Well, I hope he gentles his usual routine with her, or she may drop dead of fright on the practice field and save an assassin the trouble." Cheryl's tone was jocular, but her eyes held no amusement.
"I've already spoken with him, and he's not as unsympathetic as you might think. He was my year-mate, you know. I have reason to believe he'll be quite soft-handed with her."
"Albrecht? Soft-handed? Really? Tell my bruises that sometime, sir."
"Better bruises now than a fatal wound later, no?" Elkarth grinned crookedly. "I could wish one of Talia's year-mates was another girl. I could wish we had someone more likely to understand what she won't let us see. You're the closest I could come. Well, that's all I have to tell you. It isn't much."
"But it's a start. Take heart, Dean. Companions don't choose badly, and look how long it took Rolan to find her. She'll manage, and I'll manage. Heralds always do." At the head of the staircase, Talia opened a door that led into a single, enormous room filled with bookshelves. There were cubicles containing desks and chairs at the ends of the rows of shelves along the walls. She had been expecting perhaps twice or 3 times the number of books in her father's library, 20, but nothing prepared her for this. There were hundreds of books here, more than she ever dreamed existed, all colors and all sizes. It was more than a dream come true. It was a vision of heaven. Dusk had fallen while they'd been eating, and lanterns had been lit at intervals along the walls. Talia peeked into the nearest cubicle and saw that there were candles on the desk and a permanent holder affixed to one side of it. She heard footsteps approaching from the farther end of the library, and she turned to see who it could be, hoping for someone she knew.
"Hello,"
said a cheerful tenor.
"You're new here, aren't you? I'm Chris."
The young man who stepped into the circle of light cast by the lantern was in whites and as incredibly beautiful as the Herald Talia had met outside the city had been homely. His features were so perfect they didn't seem to be real. Every raven hair was neatly in place, and his sky-blue eyes would have been the envy of any court beauty. Talia immediately felt as awkward and ungainly as a young calf, and more than a little afraid as well. Dealing with her older sib Justus had taught her that beauty could hide an evil nature. Only the fact that he was a herald, and there simply wasn't any such thing as an evil herald, kept her from bolting outright. "Yes?" she replied softly, blushing a little and staring at her boot-tops. "I'm Talia."
"Have you been up here before?"
She shook her head, beginning to relax a little.
"Well," he said, "the rules are very simple. You can read anything you want, but you can't take the book out of the library, and you have to put it back exactly where you found it when you're done. That's pretty easy, isn't it?"
Talia could tell by his patronizing tone of voice that he was feeling just slightly superior. Yet he seemed to be friendly enough, and there hadn't been anything in his manner to indicate that he was ill-tempered. The patronization annoyed her, and she decided it was safe to get a little of her own back. "Yes," she said softly. as simple as stuffing a chicken.
Ouch!
He laughed, clapping one hand to his forehead.
Stung! Isn't there anybody that hasn't heard that story? I deserve that. I shouldn't have talked down to you. Well, enjoy yourself, Talia. You'll like it here, I hope.
He turned with a parting grin and exited through the door she'd just used, and she heard his footsteps descending the staircase. She wandered through the forest of bookcases, losing all track of time, too overwhelmed by the sheer numbers to even begin to make a choice. Gradually, however, she began to notice that the books were arranged by category, and within each category by title. Once she'd made that identification, she began perusing the bookcases with more purpose, trying to identify what groups there were and where they were, and marking the locations of particular books that sounded interesting. By the time she had it all clear in her mind, she found herself yawning. She made her way to her own room, found one of her new bedgowns, and sought the bathing room. Sense Holding had possessed the relatively new indoor latrines, so those hadn't surprised her any when Cheryl had shown them to her. However, all hot water for bathing back at the Holding had needed to be carried in pots from the kitchen. Here at the Collegium, there were several charcoal-fired copper vessels for heating water, each at least the size of one of the tubs, with pipes at the bottom to take the hot water to the tubs and a pump to refill them with cold water from the top. This arrangement positively enchanted her. Being neither little nor adult, she'd rarely ever gotten a really hot bath. The littlest littles were always bathed first, and the adults waited until later when all the kettles of water had been filled and heated a second time. Those who were too old to be bathed but too young to stay up late and bathe with the adults had to make do with whatever was left after cleaning the babies, which wasn't often much or very warm. There were several girls and young women there already, and all the bathtubs were in use. Talia took her turn at the pump, after being hailed by, "You must be the new one," and shyly giving her own name. "I'm glad you turned out to be a girl," one of the ones near her own age said, pumping water vigorously. "The boys outnumber us by too many as it is. Every single one of the other new ones has been a boy. That's why our side's smaller." "Well, my sister's at Healers, and it's the opposite there," a voice replied out of the steam. "Besides, it's quality that counts, not quantity." The second bather's voice was half covered by vigorous splashing. "And it's quite obvious that we women have the quality." The rest giggled, and Talia smiled tentatively. "Cheryl told me there were 53 of us," she replied after a moment, reveling in the fact that she was one of the 53. "How many of each are there?" 35 colts and 18 fillies," replied the girl at the pump. "And I'm referring to the human foals, not the companions. It wasn't quite so bad until those 4 new boys came in, but now they outnumber us by almost 2 to 1. "Jerry, you're betraying your youth," said the young woman who was climbing out of the nearest tub. "You may not be old enough to appreciate odds like that, but Nerissa and I are. In my part of the kingdom, women slightly outnumber the men, and I like it much better the other way round. I'd much rather be the one being courted than the one doing the courting. Whoever's next, I'm done." "Is it like that where you're from, Talia?" Jerry asked, looking at her curiously as she claimed the now vacant tub. I suppose it must be," she said, momentarily distracted from her shyness, mentally trying to count the distribution of the sexes in the holdings she knew. "I'm Halderkin." "Where's that?" the young woman called Nerissa asked, folding a towel around her wet hair. "East, on the border," Talia replied, still thinking. "I know it's rather dangerous off the holdings themselves. More men die every year than women. There are lots of wild animals, and raiders come every winter. I think there's nearly twice as many women as men, at least on the furthest holdings." "Havens! You must be knee-deep in old maids." "Oh, no. If you don't go to the goddess, you have to get married. My father had 11 wives, and 9 are still living." You can have my tub, Talia. Nerissa emerged from the steam. Why do females have to get married? Why, women can't hold a steading, or speak in council, or anything important. It wouldn't be seemly, Talia said in astonishment. So-ho! That must be why they never send female heralds to the lower eastern border. They wouldn't be listened to. Talia, it's very different here. It's going to take a lot of getting used to, and it's going to seem strange for a long while. We reckon a person's importance by what they are, not by what sex they are, Nerissa told her. There's no such thing as seemly or unseemly, just doing the job you're given. Talia nodded thoughtfully, immersed in her tub. It's hard to think this way. It just doesn't seem natural. I think I like it. Most of my father's wives would hate it, though. Keldar, for sure, and Israel would be miserable without someone to give her orders. Nessa. The child doesn't need a lecture at this time of night, the first woman called from the doorway. Honestly, they should make you a teacher when you go into White's. I've never heard anyone make so many speeches. Come on, or you'll be here all night. All right, Nerissa replied, laughing a little. Pleasant dreams, little one. Talia finished her bath and found her room, feeling drained to the point of numbness. It seemed very odd to be climbing into a bed that had no one in it but herself. Her mind whirled in circles. This entire adventure hardly seemed real. In less than 2 weeks, she'd gone from being the scorned scapegrace of sense holding to a herald in training. It seemed impossible. She kept returning to the astonishing moment when she'd realized what all that had occurred to her truly meant, holding the memory as wonderingly and gently as a new kitten until sleep began to overpower her. But her very last thoughts, as she drifted off to sleep, were of Nerissa's words, and the sudden decision that she did like it here. Now, if only all this was half as wonderful as it appeared on the surface, and if only they would let her fit in. Chapter 5. She woke to Cheryl's light tap on the wall and pulled on her unfamiliar uniform before opening her door. It's about time, Sleepy, Cheryl said genially, looking altogether too awake for sunrise. The waking bell rang ages ago. Didn't you hear it? If we don't hurry, there won't be anything left but cold porridge. Without looking to see if Talia was following, she turned and headed for the door of the common room. Cheryl had exaggerated the danger, as Talia found when they entered the double doors. There was still plenty left to eat, an almost bewildering variety for Talia, who expected little besides the aforementioned porridge, bread and milk, and perhaps a little fruit. And there were plenty of other students who trailed in after them, rubbing sleepy eyes or complaining cheerfully to one another. After breakfast, a somewhat more subdued meal than supper had been, and punctuated more by yawns than conversation, Cheryl led her to the first floor and out the door at the far end of the corridor. Talia recalled that the dean had told her this door led to a court and the stables beyond it. They crossed a wide paved courtyard that lay between the two buildings, with the sun casting long shadows on the bedewed paving stones before them, and Talia lingered a little, hoping wistfully to see Rolan. "Talia, come catch up!" Cheryl called back over her shoulder, squinting against the sunlight. "Or don't you want to see your companion this morning?" Startled, she ran to overtake Cheryl. "Aren't the companions in the stables?" she asked breathlessly. "In the stables? With the regular horses? Bright Havens, they'd disown us. The companions have their own place. We call it Companion's Field. and an open building so they can come and go as they like. On a beautiful morning like this, they're all probably out in their field." They'd come to a tall wooden fence surrounding a park-like area full of trees, and Talia thought that this must have been the green place she'd seen within the walls when she'd first caught sight of the capital. Cheryl climbed up on the fence, as agile as any of Talia's brothers, put her fingers in her mouth, and whistled shrilly like a boy. When Talia joined her, she could see tiny white shapes moving off in the distance under the trees. Two of these detached themselves from the rest and began trotting toward them. "I don't mind call at all well, not unless I'm scared stiff," Cheryl said a little shamefacedly. "Ilsa says I'm blocked, so I have to whistle for Silk Swift. She doesn't seem to mind any." Talia had no difficulty in recognizing which of the two companions approaching was Rolan, and her joy at seeing him again was such that she didn't once wonder what Cheryl had meant by mind-calling and being blocked. With a cry of happiness, she jumped off the fence to land beside Rolan and spent several jubilant minutes caressing him and whispering joyous nonsense into his ear. He was even more of a magical creature than she remembered him being. Someone had tended him well last night, for he had been groomed until he nearly glowed. His coat and mane were softer than the finest fabric she'd ever touched, and he was as beautiful as one of the moon steeds that drew the lady's chariot. He nuzzled her with something she no longer doubted was love, whuffing softly at her, and the feeling of total well-being and confidence she'd had when with him on the road returned. While she was with him, she feared nothing, doubted nothing. "I hate to say this, but we do have an appointment with Master Albric," Cheryl said at last, reluctantly. "Talia, it's part of your training to spend a lot of time with your companion. You'll see him again this afternoon. You have to. From now on, tending him and grooming him will be all up to you. They may be incredible darlings, but they don't have hands. They need us as much as we need them, so you'll get back to him after supper, and we really do have to be going." Rolan nudged her toward the fence, then shook his forelock as if in admonishment. When she continued to hesitate, he gave her a good shove with his nose and snorted at her. "All right," she replied. "I'll be good and go, but I'm coming back, classes or not." Cheryl took her to a long, low building just beyond the stables. Inside it was all but bare, smooth, worn wooden floors and a few benches, with storage cabinets built into the walls. Between the cabinets were a few full-length mirrors, and the place was lit from windows that were high up on the walls, near the ceiling. There they found the man Cheryl introduced as Albric, the weapons master. He alone of all the instructors was not wearing whites. Rather, he was dressed in old supple leather, part armor, part clothing, and of a dark gray color like old ashes, darker than student grays. "I thought all the instructors were heralds," Talia whispered to her guide as they approached him. "All but one, but Albric is a herald. He's just a law unto himself. He never wears whites unless he's being official." The weapons master frightened Talia into near speechlessness when he turned to face them. He was tall, lean, and dark. His face was seamed with scars, and he looked as though he never smiled. Thick streaks of white ran through his abundant black hair, and his eyes were an agate gray and very penetrating. As his sober stare held her pinned in place, Talia decided that now she knew how a mouse felt in the gaze of a hawk. "So," he said at last, "you are how old?" 13. "What physical training have you, child? Know you any weaponry? Tactics, eh?" She hardly knew how to answer. She really couldn't make out what he was asking of her. Physical training? Did playing games count? Was the sling she'd used to keep wolves off the sheep a weapon? At last he gave her a wooden practice knife and stood with his arms crossed, still looking fierce and hawk-like.
"Come you then. Come at me."
She still hadn't the faintest notion what he wanted of her, and stood stone-like, arms stiffly at her sides, feeling clumsy and ridiculous.
"What ails you? I told you to attack me. Is it that women do not fight among your people?"
he asked, his speech heavily accented, his brows drawing together into an intimidating frown.
"Have you no weapon skill at all?"
"I can shoot a bow a little," she said in a small and shamed voice. "One of my brothers showed me. He wasn't supposed to, but I begged him so hard, and I guess I'm all right with a sling." She thought with misery that she seemed to have gotten into the wrong again. It seemed that nothing she'd ever learned was appropriate here, except perhaps her housekeeping skills, and she'd never once read a tale that praised a herald's ability at peeling roots. She waited, cringing, for him to dismiss her back to the building in disgust. He did nothing of the sort.
"At least you have sense not to pretend to what you have not," he replied thoughtfully. "I think it is too late to teach you the sword. Fortunately, you are not likely to need to use one. Bow of necessity and knife, and hand-to-hand. That should suffice your needs. Return 1 hour after the nooning."
Then he did dismiss her, after staring at her long and broodingly. Talia was very subdued and discouraged by this encounter. Cheryl managed to see this, even though she tried to mask it. "Don't feel badly," she said, and Talia could clearly hear the encouragement in her voice. "You actually got off pretty easily. When he first saw me, he threw his hands up in the air and growled,
'Hopeless! Hopeless! Let her throw nets and dead fish to defend herself.'
At least he thinks you're worth working with. He left me to one of his assistants for months." "But why did he say that about the fish? Oh, that hateful stutter. No matter how confident she tried to appear, it always gave her away. "Because I spent half my life on a boat and the other half in very crowded conditions. The last thing you want to do on a slippery deck or a floor thick with babies is run. I had to learn how to move freely, something you've always known." "It didn't seem as if he thought I was worth anything." "He didn't scream at you. That's a wonder in itself. He didn't tell you to get yourself back home and raise babies either. I think maybe you won him a little by being honest about how little you know. An awful lot of new students try to pretend they're more expert than they are, and he generally does his best to make fools of them in front of everybody by way of punishment." By now they'd reached the Collegium building again. Cheryl held the door open for Talia and stopped outside the first classroom door on the right. "Here's where the rest of the new ones are. I'll meet you for lunch." With that, Cheryl vanished down the hall, leaving Talia to face the next ordeal alone. She tugged the door open and tried to slip inside unobtrusively, but felt more like creeping inside than anything else when she felt everyone's eyes on her. There seemed to be at least a dozen people there. There were no other girls. The boys were mostly her own age, and though they made her feel rather shy, didn't arouse her unease. But the one who stood at the head of the classroom was one of those fearful creatures of ultimate authority, an adult male. As such, he made her wary immediately. She had to keep reminding herself that he was a herald, and no herald would ever do anything to harm anyone except an enemy of the Queen and Kingdom.
"Be welcome, youngling,"
he said, perching casually on the front edge of his desk.
"Boys, this is your 5th-year mate. Her name is Talia. The red-haired fellow is Devon, the tall one is Griffin, the twins are Drake and Edric, and I can't tell them apart yet."
He winked at them, and the twin boys grinned back, obviously very much at ease with him.
"Maybe I should ask Ulbrich to give one of you a black eye. Then at least I'd know which of you was which until it faded."
Talia slipped shyly into an unoccupied seat and took a closer look at her teacher. Like Albrecht, he was lean, but his brownish hair was only beginning to gray, and he had none of the weapons master's hawkishness about him. He put her more in mind of a hunting hound, all eagerness, good nature, and energy. His eyes were hound brown and just as friendly. And there was something about him. Once again she was reminded of Andrian. She wanted to trust him. Something within her was prompting her to do so, and she was a little surprised at herself.
Well, now that you're here, I think we're ready to start. First, let me explain what this class is all about. I'm here to help you understand what being a herald really means, not the hero tales, nor the horror stories, nor the wild rumors of drunken debauchery. He wriggled his eyebrows, and the twins giggled. But rather, what our job really involves. Devon is probably the only one of you who knows, or thinks he knows, what being a herald is all about. That's because both of his parents are heralds themselves. So, I'll start, Devon, with the question I'm going to ask each of you. Devon, what exactly does a herald do?
Devon's brow wrinkled in thought.
They dispense the Queen's justice, he finally replied. Good enough answer as far as it goes, but how do they do that? They ride circuit in their assigned areas, going through all the towns and villages. They deliver the new laws of the kingdom and report on the acts of the council and queen. They see that the people understand the laws and act as judges, and sometimes lawgivers when something comes up that isn't covered in kingdom law or by local custom. Bright havens! You mean those poor people have to wait a year or more to get anything settled?
Taryn asked, in mock dismay.
No, there's regular judges too, so why not use them?
Devon couldn't seem to think of a good answer, but one of the twins was waving his hand over his head.
Herald Taryn! Go ahead, whichever you are. Drake, our village was too small to have a judge. That's a fair reason, but there's another. Sometimes it happens that the feelings of the local people, and that includes the judge, are too worked up for a case to be adjudicated fairly. There's one reason for you. Devon, you have another? Heralds can do the truth spell. Regular judges have no way of knowing who's lying. Good, but that works only if someone involved in the case knows what really happened. Remember that. All right, heralds are judges and lawgivers. What else, Drake? They report on what they see on their circuits to the Queen and the Council. Why should they do that? So that the Queen knows the true condition of a kingdom. Sometimes the mayors and headmen don't always tell the whole truth in their Domesday Book reports. Heralds know what's been reported and how to look for things that don't match. Quite true. Edric, your turn. They serve as ambassadors to other kingdoms. While they're there, they can see if there's something wrong the Queen should know about, like maybe an army that's awfully big for a country supposed to be peaceful. Since heralds can't be bribed, she can always trust what they say. That's correct, said Herald Taryn. And there's more. The kind of training a herald receives here makes it possible for him to note little things that others might miss, things that tell him that there may be more going on than he's being told. Griffin? Heralds are the Queen's messengers. There's no faster, safer way to get a message across the kingdom than to give it to a herald, because companions run faster and for longer than any horse ever born. That's why heralds are called the arrows of the Queen, and they act as war leaders in an emergency until the regular army can arrive. That's another reason for the name. Very good. Talia, your turn.
She had thought hard while the others were giving their answers. They make the kingdom safe, she said softly. Sometimes they're just what the rest said, and sometimes other things. Spies, scouts, sometimes thieves. They do whatever needs doing so that the Queen knows what she needs to know to guard us all. They risk everything for that, for the safety of the kingdom and for her.
And that is why,
Taryn said slowly,
holding each of their eyes in turn. "About half of us don't live to see an honorable old age. Being a herald is important. The Queen has said that we're the glue that holds everything together, and it can be exciting. For the most part, we are very much honored in this kingdom. But being a herald can also be a fatal occupation. Hero tales aside, younglings, songs don't help you much when you're looking death in the face and you're all alone. And being alone is another thing you are when you're a herald. There aren't enough of us, and we get spread very thin. That puts you in the front line in a lot of very dangerous situations." His eyes clouded a moment. "The danger is in direct proportion to the importance of the job at hand and your own ability to see it through. It's a sad fact that the better a herald you are, the more likely it is that the Queen will set you risky tasks. I'm sure each of you has had a lazy fit now and again, sloughed some job off, but by the time you've earned your whites, you will be totally unable to give anything less than your best to whatever is set before you. And when you're in the front line, well, that white uniform makes a pretty obvious target. I'm telling you all this now because this is your last chance to leave the Collegium. No one will think any the less of you for it. Well, anyone want out?" Talia cleared her throat. "Yes, Talia."
"I never got to finish the tale of Herald Vaniel, sir. The tale said at the beginning that he nearly didn't become a herald at all because he was afraid. But he decided it was something he had to do anyway, that the job needed doing, and he was the one chosen to do it. The last I read, he was trapped by the dark servants, like he'd seen happening in a vision years before. What happened to him?"
"He died. The dark servants hacked him to pieces before help could arrive. Yet he held them back long enough that his king was able to bring up an army in time to repel their invasion, but he still died. Alone. And all the songs in the world won't change that. Now I want you to think about that for a moment. Really think hard. Does that frighten you? Any of you could be asked to pay Vaniel's price. The Queen will weep that she had to send you, but that won't stop her from doing it. Want to leave?"
"No, sir." Talia's voice was very small, her eyes very large.
"Doesn't the idea frighten you?"
"Yes, sir," she said softly, biting her lip. "Only somebody awfully stupid wouldn't be."
She stopped, groping for words. Griffin found the words for her.
"We've all heard the tales, sir. The ones with the bad, nasty endings, right along with the ones that end with the heroes' welcomes and celebrations. And I got here right after Talia was buried. You think we didn't hear the talk then about poison? My own brother said right out he thought I was crazy to want to be a herald. When we hear the bad tales, you best bet we get scared. But it's still something we got to do, just like Vaniel. Maybe you can't be made a herald. Maybe you got to be born one. And all this teaching you give us does is show us how to do better and easier the things we know we got to do anyway. Whatever. It's like being liquor craving or something. You still got to do it, no choice. Couldn't stop, don't want to." He sat down with a thump, only then realizing he'd risen to his feet making his speech. Harold Terran's tense expression eased. "I take it that you all agree with Griffin." They nodded, very much sobered. "Then I can only say that once again, as always, the companions seem to have chosen aright. Griffin, you have unexpected depths of eloquence in you. I think you ought to consider seriously taking logic and oration. You could be very useful as a diplomat." Griffin blushed and looked down at his hands, murmuring a disclaimer. "Now,
Having obliquely touched on the subject, you all know that it is the companions that choose new heralds. But do any of you know how they do it?
They looked at one another in puzzled silence. Taryn chuckled.
Nor do I, nor does anyone. A few, the most sensitive to the bond that forms between a herald and his companion, have described that first encounter as a feeling that I was being measured. But what it is that they measure, no one knows. All that we do know is that after a companion has chosen, there exists a kind of mind-to-mind link between him and his herald that is similar but not identical to the kind of mind link that exists between twins, he said, sharing a grin with Drake and Edric. You'll learn more about that bond later and how to use it. For now, it's enough for you to know that it does exist. So, if you feel something between you and your companion, you know that you're not imagining it or going mad. As you get older, you may develop one of the gifts, what outsiders call Herald's magic. You'll learn more about those later as well. But if you thought your companion spoke to you when he chose you, you were right. He did. No matter if you never have more than a touch of a gift, your companion will always speak to you in your heart at that moment, even if he never does so again. It wasn't something you dreamed. And if you have the right gift, one day you'll learn to speak back.
Talia breathed an unconscious sigh of relief, not noticing that all the others except Devon were doing the same.
And there's another thing about them that you should know, Taryn continued. Never, ever, for one moment doubt that they are something considerably more than animals. Any tale you've ever heard is no more than a pale reflection of their reality. Now, to elaborate on that, do any of you know where the companions first came from?
Devon nodded. My parents told me, sir.
Then tell the rest of us if you would.
It goes right back to before this kingdom ever existed, Devon began. Talia gave him every bit of her attention, for this tale was all new to her. It happened there was a good man who was living in a land with a bad king, way off to the east, right past any of our neighbors. His name was Baron Valdemar. He lived on his own kingdom's western border. His king was the kind who took what he wanted and never paid any attention when his lands and people suffered, and most of his nobles were like-minded. For a while, Baron Valdemar was able to at least protect his own people from the king. That was because he was a wizard as well as a baron, and his lady was a sorceress. Old magic, the kind that's gone now, not Herald's magic. But the day finally came when there wasn't any way of stopping him short of outright rebellion. Baron Valdemar knew, though, that rebellion wasn't the answer either. He couldn't hold out against all the might the king could bring against him for very long at all. There were plenty of his neighbors who would be only too pleased to help the king destroy him for a share in his lands and goods after. So he did the only thing he could do. He fled away into the west, taking with him every last one of his people as were minded to follow. He led them on until he was sure there wasn't anybody following. Then, right here where we're sitting, he stopped and founded a whole new kingdom, and those who'd come with him made him the king of it. Devon paused for a moment to think. There was a whole lot about all the hardships they went through, and I can't remember that part too good.
You're doing fine, Devon. You'll all get more detail later in your history classes. Just go on with what you do remember. Well, eventually they got the city built. They all started to have a pretty good life by the time King Valdemar was an old man. Right then is when he took the time to notice how old he was getting, and to think about the future. He hadn't exactly had much time for thinking before this, 'cause there was too much to do, if you take my meaning. Anyway, what he thought was, I know I'm a good ruler and a good man. I'm pretty sure my son will be the same, but what about my son's children and theirs? How can I make certain that whoever takes this throne will be good for the people who support it? A good question. So, what did he do? Well, he waited till Midsummer's Day. He went out into the grove that stands in the middle of what we call Companion's Field now, and he asked every god he'd ever heard of to help him.
And Mama told me in the version she'd read, it said he cast a special spell too, 'cause remember, he was a magician, a real magician, not just gifted. She says there used to be lots of real magicians down where he came from, and that there used to be lots here too, but that Vaniel was the last Herald mage.
That's the tradition. Go on.
Well, he started out at dawn. It wasn't till sunset that he got an answer. Everything went kind of light all over, like when you get too much sun on snow, and all he could hear was the sound of hoofbeats that sounded just like bells. When the light cleared away, there were 3 horses standing in front of him, horses with coats the color of moonshine and eyes like pieces of the sky. Old Valdemar hadn't ever seen anything like them before in his life, and when he came up close to them, one of them looked him straight into the eyes. Well, that's all there was to it. Ardatha told him her name in his mind and bound them together. And the first companion had chosen. Right then, his chief herald, and a herald was just a sort of mouthpiece for the king back then, didn't do a tenth of what heralds do today, came looking for him. The second companion, Kirith, chose him. The king's son, the heir that was, he'd come along, and Stelladar chose him. When they were all in a mind to be thinking again, 'twas the king decided that the title of herald should be made to mean more than it did, since only one person can be king or heir, but there could be lots of heralds. And King Valdemar, Prince Restal, and Herald Beltran began the work of making the heralds into what they are now, starting with decreeing that the heir must also be a herald. The work wasn't easy, and it took the lifelong toil of several kings and queens, but it was with those 3 that it first began. By the time Valdemar died, there were 21 heralds, including himself, his heir, and his heir's second son. You have a good memory, Devon. Thank you, Taryn concluded. Where did all those companions come from? Edric wanted to know. At first they all came from the grove in the middle of what we now call Companion's Field, like the first 3. Other than that, no one knew. After a while, though, the mares began foaling, and now all companions, with a single exception, are born right here at the Collegium. That exception is the companion to the monarch's own herald. His glance flickered from Edric to Talia and back again, so quickly she couldn't be certain she'd seen his eyes move. That companion appears from the grove just as the originals did. He is always a stallion, and he never seems to age. He always gives his name to his herald. The others may or may not do so, and may allow their heralds to pick a name for them. If he is killed, and many have been, another appears from the grove to take his place. If the monarch's own herald is still living, that is the herald he chooses. If not, he stays only long enough to be caparisoned and goes out to seek the next in line. It is usually someone already a herald or about to receive whites that he chooses, but that is not always the case. Talimir was Queen's own, wasn't he, sir? Yes, he was. His companion was Rolan, Taryn replied, nodding. Then that makes Talia Queen's own, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It's an important position. Are any of you jealous of her? Drake shook his head vehemently. Ha! He said. We've seen the princess. I wouldn't want any part of the job. The rest nodded agreement. Taryn half smiled. Watch your tongues carefully, younglings. We can call Elspeth the brat among ourselves. The Queen calls her that, in fact. But make sure nobody from the court overhears you. Some people would be only too happy to use that to make trouble. You're right. Talia is going to have a tough job. She'll need our help with it. All of us. Because there are people at court who would like very much to see her fail. Only Talia can do her job, but the rest of us can help her by making certain that no one makes it more difficult for her than it is already. Right, gentlemen?
The boys nodded agreement, but Talia, determined not to be any kind of a burden on the Collegium or those in it, and still not quite ready to believe in the trustworthiness of strangers, pledged silently to manage on her own, no matter what. A bell rang twice in the corridor outside.
"Which of you is cook's helper today?"
Taryn asked. Talia raised her hand a little.
"For future reference, all of you, that's a signal for the helpers. The servers go on 3 rings, and the meal is served on 4. Off with you, youngling. Gentlemen, if you left your rooms in a mess, you'd better rectify the situation. There's inspection after lunch. I'll see you here tomorrow morning."
Taryn directed Talia to use the door and staircase near the door leading out to the courtyard. Instead of letting out into the housekeeper's office, this one led her to a huge kitchen, and, much to her surprise, the cook was a balding, moon-faced man. She was too surprised to find a man in charge of the kitchen to even think to be afraid of him, and his easy, gentle manner kept her from being alarmed, despite his sex. He ignored what seemed to be chaos swirling around him to question her as to her abilities, his smile broadening with each of her answers.
"Finally,"
he said, round face beaming.
"Someone who knows what to do with food besides eat it."
He gave her charge over the vegetables. While she peeled and chopped them, she peered about her curiously. This place didn't seem all that different from the kitchen of a hold house. Even the ovens were in the same place. That was at first. Then she began to notice small things. Pumps to bring water to the huge sinks. Another one of the copper boilers to heat the water. Pipes leading from the sinks to carry the waste away. There was an almost fanatical precision about the placement of pots and pans and tools and the scrupulous cleanliness of the place. Keldar would surely have approved. She was surprised to see that all the ovens were in use. There wasn't much noticeable heat coming from them. They must have been insulated with far better care than the ones in the holding. Or perhaps, as she considered it, it occurred to her that they actually extended out beyond the outer wall. Perhaps that had something to do with it. She soon saw that what had seemed like chaos was in fact as carefully orchestrated as any general's field maneuvers. No one was allowed to stand idle for more than a moment or two, and yet the cook had gauged his helpers' abilities and stamina perfectly. They usually tired just as their tasks were completed, and one by one were sent to rest at a trestle table. Then, just as tired hands had recovered and tired legs were ready to move again, the dishes began coming out of the cupboard and the pots off the stove and out of the oven, and they began transporting the filled dishes to the hoist. When the last of them had vanished upward, they turned to find their table laid ready with tableware and food. Talia edged over onto a corner and discovered her seatmate was Jerry.
"I like this job,"
Jerry said, filling her bowl and Talia's with stew.
"Miro always saves the best for us."
The cook grinned broadly. Even his eyes smiled.
"How else to ensure that you work and not shirk?"
he asked, passing hot bread and butter.
"Besides, doesn't the Book of One say, 'Do not keep the ox who threshes your grain from filling his belly as he works'?"
"What's the Book of One?" Talia whispered.
"Miro's from 3 Rivers. There's a group up there that believes there's only one God," Jerry replied. "I know it sounds strange, but they must be all right, 'cause Miro's awfully nice."
It seemed more than very strange to Talia, and she knew what the elders would have said. Yet there was no denying the warmth and kindness of this man. He went out of his way to coax Talia into helping herself when she seemed too shy to dive in the way the others were. What Nerissa had said last night was beginning to be something more than words. But before she could begin to grasp this more than dimly, the cook produced a hot berry pie from the oven with a flourish worthy of a conjurer, and all other thoughts were banished. Abstract thought takes a poor second place to berry pies when you're only 13. They were just finishing when the dishwashing crew arrived, and the cook banished them all back upstairs. Remembering what Herald Taryn had said about room inspections, Talia made haste to straighten hers before anyone could see the state she'd left it in that morning. She changed quickly into one of her older and more worn outfits for working with the arms master, before hurrying out to the practice yard. By now the sun was high. The trees that ringed the practice yard gave very welcome shade. The yard itself was nothing more than a square of scuffed, yellowed grass, with benches along two sides of it, and a small well behind the benches. Just beyond the trees was a cleared area with archery targets at one end. There were racks of bows and arrows at the other end. As Talia watched, two of the students picked up several bows in succession, trying them till they found one to their liking. Apparently, no one had his own special weapon. She moved hesitantly to the practice yard itself, where the arms master was currently holding forth. He seemed to be dividing his time equally between those who were shooting and the ones practicing hand-to-hand fighting. She had been filled with dread at the thought of re-encountering the fearsome Albrecht, but she discovered that afternoon that, having served as the butt of her older brother Eustace's cruelty, had been useful after all. Albrecht actually looked mildly pleased when she demonstrated that she knew how to fall without hurting herself and how to use a bow without ruining forearm, fingers, or fletching. So far as proficiency with the bow went, she thought she wasn't much worse than the other students her own age and began to feel a tiny bit more confident. There were a lot more of them than she thought there would be, for mixed among the gray of her own collegium were uniforms of the pale green of healers and the rust brown of bardic. It did seem a bit odd, though, that she was the youngest to be receiving training with edged weapons. Most of the students her age were being put to stave work or hacking away at dummies with clubs that only vaguely resembled practice blades. Once again Jerry was there. A familiar face was comforting, and Talia sat next to her when her turn at the targets was over. "Why aren't there any blues?" she asked curiously. "Them?" Jerry gave a very unladylike snort. "Most of them have their own private arms tutors, at least the ones that aren't learning to be scholars or artificers. The scholars don't need weapons work. The courtiers wouldn't want to soil themselves among us common folk. Besides, Albrecht won't coddle them, and they know it. King or beggar, if you don't lunge right, he's going to smack you good and hard. Oh, she groaned, as Albrecht dismissed the boy he'd been working with and nodded at her. "Looks like it's my turn to get smacked." She bounced to her feet to take her stance opposite Albrecht with her practice blade in hand. Talia watched her enviously, wishing she could move like Jerry did. "Don't let Jer fool you, young'un," chuckled an older boy, who Talia judged to be about 16. "Her blood's as blue as the Queen's is. If she hadn't been chosen, she'd be a countess now. She's had a good share of the benefit given by one of those private tutors she was demeaning just now. That's why she's so incredible at her age." "And why Albrecht treats her rougher than the rest of us," put in another, a short, slim boy near Talia's own age, with dark brown hair, bushy eyebrows, and nearly black eyes, and a narrow, impish face. He had just finished a bout with another student, and dropped down next to Talia, mopping his sweating face with a towel. He winced as Albrecht corrected Jerry's footwork by swatting the offending leg with the flat of his blade. "He doesn't approve of private tutors?" Talia hazarded. "He doesn't like nobles?" "Star-seekers, no," the second boy exclaimed. "He just expects more out of her, so he rides her harder. I think he may have ideas about making her arms mistress when he steps down, if she survives his training and her internship. Believe me, with sword work that good, by the time she gets her whites, the only way to take Jerry down will be with an army," the first replied. "Well, Karok, if anyone would know, you would," the second admitted, watching him step forward to replace Jerry. "His father's the Lord Marshal, so he's been seeing the best sword work in the kingdom since he was born," he told Talia. Talia's eyes widened. "The Lord Marshal's son?" Her compatriot grinned, hanging his towel around his neck.
Whole new world in here, isn't it? On your right, the Lord Marshal's son. On your left, a countess. And here we sit, a former thief and beggar.
He bowed mockingly.
That's yours truly, of course. And, what are you, anyway?
Holderkin.
Farm girl, then. Hard to believe, isn't it? Like one of those mad tales we used to listen to. You're Talia, right?
She nodded, wondering how he knew.
I'm Skiff. If you were with the Dean when the Provost Marshal came by, you probably heard plenty about me. It's not fair, I know. We all know who you are, just because you're the only female face we don't recognize, but you have 52 names and faces to learn. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, everything you've been seeing probably runs against all you've been taught at home, and you're all in a muddle most of the time.
He reached out too quickly for her to flinch away and tousled her hair with a grin of sympathy.
As they kept telling me all during my first year, this too shall pass. We're all glad you're with us, and we all most fervently wish you luck with the royal brat. Now it's my turn to get whacked on by Master Albrecht. With luck, I'll get a set of bruises to match the last batch he gave me. Take heart, he ended, rising. You follow me.
Despite his own words, Skiff seemed to give a good accounting of himself with the arms-master. Talia, in spite of her lack of experience in weaponry, saw that Albrecht was drilling him in a style radically different to the styles Corrock and Jerry had used. Skiff's weapon was a short, heavy blade, as opposed to Jerry's lighter rapier or Corrock's longsword. His bout seemed to include as much gymnastics as blade work, and seemed to depend on avoiding his opponent's weapon rather than countering it in any way. He bounced about with the agility of a squirrel. Nevertheless, Arms-Master Albrecht eventually killed him. Skiff died dramatically, eliciting a round of applause at his theatrics, then rose grinning to present Albrecht with his own gloves, which Skiff had filched from Albrecht's belt some time during the practice bout. Albrecht received them with a sigh that said wordlessly that this was not the first time Skiff had pulled this trick, then turned to motion Talia to take his place. She came forward with a great deal of trepidation.
You were watching Skiff closely,
Albrecht asked.
Good. This is the style I wish you to learn. It has nothing of grace, but much of cunning, and I think it will do you more good to know the ways of avoiding the blade of the assassin in the arras than the duelist on the field of honour. So, we begin.
He tutored her with far more patience than she had expected, having witnessed his outbursts of temper over some of his pupils' mistakes. He favored her with none of the sarcastic comments he had heaped on the others, nor did he administer any corrective slaps with the flat of his practice blade. Perhaps it was her imagination, but he almost seemed to be treating her with a kind of rough sympathy. Certainly, he paid far more attention to the level of her spirits and energy than he had any of the others, for just when she was quite sure she could no longer keep her rubbery knees from giving way with exhaustion, he smiled briefly at her, an unexpected sight that left her dumb, and said, Enough. You do well. Better than I had expected. Rest for a moment, then go to work with your companion when you're cool. She rested just long enough to cool down without stiffening up, then ran to Companion's field with an eagerness that matched the reluctance with which she had gone to arms practice. As she approached the fence, she saw that Rolan had anticipated her arrival. She scrambled up the rough boards and swung from the top of the fence to his back without bothering to saddle him, and they set off across the field at a full gallop. It was intoxicating beyond belief. Though she'd urged the farm beasts to an illicit gallop many times, there was no comparison to Roland's speed or smooth pace. The field proved to be far more than that, almost a park, full of trees and dells and with streams running all through it. It was so large that when they were most of the way across it, the people near the fence on the collegium side looked hardly bigger than bugs. At the far edge of the field, they wheeled and returned at top speed to the fence. She leaned into his neck, feeling so at one with him that it seemed as if it were her own feet flying below them. She gripped a double handful of the mane whipping about her face and whispered, "Don't stop, loverling. We can take it. Jump." She felt him gather himself beneath her, as the fence loomed immediately in front of them. She shifted her weight without thinking, and they were airborne, the fence flashing underneath his tucked-up hooves. It was over in a heartbeat, as he landed as easily as a bird, his hooves chiming on the paved court on the other side. As she combed her own hair out of her eyes with her fingers, she heard a hearty laugh.
"And I thought I'd have to coax you into the saddle with a ladder," a rough voice said behind her. "Looks like you might be able to teach me a trick or two, my young centaur."
Rolan pivoted without Talia's prompting, so that they could face the owner of the voice. A tall, thin woman of indeterminate age, with short, graying brown hair and intelligent gray eyes, who was clad entirely in white leather. The woman chuckled and strode toward them, then walked around them with her hands clasped behind her back, surveying them from all sides.
"No doubt about it. You have a very pretty seat, young Talia. You're a natural. Well, you've shown me what you can do bareback, so let's see what you can do in the saddle, shall we?"
Herald Karen, who proved to be Taryn's twin sister, which explained the grins he'd traded with Drake and Edric, was openly pleased at having so adept a pupil. She told Talia after the first hour that she intended Talia to learn everything she herself knew before very long. What Karen could do with a horse was incredible, and what she could do with her companion was nothing short of phenomenal.
"Before you've got your whites, my dear," she told Talia on parting, "you'll be able to duplicate anything you can do afoot on the back of your companion. You're going to be a credit to both of us. I feel it in my bones. When I'm done with you, the only way anyone will be able to get you off Roland's back, unwilling, will be dead."
Talia, much to her own surprise, felt the same instinctive liking for Karen as she had for her twin. It was disturbing, almost frightening. Her instincts were all telling her to trust these people, but everything she'd ever learned urged her to keep her distance until she could truly be sure of them. After all, she'd been hurt and betrayed time and time again by her own bloodkin. How could she expect better treatment from strangers? And yet, something deep inside kept telling her that her fears were needless. She wished she knew which inner prompting to trust. Karen called a halt to the drilling when the sun was westering, insisting that both she and Rolan were tired, or should have been.
"Just go out into the field together for a while. Ride if you like, walk if you prefer, but be together. The bond that's to build between you has a good start, but it needs nurturing. Don't try to do anything. Just enjoy each other's company. That'll be enough."
Talia obeyed happily. She climbed over the fence and walked dreamily beside Rolan, thoughts drifting. There was no explaining why, but at this moment she could feel none of the tenseness and anxiety that had been a part of her for as long as she could remember. For now, at least, she was held securely in a place where she belonged, and with that certain knowledge came another trickle of confidence. Being with the companion erased all her doubts and stilled all her fears. She didn't come to herself until she heard the double bell for the cook's helpers sound across the field. She swung up on his bare back, and they trotted to the enormous tack shed near the middle of the field. Karen showed her where to find Roland's gear. She groomed him hurriedly, but still with care, and flew back to her room, having scarcely time to wash and change before sliding into a vacant place at dinner. She thought she would be too excited to sleep, but to her own surprise found herself nodding over her plate. She had barely enough energy to take the prescribed bath, and was grateful that there was little competition for the tubs this early in the evening, for if she'd had to wait in the steamy room for long, she'd have fallen asleep on her feet. This time, she had no thoughts at all, for she was asleep when her head touched the pillow. Chapter 6. Every day for the next week,
Talia followed the same schedule. She woke just after sunrise to the sound of the waking bell, which she'd somehow slept through her first morning. She would either bundle herself hastily into her uniform and run downstairs to help with breakfast, or spend a more leisurely hour in getting both herself and her room ready before the meal. After breakfast came the orientation class, and other classes were added every other day as the time spent there was shortened. Her afternoons were given over to Master Albrick in self-defense class, equitation with Herald Karen, and of course in building her bond with Rolan. On the days she wasn't helping with breakfast or lunch, she spent long hours with several others mending a seemingly endless pile of gray uniforms. At the end of the week, Herald Heron dismissed them for the last time, but asked Talia to remain behind as the others filed out. She tensed without realizing it, her outward relaxation draining away as she waited, biting nervously at a hangnail, to hear the reason why he wanted to speak to her. She watched him covertly as he leaned a little on his desk, not meeting his eyes except by accident. He looked worried and slightly unhappy, and in her experience, that sort of expression on an adult face meant trouble for her. Taryn was uncomfortable with the situation he found himself in now. This poor, confused child was having more than enough problems in trying to come to terms with the collegium and her new role, without having to cope with trouble from her family as well. He mentally cursed their cruelty. Who could send a message so coldly calculated to destroy what little stability the child had gained?
"Talia," he began, then hesitated, seeing her start from raw nervousness. "Childing, there's nothing for you to be afraid of. I've just got some rather unpleasant news for you that I thought you would rather receive alone. It's word from your family."
"My family," she repeated, her expression surprised and puzzled.
"We sent a messenger to them, just as we do with every child chosen, telling them what had happened to you. Now, usually, no matter how angry they are, the honor of being chosen seems to make every parent forgive whatever disobedience had occurred, and we thought that would happen for you too."
Now at last she was looking directly at him, instead of from underneath downcast lashes. He was uneasy beneath her stare and oddly at a loss for words.
"Talia, I wish things had gone as we'd expected. I can't tell you how sorry I am. This is all the reply they gave us."
He fumbled in his tunic pocket and pulled out a much-folded bit of paper and handed it to her. She opened it, smoothing out the creases unthinkingly, while Taryn waited in apprehensive anticipation for her reaction to what it held. "Since holding, has no daughter Talia," it read. The half-literate scrawl bore her father's mark. She didn't realize that she was weeping until a single hot tear splashed on the paper, blurring the ink. She regained control of herself immediately, swallowing down the tears. She hadn't realized until this moment just how much she'd hoped that the family would accept her because of her newly won status. She hadn't thought, though, that the Heralds would have told them. She'd expected that it would be she herself that would break the news, perhaps by riding one day into the holding in the full formal array of Herald's whites. It was when she had first realized that she really was a Herald that she had begun to hope that the achievement would mean forgiveness, even perhaps a hint of approval. Holderkin did not condemn everything Heralds did and stood for, and even the most critical of them generally admitted that Heralds served an important function. Certainly the Holderkin welcomed their intrusion into their midst when the raiders came over the border, or a feud needed settling. Perhaps, she'd hoped, her kin would realize now why she'd done things that were a bit unseemly. They'd realize she was only following her own nature. Surely now they'd understand. Perhaps they'd welcome her back and let her have a place to belong.
It was odd, but when she'd chosen to run away, their certain excommunication hadn't seemed so great a price to pay for freedom. But somehow now, after all her hopes for forgiveness had been raised only to be destroyed by this one note. Never mind. Once again she was on her own, and Herald Terran would hardly approve of her sniveling over the situation.
"It's all right,"
she said, handing back the note to the Herald.
"I should have expected it."
She was proud that her voice trembled only a little, and that she was able to meet his eyes squarely. Terran was startled and slightly alarmed, not at her reaction to the note, but by her immediate, iron-willed suppression of it. This was not a healthy response. She should have allowed herself the weakness of tears. Any child her age would have. Instead, she was holding back, turning further into herself. He tried tentatively to call those tears back to the surface where they belonged. Such suppression of natural feelings could only mean deep emotional turmoil later, and would only serve as one more brick in the wall the child had placed between herself and others around her.
"I wish there was something I could do to help."
Terran was exceedingly distressed, and tried to show that he was as much distressed at the child's denial of her own grief as with the situation itself.
"I can't understand why they should have replied like this."
If he could just at least get her to admit that the situation made her unhappy, he would have an opening wedge in getting her to trust him.
"Perhaps if we sent another envoy to them later,"
he offered, trying to hold her gaze. Talia dropped her eyes and shook her head. There was no return for her. At least, not as the triumphal Holderkin Herald. To even her closest kin, she would be a total stranger, and Talia, Sen's daughter, had never lived. She had violated the holy writ that a girl child be totally obedient in all things. She was outcast, and they would never change their minds.
"But
I'm going to be late."
Talia winced away from his outheld hand and ran, wishing that Terran had been less sympathetic. He'd brought her tears perilously close to the surface again. She'd wanted above all other things to break down and cry on his shoulder, but no, she didn't dare. When kith and kin could deny her so completely, what might not strangers do, especially if she exposed her weaknesses? And heralds were supposed to be self-sufficient, self-reliant. She would not show that she was unworthy and weak. Fortunately, the next class, history, which as far as Talia was concerned was no less than one never-ending tale, was engrossing enough that she was able to concentrate on it and ignore her unhappiness. Like many of the classes, it was structured cyclically, so that a student could drop into it at any point, completing it when the point at which he'd entered came around again. An elderly woman, Herald Veda, taught this class. Today, the lecture and the discussion that followed were fascinating, enough to make her forget for a while. And geography was nearly as enthralling. All heralds at the Collegium for more than a few days taught it in turn, covering their own home areas as they came under study. Terran's conclusion of the orientation class brought him to lead this one for a time, since it was covering the Lake Evendim area. This class was not just the study of maps, but a study of everything that made up the environment of the area, from the topography and vegetation to the weather. These things were then related to the people who lived there, and how their lives had been shaped, how changes in these factors might affect them. This, too, was engrossing enough to hold her attention away from her rejection. Terran made a tentative gesture in her direction when the class was dismissed. Talia pretended not to see it and hurried on to the next, part of the crowd, and yet apart from it. Following this class was mathematics. Talia had never been overly fond of figures, but Herald Sylvan seemed to love the precision and intricacies of her subject so much that some of that enthusiasm was bound to be contagious.
Talia's newest class, just before lunch, was something called Courtly Graces. She was feeling very uneasy about it. She was certain that she'd look as out of place at court as a goat. Most especially did she dread it now, when she was so knotted up inside and out of balance. She almost feared meeting the instructor, picturing some stiff-necked, gilded aristo and anticipating ridicule. She crept in and hid herself behind several of her taller classmates before the instructor entered. She slumped into her seat as the buzz of conversation ended, hoping to remain unnoticed.
"Isn't Talia here? I thought she was joining us today."
The puzzled voice was very familiar and startled Talia into raising her head.
"Bright Havens, child,"
Housekeeper Gaitha smiled.
"We ought to put stilts on the bottoms of your boots. You're almost too tiny to see."
"You're not," Talia blurted, then blushed.
"I'm not a courtier as such, and I'm not a herald either. But before I accepted this position, I was governess to House Ravenscroft. That's why I teach this class," Gaitha explained patiently. "A governess sees the court from a unique viewpoint, within it, yet invisible. For this reason, I can teach you all the manners that smooth the way, and the means of seeing the poison fangs hid by the velvet tongues. Make no mistake about it. If you retain the habit of speaking before thinking, the fangs will be felt."
The tiny, gentle smile she wore softened the rebuke. Perhaps Courtly Graces wasn't going to be as horrid as Talia had thought. In fact, it was rather fascinating. A convoluted, intricate dance of manners, though Talia had cause to wonder more than once if she'd ever truly understand it all, much less feel comfortable treading the measures of it. A free reading hour spent in the library followed lunch and that class, and it would have taken drawn daggers to keep her out of that room of wonders. Remembering Devon's tale of the beginnings of the kingdom, she chose a book from the very front of the section on history. Today she wasn't cook's helper, so following her reading hour was an hour spent in the sewing room, a cramped but well-lit room crowded with tables holding baskets of uniforms in various stages of disrepair. It was here, with her hands full but her mind unoccupied, that she found she could no longer keep her loneliness at bay, especially not with the other students laughing and chattering away about things and people she had no acquaintance with whatsoever. She found a corner partially in shadow and screened by a mound of things to be mended, and took her basket of work there. The misery had to come out sooner or later, and this was a good time and place, one where she wouldn't be noticed. The torn hose acquired a certain salty dampness before the hour was over. At least today she wasn't forced to deal with the demonic Albrecht. He had delegated the ex-thief Skiff as her tutor instead. She had found herself warming shyly to the boy during the past week. Skiff seemed to sympathize with her awkwardness and was endlessly patient with her. Without rebuke, he helped her position her rebellious limbs and slowed his own movements down enough that she could see exactly what she was supposed to be doing. When she looked downhearted, he cheered her with ridiculous stories about the preposterous things he'd supposedly done back in his days as a street child, beggar, and pickpocket. She responded tentatively to his open friendliness, and he seemed to know when to reach out to her and when to back down. From there she went to archery practice, and then to Rolan. Once in her companion's presence, the ache of loneliness vanished. They worked over the obstacle course until they were both tired, then went off to a far corner of the field to cool off together and to be alone. Again, simply being with him worked some kind of alchemy on her spirits. When she thought about how lonely she'd been even with her two closest kin, and how fulfilled she felt when she was with Rolan, the price she had paid for coming here no longer seemed so high. By the time Rolan was brushed and curried, Talia had very nearly regained her cheer. Whenever she was with him, she knew without doubt that she was loved and that he would never leave her friendless. Either she was growing used to the pace, or her endurance was increasing. She was not tired enough to stay indoors after supper, so she decided to explore the gardens that abutted the collegium grounds. It was there that she learned why Cheryl had warned her not to confront the unaffiliated students alone. She was walking the graveled paths between the mathematically laid-out flower beds as the sun set and the coming dusk seemed to thicken the air and turn it blue. The scent of the roses mingled with that of the night-blooming flowers that were only just beginning to open. She was half daydreaming and didn't notice that there was anyone about until someone spoke. "Do I smell manure?" A male voice behind her sniffed superciliously. "I really believe that I do." "Perhaps the gardeners have manured the flower beds?" It was a girl's voice this time, and one with a nasty edge to it. "Oh, I think not," the first replied. "This smell is most decidedly fresh and altogether goat-like." Talia turned, startled. There were 4 or 5 adolescents in blue uniforms, lounging in the shadow of a hedge. "Why, what have we here?" The first speaker feigned surprise at seeing her. "I do believe that I've found the source of the odor." "No doubt of it," the girl at his side replied, "since it's that wench from the border. What a pity. They'll allow anything into the collegium these days. Still, you'd think they'd bathe it before letting it roam civilized surroundings." They watched her with expressions of sly anticipation. Talia had first thought to give them word for word, but thought better of the idea at once. There were 5 of them, and she was alone, and from what Cheryl had said, they weren't likely to stop with insults, nor to fight fairly. "My lady, these creatures are steeped in filth. 100 baths couldn't wash the smell away," the boy continued maliciously. "Which isn't surprising, considering that they are also steeped in ignorance. I'm given to understand that this one tried to give its companion back to the collegium, that it hadn't the faintest idea what it meant to be chosen." Talia's ears burned with shame and anger. "Is it as stupid as it is smelly?" a third asked. "It must be, since it apparently doesn't realize that we're talking about it." Tears sprang up and were as quickly suppressed. There was no way that she would let this lot know how their insults had hurt. That would only encourage them. Talia shut her smarting eyes and began to walk away. They moved up on her so quickly that she didn't realize that she was surrounded until a calculated shove sent her sprawling head first into a well-watered flower bed. She wasn't ready for the tumble and landed hard, getting a face full of dirt and dead leaves. As laughter faded into the distance, Talia extricated herself. She'd had the breath knocked out of her. The bed had been planted with rose vines, and none of the thorns seemed to be less than an inch long. By the time she got out, her uniform was ruined, and she was scratched and bloody as well as filthy. Hot, angry tears slipped over her cheeks. She scrubbed them away with the back of a gritty hand and sprinted for the safety of the collegium, grateful for the cover of gathering darkness. It was early enough that there was no one in the bathing room. She hastily shoved the ruined clothing down the chute. A long soak changed the angry scratches into cuts she could have picked up in practice, and the sound of the running water covered her sniffles as she sobbed, half in anger, half in hurt. She had no intention of asking Cheryl for help. She couldn't spend all her time in the older girl's company, and the minute she was alone, she'd be a target again. Besides, despite what Cheryl had told her, Talia had strong misgivings about her real willingness to tolerate the constant presence of a child at her side, day in, day out. And Talia had had plenty of experience with bullies before this,
She knew what to expect. Once they'd started, they wouldn't leave her alone until they'd become bored with the game. And there was another facet to be considered as well. She pushed her wet hair out of her eyes and regarded the coin-sized scar on the palm of her left hand soberly. How old had she been when Eustace had burned that into her hand with a red-hot poker? 9? 10? No matter. When the thing had happened, the adults had believed him and not her, when he'd said she'd done it to herself. So why should anyone here believe her? She was new, unknown. They were obviously children of ranking courtiers. Given the circumstances, who'd be thought the liar? Better to remain silent. They'd had their fun. Perhaps they'd become bored soon if she didn't react and leave her alone. Her hope was in vain. The very next day she discovered that someone had purloined her history notes. The day following, a shove from behind sent her blundering to her knees, bruising both knees and elbows on the floor of the corridor. When she collected her books and her wits, there was no one to be seen that could have shoved her, although she could faintly hear giggles from somewhere in the crowd about her. 2 days later she was pelted with stones by unseen assailants as she was running to weapons class alone. The day after that, she discovered that someone had upended a full bottle of ink over her books, and there was no sign that anyone had been near them but herself. That had been a nearly unbearable humiliation, to be thought to have been so careless with a book. She began to acquire a certain reputation for awkwardness, as she was shoved or tripped at least once a week, more often than that if she dared to go anywhere outside the collegium, and there was persecution of a non-physical nature as well. She began receiving anonymous notes that appeared mysteriously in her pockets or books, notes that picked her shaky self-confidence to tiny pieces. It got to the point where the mere sight of one would bring her to the edge of tears, and she couldn't show them to anyone because the words faded within moments after she'd read them, leaving only common bits of unmarked paper. And she didn't dare to confide in anyone else, for there was no evidence to her mind that the perpetrators were confined to the Blues. Granted, if things were as they seemed, it was wildly unlikely that any of her fellow trainees were part of the group tormenting her, but Eustace had hidden his sadism behind an angelic expression and a smiling face. Things were not always as they seemed. No, it was better to bear things alone. At least there was always Rolan. But Karen had seen that something was wrong. She'd already had her twins report on the note Talia had received from her family. A session with Elkarth had convinced her that she might be just the person to get the child to emerge from her shell of isolation. She had seen no evidence of clumsiness when she'd worked with Talia, and the reports of constant accidents sat ill with the evidence of her own eyes. There was something amiss, badly amiss. As a child, Karen had schooled herself to develop incredible patience, had been known to sit for hours with a handful of breadcrumbs, scarcely moving an eyelash, until the birds fed from her hand. She used that same kind of patient stalking with Talia now, dropping a word here, a subtle encouragement there. If there was someone persecuting the child, soon or late, Karen would find out about it. There were times she cursed the protocol of those gifted with thought-sensing. If not for those constraints, she could have read plainly what was bothering the child, or, if she couldn't, there were others who could have penetrated any shield. But the protocols were there to protect. One simply didn't ruthlessly strip away the inner thoughts of anyone, no matter how well-meaning one's intentions were. If the child had accidentally let something slip, it would be another case entirely. Unfortunately, she was entirely too well walled off. Nor was there any likelihood that someone more talented than Karen would hear something. Talia's reticence was being interpreted as a desire for privacy and was being respected as such. Those who can hear thoughts tend to be fanatical about privacy, whether their own or others. A good thing under most circumstances, but a distinct handicap for Karen in this case. Although Talia hadn't consciously noted Karen's solicitude, the attention was making itself felt. She was on the verge of telling the writing instructor about the notes, at least, when she began receiving another set. "Do go and tell someone about this, Bumpkin," these notes said. "It will be so entertaining to watch you try and explain why you haven't got anything but blank scraps of paper. They'll think you're mad. They may be right, you know." That frightened her. The specter of madness had haunted her ever since she'd gotten the first of the letters. After all, how could letters vanish from off the paper after they were read? And if they only thought she were mad, they might turn her out of the collegium. And then where would she go? It wasn't worth the risk. She confided in no one and wept in private. Then, just as her nerves were at the breaking point, the 3 months of midwinter revelry began at court, and the persecution ceased abruptly. When several days passed without even a note, Talia began to hope. When a week went by, she dared to relax her guard a little. By the end of the first month, free of pursuit, she decided that they'd grown tired of her non-reaction and found some other game. She threw herself into her life at the collegium then with such unrestrained enthusiasm that before Midwinter Festival she began to feel as if she'd come to belong there. Her family's rejection no longer ached with the same intensity. The collegium suspended classes for the 2 weeks of the festival. Those students that didn't return to their own homes for the holiday generally visited with friends or relatives near the capital. It was only Talia who had nowhere to go. She had kept so much to herself that no one realized this in the rush of preparations. The first day of the holiday found her wandering the empty halls, listening to her footsteps echo, feeling very small and lonely, and wondering if even the library would be able to fill the empty hours. As she listened to the sound of her own passing echo eerily in the hallways, another, fainter sound came to her ears. The sound of a harp being played somewhere beyond the doors that closed off the Herald's private quarters from the rest of the collegium. Curiosity and loneliness moved her to follow the sound to its source. She pushed open one of the double doors with a faint creak and let the harp notes lead her down long corridors to the very end of the Herald's wing and a corner overlooking the palace temple. It was quiet here. Most of the rooms were singles, occupied by heralds currently out on field duty. The place was easily as empty as the collegium wing. The harp sounded sweet and a little lonely amid all the silence. Talia stood just out of sight of a half-open door on the ground floor and lost all track of time in the enchantment of the music. She sighed when the harp song ended. "Come in, please, whoever you are," a soft, age-roughened voice called from within the room. "There's no need for you to stand about in a dreary hall when I could do with some company." The invitation sounded quite genuine. Talia mastered her reluctance and shyly pushed the door open a bit farther. Sunlight poured in the windows of the tiny room on the other side, reflecting from paneled walls the color of honey and a few pieces of furniture of wood and fabric only a shade or so darker. A brightly burning fire on the hearth gave off the scent of applewood and added to the atmosphere of light and warmth. Seated beside the fire was an elderly man, older than anyone Talia had ever met before, surely, for his silver hair matched the white of his tunic. But his gentle, still handsome face and gray eyes held only welcome, and the creases that wreathed his mouth and eyes were those that came of much smiling rather than frowning. His brow was broad, his mouth firm, his chin cleft rather appealingly, and his whole demeanor was kind. He held a harp braced against one leg. Talia's eyes widened to see that the other, like that of the village guard she had met, was missing from the knee down. He followed her gaze and smiled. "I am more fortunate than a good many," he said.
"For it was only a leg I lost to the Tedrail mercenaries in the king's service, and not my life. What keeps a youngling like you here in these gloomy halls at festival time?"
Perhaps it was his superficial resemblance to her father's mother. Perhaps it was simply that he was so openly welcoming of her. Perhaps it was just that she was so desperately lonely. He made Talia trust him with all her heart, and she spoke to him as candidly as she would have to Rolan.
"I haven't anywhere to go, sir," she said in a near whisper.
"Have you no friends willing to share holiday and hearth with you?" He frowned. "That seems most unherald-like."
I didn't tell anyone that I was staying. I really don't know anybody very well. My family doesn't want me anymore, and...
And you didn't want anyone to know, perhaps, ask you to come with them, not because they wanted you, but because they felt sorry for you?"
he guessed shrewdly. She nodded, hanging her head a trifle.
"You look to be about 13. This must be your first midwinter here, or the entire collegium would know you had nowhere to spend it. There's only one newly chosen that fits that description, so you must be Talia. Am I right?"
She nodded shyly.
"Well, there's no loss without a little gain," he replied. "I, too, have nowhere to spend my festival. I could spend it with the court, but the crowding is not to my taste. My kith and kin have long since vanished into time. My friends are either gone or busy elsewhere. Shall we keep the holiday together? I am called Jadis."
"I would like that, sir. Very much."
She raised her eyes and smiled back at him.
"Excellent. Then come and make yourself comfortable. There's room next to the fire. Chair, cushion, whichever you prefer."
A keen sensitivity alerted him to the depths of Talia's shyness, and he made a show of tuning his harp as she hesitantly placed a fat pillow of amber velvet on the hearth and curled up on it like a kitten. His gift was thought-sensing, and while he would never even dream of prying into her mind, there were nuances and shadings to her thoughts and behavior that told him he would have to tread carefully with her. He was by nature a gentle man, but with Talia he knew he would have to be at his gentlest, for the least ill nature on his part would frighten her out of all proportion to reality.
"I'm glad that my playing lured you to my door, Talia."
"It was so very beautiful," she said wistfully. "I've never heard music like that before."
He chuckled.
"My overweening pride thanks you, youngling. But the hard truth is that any master bard would make me sound the half-amateur that I truly am. Still, honesty forces me to admit that I have at least some talent, else they'd never have admitted me to Bardic Collegium in the first place."
"Bardic Collegium, sir?"
Talia said, confused.
"Yes, I know. Now I am a herald, complete with companion, who is even now sunning her old bones and watching the silly foals frolic in the snow. But when I first arrived here, it was to be admitted to Bardic Collegium. I had been there for 3 years, with 2 more to go. I was sitting in the garden,
attempting to compose a set theme piece for an assignment when something drew me down to Companion's Field. And she came and proceeded to merrily turn my life inside out. I was even resentful at the time, but now I wouldn't exchange a moment of my life for the coronet of the laureate.
Talia watched the strong, supple fingers that caressed the silken wood of the harp almost absently.
You didn't give up the music, though.
Oh, no. One doesn't forsake that sweet mistress lightly after one has tasted of her charms.
He smiled.
And perhaps Fortunia did me a favor. I've never needed to please a fickle crowd or ungrateful master. I've sung and played for the entertainment of only myself and my friends. Music has served me as a disguise as well, since bards are welcome nearly everywhere, in kingdom or out. And even now, when my voice has long since gone the way of my leg, I can charm a tune from my lady to keep me company, or to lure company to my door.
He wrinkled his nose at her, and she returned his smile with growing confidence. He looked at her appraisingly, taken with a sudden thought.
Talia, youngling, can you sing?
I don't know, sir, she confessed. I was Holderkin. They don't hold with music, only hymns, mostly, and then just the priests and handmaidens.
Holderkin,
he muttered, obviously trying to remember something.
Ah, surely you know the little sheep calming song, the one that goes, "Silly sheep go to sleep."
He plucked a simple melody. She nodded.
Yes, sir. But that isn't music, though, is it?
Even a speech can be music in the right hands. Would you sing it for me, please?
She began very hesitantly, singing so softly as to be barely audible above the voice of the harp. But she began to gain confidence and volume before long. The harp, in counterpoint behind the melody, fascinated her. Soon she was so engrossed in the patterns the music made that she lost all trace of self-consciousness.
I thought so,
Jadis said with self-satisfaction as she finished.
I thought you had a touch of talent when I listened to you speak. You'll never give a major bard competition, little one, but you definitely have, or will have, rather, a quite good singing voice. Would you be willing to give an old man a great deal of pleasure by consenting to yet another set of lessons?
You mean music lessons? Teach me, but...
It would be a shame to waste your talent, and you do have it, youngling.
He smiled with just a hint of wistfulness.
It would truly be something that I would enjoy sharing with you.
That decided her.
If you think it's worth wasting your time on me?
He put a finger under her chin, tilting her head up so that she had nowhere to look but his earnest, kindly eyes.
Time spent with you, my dear, will never be wasted. Believe it.
She blushed a brilliant crimson, and he released her.
Would you be willing to begin now?
He continued, allowing her to regain her composure.
We have all the afternoon before us, and we could begin with the song you just sang.
If you don't mind, I don't have anything I was going to do.
Mind, youngling, if you knew how long my hours are, you would never have made that statement.
Jadis felt a bond growing between the two of them, felt without really thinking about it, that it was his own helpless condition that allowed Talia to feel he wasn't any sort of a threat. He had been allowing himself to drift in a hermit-like half-dream for several years now, allowing the world outside his door to move off without him. It just hadn't seemed worth the effort to try and call it back. Until now. Until now, when another heart, as lonely as his, had strayed to his door and brought the world back with her. And as he watched the child at his feet, he knew that this time, for her sake, he would not permit it to drift away again. Talia learned quickly, as her teachers already knew. Music was a whole unknown world for her, and in one way this was all to the good, as she had nothing to unlearn. She was so enthralled that she never even noticed how late it was getting until a servant arrived to light candles and inquire as to whether Jadis preferred dinner in his room. When she would have absented herself, he insisted that she share dinner with him, saying that he had had his fill of solitary meals. When the servant returned, he sent him on another errand, to search out some songbooks he'd had stored away. These he presented to Talia over her protests.
"I've not missed them in all the time they've been stored," he said firmly. "The music and the memories are safe enough in here," he tapped his forehead. "So I have no need of the books themselves. A midwinter gifting, if you like, so that you can learn fast enough to please your tyrannical teacher."
She departed only when her singing was punctuated by yawns. She felt almost as if she'd known the old Herald for as long as she'd been alive, and that they'd been friends for all of that time. She felt comfortable and welcome with him, and could hardly bear to wait for the new dawn and another day with him. She rose nearly with the sun, but she feared to intrude too early and disturb the aged Herald, so she gulped down a hasty breakfast of bread and milk from the stores in the collegium kitchen and took her energy out to Rolan. She and he played like the silliest of children, she tossing snowballs at him and he avoiding them adroitly or trying to catch them in his teeth. She felt quite lightheaded with happiness, happier than she ever remembered being before. Finally, he curvetted coaxingly toward her, in a plain invitation to mount and ride. They galloped together until the sun was quite high, fairly flying over the field. This was enough to loosen her taut nerves and spend some of her energy without losing any of her enthusiasm. She tapped on Jadis's door at mid-morning with sparkling eyes and flushed cheeks. By the end of this, the second day of her lessons, the servants had gotten wind of what was going on and could be seen lurking in the vicinity of the Herald's room. Though untrained, Talia's voice was good and her pitch was true. The servants were finding the lessons to be rare entertainment indeed. Now that Midwinter Festival was at its height, there was scarcely enough room in the great hall for all the nobles come to court, much less any off-duty servant. But here, in this little corner of Herald's Hall, there was entertainment in plenty. Before long, had anyone chanced by, they would have seen folk perched quietly like a flock of sparrows in every available nook and cranny. Talia was unaware that they were there, oblivious as she was to everything but her lessoning. Jadis knew, though, his ear long sensitized to the unusual sound of anyone in his out-of-the-way corridor, and he tacitly welcomed their presence. He had spent enough lonely holidays to know how cheering a bit of music could be, and he was showman enough to appreciate having an audience. Besides, knowing they were there made him put a bit more polish on his own performances, and that was all to the good where his new pupil was concerned. Midwinter Eve itself came before Talia was aware that it was upon them. That afternoon, Jadis had been telling her tales drawn from his own experiences as a young herald, when there was a hesitant knock on the half-open door.
"Come,"
he answered, one eyebrow rising quizzically. It was the young servant who habitually tended to Jadis's needs.
"Your pardon, Herald," he said diffidently. "We, the rest of us, that is, couldn't help but listen to yourself and young Talia all this past week, and we wondered, well, to put it shortly, sir, it's this. You two haven't anywhere to go this Midwinter Eve, and you're plainly not wanting to spend it at court either, or you'd be there now. Would you be caring to share our celebration, and if you could be bothered to sing or play a bit for us, we'd be beholden to you. We entertain ourselves, you see. 'Tisn't masterly, but it's fun, and it's homelike."
Jadis broke into a wide smile.
"Medron, I do believe that's one of the handsomest offers I've had since I was chosen. Talia, what think you?"
She nodded speechlessly, amazed that anyone would come seeking her company.
"Right gladly do we accept, and right gladly will we do our best to help amuse and please you."
Medrin's sturdy brown face was wreathed in smiles.
"Many thanks, my lord Jadis. We'd have asked you aforetime, but that we thought you wished to be alone. But then, when you and the child began the lessoning, well, we bethought maybe we were wrong."
Jadis rested his hand fondly on Talia's head.
"I have lived overly much in my memories, I think. It was time someone woke me to the present. Well-a-day, will you send someone to fetch us when the time comes?"
Medrin nodded.
"2nd hour after sundown, Herald, and I'll come myself. Do you wish your carry-chair?" "Oh, I think not. I'll do well enough with my cane and my friends,"
he replied, and smiled at Talia with affection. Medrin was prompt. Enthusiastic cries of greeting met them at the door of the servants' hall as they entered. The room was approximately 3 times the size of the Collegium common room, with a fireplace at either end, oil lamps along the walls, and one door leading into the hallway in the middle of one of the longer walls, and another leading to the palace kitchen in the middle of the other. There were many trestle tables set up in the middle of it, all crowded with off-duty servants. Jadis entered through the hall door slowly, managing very well with his cane and one hand resting lightly on Talia's shoulder for balance. She held his harp in both arms with great care, feeling honored that he trusted it to her. Tucked into her belt was the little shepherd's pipe he'd given her a few days previous. Jadis's eyes widened and lit from within at the sounds of welcome. He seemed even to stand a bit straighter. The greetings they received were warm and unrestrained, for although she hadn't known it, Talia had long ago won the sympathy of the servants with her stalwart refusal to give in to self-pity out of loneliness. Jadis was another favorite, partially because he never demanded any favors, though he'd long since earned the right to demand special treatment, and partially because he had never stood on protocol with anyone, servant or noble. First, there was a feast, prepared at the same time as that being served in the great hall. Everyone able took his or her turn at waiting on the others. Following the food came the entertainment. As Medrin had said, it was not masterly, but the enjoyment was perhaps more genuine. While several amateur musicians played simple country dances, the rest sent their feet through their paces. Tiny Talia often ended up being swept completely off the floor by some of her more energetic partners. There were some attempts at juggling and sleight of hand, all the more hilarious because the outcomes were so uncertain. When at last everyone's energy was drained to the point where they were willing to turn their attention to something quieter, Talia and Jadis took their turn. Jadis first played alone. His skillful fingers wove a spell of silence over the assemblage. There wasn't a sound to be heard as he played, but the crackling of the fire on the hearth. The silence that endured for several long moments when he'd finished was a poignant tribute to his abilities. Before the silence ended, Jadis nudged his young protégé, and Talia joined him on her pipe, playing the melodies she'd learned taking her turn on watch during the long cold nights of lambing season. The tunes themselves were simple enough, but with Jadis's harp behind them, they took on new complexity and an entirely new voice. There was another eloquent silence when they'd done, followed by wildly enthusiastic applause. Talia's heart was filled with joy at the sight of the new life and light in Jadis's face. She was fiercely glad then that they'd come. Then Jadis played while Talia sang something he'd picked out of an old book, a comic ballad he remembered from many years agone called "It Was a Dark and Stormy Night." The spontaneous laughter that followed the last line about the lute was so hearty that Talia was soon blushing with pleasure. Now she, too, knew how heady a drink acclaim could be. The two of them then performed as many requests as they knew, until it grew so late that Talia found herself beginning to nod, and Jadis confessed that his fingers were growing tired. Talia helped him back to his room. She scarcely knew how she found her own bed. She thought, before sleep claimed her, that without a doubt it was the finest midwinter festival she'd ever had.
Chapter 7. After Midwinter's evening, there could have been no firmer friends in all the collegium and circle than Talia and the old Herald Jadis. Even after classes began again, she always found the time for music lessons and practice sessions with him every evening. He seemed to take as much joy in her company as she did in his, and not even the fact that her unknown tormentors resumed their games soon after the end of the holidays served to take that happiness out of her heart. It sometimes occurred to her that, if it hadn't been for Jadis and Rolan, she'd have thought more than once about giving it all up and running away, though where she'd go, she had no idea. Without those two stalwarts to turn to, her misery would have been deeper than it had been at the holding at the worst of times. The signal that they were still at her came in the form of another of the anonymous notes. It appeared among her books just before one of her music lessons, and she was hard put to make herself seemly after the spate of tears it caused. It would have been impossible to hide the fact that she was troubled and upset from Jadis. Her red-rimmed eyes gave her away immediately. He insisted, gently but firmly, that she tell him something of what was wrong.
"You know, I would never say or do anything against your will, little one."
His voice was soft, but held a note of command. The hesitant, wary child that had replaced the cheerful Talia that he had come to know and love was not at all to his liking.
"But you aren't happy, and if you're not happy, then neither am I. I wish you would tell me why, and who or what is the cause. You know by now you can trust me, surely."
She nodded slowly, hands clenched in her lap.
"Then tell me what your problem is. It may even be I can help."
She was reluctant to confide in him, but found herself unable to resist the kindness of his eyes.
You'll have to promise something, please, that you won't tell anyone else."
He promised that he would not, rather than lose the trust she had given to no one else. The promise was given with great reluctance.
"If that is the only way you'll tell me, yes, I promise."
It's like this,"
she began, telling him eventually only of the shovings, the destructive tricks, and not of the notes. She feared those were too wildly unlikely even for Jadis to believe. He sensed that there was more to these pranks than she was telling him, and it worried him. Bound by his promise, though, there was little he could do for her but offer an emotional shelter and proffer some advice. He hoped that that would be enough.
"Don't go anywhere alone. Well, you know that already. But try to stay only with people you know, Cheryl or Skiff or Jerry. None of those three would ever hurt you. And here's a thought. Try to always be within sight of one of your teachers. I doubt that even the cleverest would dare try anything under the eyes of a herald. And, little one—"
He touched her cheek with a gentle hand, eliciting a wan smile.
"I am always here for you. No one would dare try anything against you here, and any time you want someone to cry with, well, I have a plenitude of handkerchiefs."
That actually earned him a tiny chuckle, and Jadis felt amply rewarded as they began the lesson.
"Make friends, child," he urged her before she left him. "The other Herald students won't bite you. They won't try to hurt you either, and the more friends you have, the better protected you'll be. Now think, have you ever seen or heard any of them do or say anything intended to be cruel?"
"No," she had to admit.
"I know your life wasn't easy at the Hold. I know people often hurt you deliberately. Things are different in the Collegium. You trust me. Now I tell you to trust them as well. If nothing else, once you are part of a group, you'll be less of an available target for tricks."
Jadis was proved right. She was a less conspicuous target. The pranks began to decrease in frequency immediately. There was more. Though he was bound by his promise to say nothing, Jadis was aided by the fact that some of the teachers and older students, Karen, Taryn, and Cheryl among them, had decided that there was something odd and unpleasant afoot and had begun making a habit of keeping an ostentatious eye on her. Karen especially had long since made that decision, and when Talia had begun to show signs of unhappiness again, had taken to lurking in the child's vicinity, looking as conspicuous as possible. The perpetrators of her misery soon found it nearly impossible even to slip those mysterious notes among her things without being seen, and being seen was no part of their scheme. Before a month was out, they seemed to have given up. Talia's cheerfulness was restored, and Jadis heaved a profound mental sigh of relief. None of them guessed that there was more afoot than petty harassment. Collegium and Circle alike had incorrectly assumed that the suspicions surrounding the death of Talimir had frightened the anti-Herald faction off of any serious attempt to rid the kingdom of the new Queen's own. The case was otherwise. The harassment had been at the instigation of the parents of some of the nobly born, unaffiliated students, courtiers who had everything to lose should Elspeth be salvaged and made heir in fact as well as presumptive. These older conspirators had long ago made their decision regarding Talia. If it did not prove possible to induce her to leave the Collegium, she was to be gotten rid of, by any means that came to hand. Since she had now proven impossible to drive away, the next step was to turn to more permanent measures. They were only waiting for Talia to make the mistake of being alone to put their new plan into motion, and their chance came on the coldest day of the year. The sky was overcast, a dull leaden gray. The snow was creaky underfoot, and the cold ate its way up from the ground to Talia's feet, even through sheepskin boots and 3 pairs of woolen stockings. The wind was strong and bitter, and Talia had decided to take the longer way from classroom to training saal, past the stables, where there was some relief from the wind's bite. As she rounded a corner with her thoughts miles away, she suddenly found herself surrounded by Blues. Their faces were far from friendly. Before she could think to flee, they grabbed for her, trying to pinion her arms and legs. She was befuddled for only a scant second. She fought back with all the skill she had so far managed to acquire at Albrich's hands. He had taught her a no-holds-barred discipline. She kicked, pulled hair, and bit without compunction, and muffled cries of pain attested to the fact that she was scoring on them, even though they were fairly well protected by bulky winter garments. Oddly enough, it seemed almost as if they had no real intentions of hurting her, as if their intentions were rather to immobilize her for some unknown reason. She took advantage of this apparent reticence on their part to bolt through a gap between 2 of them, leaving her cloak behind in the hands of a third. She almost managed a clean escape. Then a flying tackle from behind sent her head first into the stable muck pit. The contents were fresh, well-watered, and soft. She was covered from head to toe with the stinking mess and flailed about, helpless with retching.
"Oh, poor little bumpkin, it's made a mess," cooed one of the girls in a sugary voice. "How awful for it."
"Perhaps it thought it was home,"
replied a boy, as Talia tried to scrape filth off her face and away from her eyes.
"We'd better get it clean. It certainly doesn't know how to clean itself."
They pulled her out and seized her before she could flounder free, knocked her down,
and stuffed a piece of rag into her mouth before she could scream for help. They took turns rubbing handfuls of muck into her face and hair, as if in retaliation for the injuries she'd managed to inflict on them. Then some of them pinioned her arms, and others her legs. They hauled her outside where the stuff froze stiff in the icy wind, and she couldn't get her eyes open to see. She was still trying to catch her breath after the blow that had knocked her down, and couldn't seem to get any air into her lungs. Right now, full lungs seemed the most important thing in the world. She was half carried, half dragged, acquiring numerous scrapes and bruises from the cobblestones. She couldn't seem to think further than trying to breathe, couldn't guess what they planned next as they dragged her along. They seemed to be hauling her halfway to the border. Then, as she felt the road begin to climb, a vague idea of what they planned came to her, and she began to thrash in panic.
"Into your bath, goatling!"
the hateful male voice sang out. She tried to wriggle loose and kicked as hard as she could, but it was all to no avail. They were bigger and stronger than she, and far outnumbered her. She only succeeded in causing their grip to slip a little, so that the back of her head cracked against the stone paving, stunning her briefly. That gave them the relief they needed. She felt herself tossed up into the air, landing in the icy waters of the river with a shock that drove what little breath she had from her lungs. The water closed over her head. She fought for the surface, pulling the rag out of her mouth as she did so, only to have her throat fill with water as she tried to breathe inches too soon. As she reached the air and choked and gasped in the icy wind, she heard someone call out, voice receding into the distance,
"Farewell, bumpkin. Give our greetings to Talia."
Only last week, a careless would-be daredevil had died here, trying to cross on the ice instead of the bridge. Talia began to thrash hysterically, remembering that he hadn't lasted more than a few moments in the frigid river. What ice she could reach that didn't break when she grabbed it was too slippery to get a grip on. There was nothing to hold on to, and no way she could haul herself up on it. Her sodden clothing, especially those heavy, water-logged sheepskin boots, was pulling her down. The current was tugging her inexorably farther from shore, and she could feel her limbs growing numb and unresponsive. She couldn't keep her mouth above water for long. She couldn't get enough breath to cry for help. Her mind shrieked in incoherent fear. Then, like a gift from the gods, a trumpeting neigh split the air, and something huge and heavy plunged in beside her. Strong teeth seized her collar and pulled her to within reach of a broad, warm, white back that rose beside her like magic.
"Rolan!"
she gasped. She tried to make her fingers work enough to grab mane or tail while he maneuvered himself to support as much of her as he could. For a moment, it almost seemed as if it would work. Then, her fingers loosed themselves, and she began sliding away from him, dragged by the punishing weight of her clothing and the strong pull of the current. Her mind went numb, as cold as the water. She lost her last tentative hold on his back, and darkness closed over her mind as the water closed over her head. Her lungs filled with water again, but she was beyond caring. Something jerked at her collar. Her head broke the surface, and a stubborn spark of life made her cough and gag once again in the painfully icy air. Then she was being hauled roughly across the ice, and many hands reached to pull her up on the bank, where she was pounded and pummeled until she'd coughed all the water out of her lungs. A babble of angry, frightened voices filled her ears as she was wrapped in something heavy and made to drink a fiery liquid that brought tears to her eyes and made her choke. Her vision cleared of the dancing sparks that had taken the place of the darkness when they'd started pounding on her, and she saw she was surrounded by the anxious faces of her teachers and fellow students. Safe. She fainted. She half-roused as someone lifted her up to a rider's arms, and they galloped to the very doors of the collegium. The rider vaulted from the saddle, still carrying her, and sprinted effortlessly with her up the stairs to the dormitory floor. She was passed into more hands on the other side of a steamy portal, and those hands stripped her of her soaked, filthy garments quickly and efficiently. Once again she found herself up to her neck in water, but this time it was blessedly hot. That brought her fully awake again. That, and the fact that she was being scrubbed with strong soap by 3 other people.
What?
She coughed, her throat raw.
What happened?
That's what we'd like to know,
said Jerry, soaping her hair vigorously.
Ugh, your hair is full of this muck. Rolan heard your mind call for help. He alerted the rest of the companions, and they roused their heralds. Then he went after you himself. Lord of light! You should have seen the collegium. It looked like a nest of angry wasps. People came boiling out of everywhere. Most of us got to the riverbank just in time to see you slip off Roland's back and go under. Karen was just a fraction ahead of everyone else, and she dove right off the saddle after you. Cheryl was right behind her. They managed to pull you out. When I knew you were alive, I came back here to get housekeeper and start what we'd need to warm you up again. Once they'd gotten the water out of you, Terran brought you here. This tub's filthy. We're going to change. No, she warned, as Talia started to move. Don't try to do anything. Let us do the work for you. You've got an awful bump on your head, and you might get dizzy and fall. They lifted her over to a second tub. She still seemed chilled to the bone.
Are they all right?
Talia managed to get out.
Who? Cheryl and Karen? They're fine. Don't you remember? They're from Lake Evandim. This isn't the first ice rescue they've done. And there were 2 more riders waiting to bring them here, too. They're both soaking in hot tubs, the same as you.
They are?
Talia raised her head as the room spun before her eyes and tried to look around. The bathing room seemed oddly turned backward, reversed in mirror image.
What happened to them?
Her tongue didn't seem to quite want to behave. You're on the boy's side, silly, Jerry giggled. It was closer. Take a good look. You might not get a second chance.
Hush,
housekeeper Gaitha scolded affectionately.
Talia, I think we've gotten the last of the filth off you. How are you feeling?
Still cold.
There seemed to be an icy core that the heat didn't touch. They drained some of the water and ran in more that was fresh and hotter than before. She finally felt herself stop shivering and began to relax. Then a sudden thought made her struggle to sit up.
Rolan!
He's perfectly all right. Jerry and housekeeper Gaitha held her firmly in place.
It'll take more than a cold ducking to stop him. The worst was heaving him up onto the bank. He wasn't even chilled, and he's inordinately proud of himself,
said the 3rd member of the group, silent until now.
I suppose he has every right to be, since your bond isn't supposed to be strong enough at this stage for you to call one another, even in panic. You're very lucky that wasn't the case for the 2 of you.
Her sight seemed to be blurring, but Talia finally got a good look at this 3rd person as she moved to within Talia's range of vision to speak to her. The woman was a square-jawed ash blonde, and she wore full heraldic traveling leathers with the silver arrow of a special messenger on one sleeve.
I'm sorry, we weren't properly introduced, Talia, she smiled. I'm Herald Ilsa. Karen might have mentioned me.
Talia nodded and was immediately sorry. Her head began pounding, and her vision blurred still more.
Karen was going to be waiting for you,
she said with difficulty. Ilsa saw the glazed look, the fixed pupils of Talia's eyes, and said sharply, "Problems, kitten?"
I can't see too well, and my head hurts.
Can you tell what's wrong?
Gaitha asked the herald in an undertone. The woman frowned a little.
Well, I'm no healer, but I know the technique. Hold still, kitten, she addressed Talia. This isn't going to hurt, but it may make your head feel a little odd.
She caught Talia's blurring gaze and looked deeply into her eyes, and Talia felt something like a light touch inside her head. It was a very odd sensation. Ilse placed one hand on Talia's forehead in the lightest of feather-like touches once she'd caught Talia's attention, beginning her probe. She continued to speak in a casual voice, knowing commonplaces would keep Talia from becoming too alarmed if she sensed anything. I'd only just come through the gate when the alarm went up. Keren's got the tightest bond with that stallion of hers that I've ever witnessed. The two of them were headed for the river before Felara had managed to do more than tell me that there was bad trouble. We took off after them, but we couldn't manage to keep up. Her mind link with her brother is almost as strong, and she must have told him what was needed before we even hit the riverbank, because he came pounding up with blankets and ropes right after she went in. I knew that she and Dantress were good, but I have never seen anyone move like they did. I never even knew you could slingshot into a dive from the back of a companion in full gallop. While she spoke, she read the child as the healers she had worked with did. Since she was not formally healer-trained, she took longer at it, and inadvertently made more contact than she'd intended to. Talia's head wasn't exactly feeling odd, but the sensation of internal touch was stronger than ever, and she was seeing the strangest things. They came in flashes, confusing and disorienting, as if she were seeing things through someone else's eyes, and what she was seeing concerned Karen and this stranger intimately, and it was very heavily laden with overtones of complex emotions. She blushed in embarrassed crimson. Ilse and Karen, long-time lovers? She didn't even know this woman. Why should her mind be producing a fantasy like that? She looked up at Ilse in startled confusion. Ilse hastily broke the contact between them when she realized what the child was sensing and stared at her with wide-eyed respect. First the mind call to her companion, and now this. Ilse knew she had one of the strongest shields in the circle, yet this untrained child had picked out something it might have taken a master to extract. Granted, Ilse's shields were probably lowered a trifle because of the reading she was doing, but it should have taken someone fully trained to have taken advantage of the fact. This child was certainly far more than her appearance led you to believe. "Concussion," she said to the others, "and if she had some kind of cold before she went in, it's getting worse by the moment. I think we'd best get her into a warm bed and have a real healer take her in hand. And I'd better have a word with Karen as soon as I can," she thought to herself. "If this poor child begins a fever, there's no telling what she's likely to pick up. Anybody that watches her had better have excellent shields, for her sake." The three of them helped Talia out with care, dried her off, and put her into her warmest bedgown. She wasn't allowed to walk at all. They gave her over to Terran, who carried her to her room and tucked her into her bed. It had been warmed, and she was glad of it. For once out of the steam-filled bathing room, the air had been very cold, and she was shivering by the time they reached her room. She was having trouble holding to reality. It only seemed that she'd gotten the blankets tucked around her when there was a stranger standing beside her, come out of nowhere, appearing at her bedside as if he'd been conjured. It was a cherubic-faced man whose beardlessness made him seem absurdly young. He was dressed in healer's green. He held one hand just fractions of an inch from her forehead and frowned in concentration. Talia's head was truly beginning to hurt now. It felt like someone was pressing daggers into her skull just behind her eyes. The rest of her was starting to ache, too. Her chest rasped when she breathed, and she wanted badly to cough, but knew it would only set off an explosion in her head if she did so. The young healer took his hand away and said to someone just outside the door, "Concussion for certain, though the skull doesn't seem to be broken. And I'm sure you noticed the fever. Pneumonia is a real likelihood." There was a murmur in answer, and the healer leaned down so that his face was at Talia's eye level. "You're going to be a very sick young lady for a while, youngling," he told her quietly. "It isn't anything that we can't cure with time and patience, but it isn't going to be very pleasant. Can I count on you to cooperate?" She made a wry face and whispered,
You want me to drink potions, right? Willowbrook tea?
The healer chuckled. I'm afraid that will be the least of the nasty things we'll ask you to drink. Can you manage your first dose now? She nodded just the tiniest fraction, carefully, so as not to send her head pounding. The healer busied himself at her fireplace for several long moments and returned with something green and foul-looking. With his aid, she drank it as quickly as she could, trying not to taste it. Whatever it was a great deal stronger than Keldar's willow bark tea, for she found the pain in her head beginning to recede and her alertness as well. With her alertness went her awareness. Before long, she was soundly asleep. She woke to fire and candlelight. There was someone sitting in the shadows beside her bed. Soft harp notes told her who it was.
Herald Jadis,
she whispered, her throat too raw and swollen to produce real sound.
So formal, little friend?
He asked, laying down his harp and leaning forward to place one hand on her hot forehead.
How do you feel?
Tired, cold, head hurts. Everything hurts.
Hungry?
Thirsty,
she rasped.
Why are you here?
Thirsty can be remedied if you're willing to take another one of Devon's evil brews first. As to why I'm here, that's easy enough. You need someone to help you while you're ill, and I have plenty of time for my friend Talia.
He handed her a mug of the same green potion she'd drunk before, nodding in approval as she downed it as fast as she could, then handed her another mug of broth.
We're taking it in turn to keep an eye on you, so don't concern yourself over me. And don't be surprised to see Ilsa or Karen. Ah, Devon, as you predicted, she's awake.
The same healer moved into view on silent feet, smiling down at her.
You're a tough little thing, aren't you? Sometimes being a border brat like we both are has its positive aspects.
Talia blinked owlishly at him over the rim of her mug.
How long sick?
She croaked.
A few weeks, perhaps more. And you'll feel worse before you feel better. Comforting, aren't I?
She managed a weak grin.
Truth better?
I thought you'd probably prefer it. You may start seeing things when you get more fevered. There will always be someone with you, so don't worry. Beginning to feel sleepy?
Mm-mm,
she assented. Finish that, then get more rest. I'll leave you in Herald Jadis's competent hands.
He departed as silently as he'd come.
Is there anything else you'd like, youngling?
Jadis asked, relief evident in his voice. Talia surmised vaguely that the healer's confidence had allayed some worry he'd had. He took the now empty mug from Talia's heavy fingers.
Play for me,
she whispered.
You have only to ask,
he replied, sounding inordinately pleased and surprised at the request. She drifted off to sleep, followed by harp song. Ugly dreams and pain half woke her. Someone, it might have been Ilsa, calmed her panic and coaxed her to drink more broth and medicine. She half woke countless more times, obediently drinking what was put to her lips, letting herself be steered to and from the bathing room and the privy. She was otherwise unaware of her surroundings. She alternately froze and burned, and lived in a dream where people from Hold and Collegium mingled and did the most absurd things. When her dreams turned evil, they were always chased away by harp song or comforting hands. Finally, she woke completely to see sunlight streaming in her window. Her head ached abominably. She felt at the back of it and winced as her fingers encountered a lump.
Hurts, doesn't it?
The rough voice from the chair beside the bed was sympathetic. Turning her head carefully, Talia saw that Karen had assumed the position she'd last seen occupied by Jadis. She was lounging carelessly in Talia's chair with her feet up on the desk that stood beside it. She also had her sword resting unsheathed in her lap.
You're all right,
Talia croaked with relief. Karen cocked an eyebrow at her.
You forget, little centaur, I went in of my own will. My entry was a bit more controlled than yours was. You're damned lucky to be here, you know. You slipped right under the ice when you lost your hold on Roland's back. I almost couldn't reach you. 1 finger length more, and we'd not have found you till spring thaw.
Once again, Talia seemed to be seeing things through other eyes, and feeling things as well. She felt a dreadful fear not her own, and saw herself being pulled under the thick sheet of ice that covered most of the river. And she saw what had followed. She spoke before she thought.
You went under the ice after me,
she said in awe.
You could have died.
Karen nearly choked.
Nets of the lady, Ilsa was right. I'd best watch what I think around you, youngling. We might share more than either of us want to. To change the subject, yes, since you know already, it was a damned close thing. Good thing for both of us that it was Herald that was behind me. Once I'd hooked you, she was able to pull both of us out from under. The more, specially, as I'd had the wit to grab one of Ilsa's spare lead ropes from a saddle and clip it to my belt on the way to the river. When Herald saw that trailing out behind me, she grabbed it. Good thing she's been on ice rescues herself.
She's all right, too?
Oh, she's not as tough an old snake as I am. She caught a cold. Don't feel sorry for her. Since we'd put you out of reach, the rest of the trainees made a great fuss over her. She's their heroine. They packed her into bed and waited on her hand and foot till she hadn't so much as a sniffle.
What do you mean, put me out of reach? Why? And why have you got your sword out? What aren't you telling me?
Karen shook her head ruefully.
You look so naive, innocent, helpless, but even half dead with concussion and pneumonia, you don't miss much, do you? Ah, little one, there's no use trying to keep it from you. We're guarding you. The ones that threw you in the river were caught. You've got friends in Servants' Hall who spotted them coming in mucky. They swore it was just a joke, some joke, and all the Queen could legally do was banish them from court and collegium. On the surface of it, since there weren't any witnesses to contradict them, she had no choice. Well, I would have had their heads.
Talia could feel the anger that Karen's bland expression concealed.
Or rather their hides, but I'm not the Queen, and there's only so much she could do by the law. Since you've managed to survive their little joke, she couldn't even call truce spell on them.
One of them told me to give their greetings to Talia. That was before Rolan came,
Talia said quietly. Karen whistled, and Talia could feel her anger mount.
Damn! I wish we'd been able to tell the council that when that lot came up on charges. Well, nobody really believed them, so Ilsa, Jadis, and I have been taking it in turn to guard you. Miro's been making all your meals himself, and Terran brings them straight from his hands.
Jadis?
Talia looked at Karen's sword doubtfully.
Don't make the mistake of thinking he's helpless because he's short a leg, lovey. There's been a loaded crossbow within reach the whole time he's been up here, and that cane of his has a sword blade in it. Anybody trying to take him would have had one hell of a surprise.
Is all this really necessary?
Talia asked, beginning to feel more than a bit frightened.
The danger's real enough to warrant a few simple precautions. We lose enough of the circle as it is. We're not about to lose you through carelessness.
Karen paused, and then added, half in anger, half in hurt.
And next time, youngling, tell somebody when there's something wrong. We could have avoided all this. Maybe caught whoever was chewing your tail. Heralds always stick together, damn it. Did you think we wouldn't believe you?
Yes,
Talia said, and was horrified that her mouth had once again betrayed her. To her further horror, slow tears began to fall, and she was helpless to stop them. Karen was out of her chair and at her side in a moment, holding her against a firm shoulder, anger turned immediately to concern and a touch of guilt. "Lovey, lovey, I didn't mean to upset you. We want you. We need you. It'd half kill us to lose you. You've got to learn to trust us. We're your family. No, we're more than that, and we'll never, ever desert you, no matter what happens."
"I'm sorry,"
Talia sobbed, trying to bring herself back under control and pulling away from Karen. "No, you don't. It's time you let some of that out," Karen ordered. "Cry all you want. If my twin's right, and he usually is, you've got a lot of crying to catch up on." Her care, her sincerity, was too much to stand against. Talia yielded with speechless gratitude as the barriers within her that had been weakened by her friendship with Jadis came crumbling down. Karen held her as if she were her own child, letting her sob herself into dry-eyed exhaustion. "Feel better?" Karen asked, when the last of the tears were gone. Talia smiled weakly.
"Sort of.
Except that now your head aches and your eyes are sore. Next time, don't let things build up for so long. That's one of the things friends are for, to help you with troubles. Now, about that new thought-sensing ability of yours."
"It's real? Then I am feeling what you're feeling? And you and Ilsa?"
She broke off in confusion.
"But where did I get it from? I couldn't do that before."
"You're still picking up from me. Oh, hell." Karen frowned a little in concentration, and abruptly Talia was no longer awash with confusing emotions. "That better? Good. Oh, this thought-sensing is real, all right, and disconcertingly accurate. Only the Circle knows about Ilsa and me. We couldn't have kept it from them with all the gifted about, even if we'd wanted to. We're life-bonded. I don't suppose you've heard of that, have you?"
"Like Vaniel and Stefan? Or Sunsinger and Shadow Dancer?"
Karen's amazed glance flicked over Talia like a spray of cold water, but given Talia's penchant for tales, it wasn't overly surprising that she had heard of life-bonding. Rare among heralds, rarer still in the general population, a life bond was a very special tie, going far beyond the physical. "Not so dramatic, but yes, like Vaniel and Stefan. Well, I'd guess that either the blow to your head woke your gift early, or overwhelming fear did. It happens sometimes. Now, if you weren't Queen's Own, we wouldn't even think about training you to use it for another few years, but you're by definition a special case. Do you want it trained?"
"Please, not another set of lessons,"
Talia said pathetically. Karen chuckled. "All right then, lovey. We'll leave things as they are. Maybe when your head heals, it'll go away. I've seen that happen before. But if it starts to get bothersome, you tell one of us, all right?" She paused and eyed Talia speculatively. "It doesn't disturb you? About Ilsa and me?"
"No,"
Talia replied, a trifle surprised.
"Should it? I mean, there's lots of 'em." She blushed again. "Special friends on the Holdens."
"Are there?" Karen raised an eyebrow. "I never figured on that. Old rocks that they are. Makes sense, I guess. All those underwives, and damn few of 'em wed for affection." She relaxed visibly. "I won't deny that I'm glad to hear that from you. You've got an old head in a lot of ways, lovey. I'm beginning to think of you as much as my friend as my student, and I'd hate to see anything get in the way of that friendship."
"Me? Your friend?"
Talia was visibly startled. "Surprised? Jadis thinks of you as a friend, too, and he hasn't opened up to anyone in years. There's something about you that I can't pinpoint. You're so much older than your years sometimes. Maybe it comes of being Queen's Own. Lady knows I'm not old enough to have known Talimir as a lad. You seem like someone I've known and trusted for years, like a little sister." As close, maybe, as my twin, which is damned odd considering that I've got a niece and nephew nearly your age. I'm not the only one to feel that way. There's Jadis, like I said, and Cheryl and Skiff, and probably more."
Talia digested this with wonder.
Karen shook her head. "Enough of this. How's the skull feel?"
"Awful." She stood up and examined the lump with gentle, skillful fingers.
"Lovey luck was all on your side in this. An inch or two lower, or on the temple instead, and you'd have been unconscious or paralyzed when you hit the water. You'd have gone under without a ripple, and we'd never have known what happened to you. Think you can stomach more of that vile green brew? It'll take the ache out anyway."
Talia nodded slowly, and Karen brought her a mug of the concoction, then returned to her former perch on the chair, feet propped up and sword on her lap.
"How much of my classes have I missed?"
"Not a thing that can't be made up quickly, especially since you're excused from chores and Ulbricht's tender mercies till you're well again. If your eyes play tricks on you, we'll read to you, and everybody in the collegium wants to loan you their notes. Fair enough?"
Talia was about to answer when a deep, somber-toned bell, one she'd never heard before, began tolling somewhere nearby. Karen stiffened as her head snapped up on the first peal.
"Damn,"
she said softly, but with venom.
"Oh, damn!"
"What's the matter?" Talia did not like the tense bitterness on Karen's face. "What's happened?"
"That's the death bell."
Karen stared sightlessly out the window, tears trickling unheeded down her cheeks.
"It rings when a herald dies. It means that the bastards got another one of us, and one of the best. Ah, gods, why did it have to be poor Beltran?"